Chapter 129. Putting aside Consort Taizhun's movements. Ever since he guided the first letter, Wang Chong led Shan Hai and Meng Long out of the city. Young master, where are we heading to? The lush forest was filled with thorns and weeds that reached one's chest. It was extremely inconvenient to move around in the forest. Shan Hai and Meng Long followed behind Wang Chong, cutting through the thorns along the way. Even their faces were scratched. This place was quite a distance away from the capital, and the ground was overgrown with weeds. There were also many towering trees as well, making it difficult to walk. Initially, when the two of them followed Wang Chong, they were excited when they heard that their young master was going to cultivate and absorb origin energy here. However, they realized that this wasn't the case after the past few days. Ever since the first day, their young master seemed to have been leading them around. Don't worry, you'll know when we get there. As Wang Chong spoke, he chopped down the thorns, shrubs, and weeds in the surroundings. Even though he was leading Shan Hai and Meng Long around the mountain, Wang Chong didn't slack off in his cultivation at all. Might of the Barbaric God was different from other cultivation techniques. As long as one could cultivate the 1 Dan origin energy art to 2 Dan, one wouldn't be limited to sitting on the ground. Even while cultivating, one could absorb origin energy from the surroundings to raise one's cultivation technique. The only difference was that the effects of might of the Barbaric God wasn't as strong as when one was seated. Even so, it was still incredible. Wang Chong could clearly feel a refreshing sensation coming from his body as he walked. The forest is filled with lush vegetation. Cultivating here is indeed much faster than cultivating in the city. Wang Chong thought, might of the Barbaric God could be cultivated while walking, sitting, or lying down. It wasn't without reason that this cultivation technique was recommended as the #1 foundational cultivation technique in military. Wang Chong's cultivation was still shallow. When he was walking, the effects of might of the Barbaric God was only around 60% of what it was when he was seated. As his cultivation rose, this percentage could be increased. At the peak, he could even cultivate even when he was asleep. This was something that other cultivation techniques couldn't match up to. I wonder if I can find that spiritual vein. As Wang Chong cut his way through the thistles and thorns, a thought flashed through his mind. Wang Chong was looking for a spirit vein. This was also the reason why he brought Shan Hai and Meng Long around the mountains for the past few days. There was a spirit vein just outside the capital. Not many people knew about it, but Wang Chong was aware of it. Spirit veins were rich in vitality. If one cultivated in such a place, their progress would be several times faster than in other places. No one knew why this was the case. They only knew that the formation of the spirit veins was related to the formation of the earth a long time ago. There were very few spirit veins around the capital, and most of them had already been occupied. However, the one Wang Chong found was different. This spirit vein was far more powerful than the other spirit veins. However, due to some special reasons, it could not be sensed from the outside. That was why no one had discovered it for many years. On the other hand, it would take many years before this spirit vein would be exposed when the foreign steel cavalries entered the capital. When a spirit vein burst forth from the ground like a volcanic eruption, many people were dumbfounded. However, by then, it was already too late to make use of it. When Wang Chong entered the forest to cultivate the art of God of barbarians, he subconsciously thought of this massive wasted spirit vein. The unique terrain around the capital had trapped the spiritual energy. Until now, no one had discovered the existence of a hidden spirit vein other than Wang Chong. Don't stop, continue forward. I'll clear the path. You all should pay attention to the surroundings to see if there are any venomous snakes. Wang Chong said, in the forest, the greatest taboo was venomous snakes. Even if one were to practice martial arts, a single bite from those venomous snakes would spell certain death. There was a reason why the spirit vein had not been discovered. One of the reasons was that venomous snake. Wang Chong vaguely remembered that there were more venomous snakes in the vicinity of the spirit vein. Compared to other places, there were more venomous snakes in the vicinity. After handing the task of guarding against the venomous snakes to Shun Hai and Meng Long, Wang Chong began searching for the location of the spirit vein alone. Might of the barbaric god was extremely sensitive to the movement of origin energy. For the past few days, Wang Chong had been roaming around the mountain, using the might of the barbaric god to sense the changes in the concentration of origin energy in the air to determine the approximate location of the spirit vein. In this period of time, Wang Chong had already determined the east, south, and west directions. All that was left was the final direction. It's about time. After an unknown period of time, a thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he finally found the final direction. The moment he found the final location, the topography of the mountain range appeared in Wang Chong's mind, and he could roughly determine the location of the spirit vein. Let's go that way. Wang Chong suddenly turned around and pointed to a direction. Then, he led Shun Hai and Meng Long in that direction. The area that Wang Chong had determined was a stretch of mountains, and there were large trees that required 2 men to encircle. There wasn't the slightest hint of a spirit vein in this area. However, Wang Chong could still remember the fluctuations of the spirit vein. In the air, Wang Chong felt a familiar fluctuation. Even though it was weak, it was undeniably there. Wang Chong knew that this spirit vein was extremely unique. Even if one found the spirit vein, one wouldn't be able to sense the presence of the spirit vein beneath one's feet. Only by walking to the nearest mountain peak would one be able to sense the dense origin energy. Wang Chong led Shun Hai and Meng Long to search the surrounding mountains. Roughly an hour later, when Wang Chong led Shun Hai and Meng Long up another mountain peak, his mind suddenly jolted. A familiar scent could be felt from the surroundings. However, this fluctuation was at least 10 times denser than at the foot of the mountain. Haha, I found it! Wang Chong was overjoyed. Shun Hai, Meng Long, clean up this area. We're going to clear a training ground here. From now on, I'll be practicing my martial arts here. Shun Hai and Meng Long glanced at one another. They couldn't understand why their young master was so excited. The origin energy here seemed to be slightly denser, but the two of them couldn't sense a thing at all. Could this be what their young master was looking for? The two of them were perplexed. However, even though they were perplexed, they wouldn't disobey Wang Chong's orders. Yes, young master. The two of them drew their sabers and followed Wang Chong's instructions. They walked around the area, clearing the thorny vines and chopping down the trees. He cleared a training ground for Wang Chong on the mountain. When this training ground is cleared, you will know why I chose this place. Looking at the back of the two, Wang Chong chuckled inwardly. It was unknown whether it was due to the unique nature of the vegetation or the soil, but the spiritual energy in the spirit vein was greatly obstructed, such that one could only sense less than 1/100th of it. Shun Hai and Meng Long were still perplexed at the moment, but when the layer of soil on the mountain was shaved clean, they wouldn't think so anymore. About a few hours later, a simple small training field on the top of the mountain was immediately cleared out. Seated in this small-scale training ground, Wang Chong began to circulate the might of the barbaric god in his body. He could clearly sense a surge of origin energy that was much denser than that of the other forests gushing in from the surroundings. If he were to cultivate here not just might of the barbaric god, even his dragon bone art would be greatly enhanced. If I recall correctly, this place hasn't been bought yet. Wang Chong pondered as he cultivated. After spending 8 to 9 days, he finally found this spirit vein. Up till now, no one should have noticed this place yet. However, Wang Chong was clear that as he ventured deeper into the forest, it was only a matter of time before others noticed this place. This was the way of the world. If one didn't discover this place, nothing would happen. But if one were to discover this place, a large number of people would follow suit. The first step was to find this rare spirit vein, and the second step was much more complicated than that for Wang Chong. Shun Hai, if I recall correctly, this should still be a barren mountain. No one wants to buy it. Do you still remember where this place is? Later on, make a trip to the Court of Judicial Review and buy this place as well as the surrounding mountains for me. Wang Chong suddenly said. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Shun Hai and Meng Long were taken aback. If one wanted to, one could easily buy all of the barren mountains in the Tang dynasty. In fact, one could even buy all of the barren mountains in the empire. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be able to afford it. The cost of buying a mountain had always been expensive, needless to say, a mountain range. It was still fine if one wanted to buy those astounding or veins, but if it was just a worthless piece of trash, one would have to pay for it. The cost of buying a mountain range was no small matter. Even the prestigious clans wouldn't dare to do so casually. Young master, the mountain range here isn't small. If we were to buy all of it, it would be a huge sum. That's right, young master. Going by the Empire's rules, the cost here wouldn't be less than 80,000 taels. Furthermore, it would only be for 30 years at most. Shenhai and Meng Long tried their best to dissuade him. In their view, this mountain range wasn't worth that much money. It wasn't worth it at all. The Empire's laws were unique, and there was a time limit to the purchase of any mountain range. If it was ore vein, one had to dig it dry within 30 years. Dig as much as you could. It's your problem even if you accompany me. After 30 years, you would have to buy it again, and it wouldn't be at this price. Young master, could there be ore vein beneath this mountain range? Shenhai asked carefully. After much thought, this was the only reason he could think of. It's not that. Wang Chong shook his head and stretched out a finger. It's something even more valuable than an ore vein. In this world, if one wanted to control one's own fate and change the fate of the Tang dynasty and the world, one had to have one's own influence. This was also the reason why Wang Chong asked his little uncle, Wang Mi, to help him find a few formidable Imperial Army instructors. This was a very vague idea, and it hadn't formed a complete system yet. However, just a moment ago, Wang Chong suddenly realized where his training camp should be located. When his little uncle found the instructors of the Imperial Army, this spirit vein would be the best base. As long as he could find a way to recruit a large number of truly loyal and reliable people, he would be able to use this spirit vein to train batch after batch of experts in the shortest amount of time possible. Batch after batch of people who were truly loyal to him and could be used by him came to him, just like the troops he commanded in his previous life. Chapter 130. Shenhai quickly left. The mountain range in the distance was shrouded in mist, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Wang Chong took a glance before retracting his gaze. Closing his eyes, he sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain and began cultivating might of the barbaric god. The origin energy here was much denser than the other forests. Wang Chong knew that the speed at which he could reach origin energy tier 7 here would be much faster than in the capital. Time passed slowly, and the affairs of the royal court were soon forgotten by Wang Chong. He focused his attention on his cultivation. In the forest, Wang Chong sat quietly, and his cultivation advanced with each passing day. With each passing day, Wang Chong's strength advanced by a notch. Compared to other martial arts, Might of the Barbaric God was much more effective in raising one's strength. The speed at which one could absorb origin energy from the air was far above that of Fragrant Elephant. As the number one martial art of the apocalypse in his previous life, Might of the Barbaric God became more and more useful the further one progressed. As Wang Chong's personal guard, Meng Long stood by the side, and the more he observed, the more astonished he became. Wang Chong's cultivation was unbelievably fast. Martial arts focused on the subtle effects of influence, but Wang Chong's improvement was visible to the naked eye. Meng Long had been in the military for many years, but he had never seen such a situation before. What kind of martial art is young master practicing? It's incredible. Meng Long was astonished. The feeling that Wang Chong gave him each day was different. He grew stronger with each passing day. Meng Long had been in the military for many years, and he had seen many things. However, he had never seen such a powerful martial art before. Even so, despite his astonishment, Meng Long didn't probe any further. Following Wang Chong, Meng Long had seen too many inconceivable things. There was always an explanation for everything. In Meng Long's view, there was a high chance that the young master's martial arts were bestowed to him by Duke Jiao. Only Duke Jiao would possess such a formidable martial art. Oblivious to Meng Long's thoughts, Wang Chong was fully immersed in his cultivation. The effect of the spiritual vein was far more powerful than he had imagined. The effect of cultivating on this kind of spirit vein was to gather essence qi. One day of absolute qi cultivation was equivalent to 3 days of ordinary cultivation. Strand by strand, the essence in Xiao Qian's body gradually gathered to the thickness of a pinky finger. Wang Chong could sense that he would be able to reach Origin Energy Tier 7 in a short period of time. Upon reaching Origin Energy Tier 7, one's origin energy would begin to flow from the marrow, bones, meridians to the skin, flesh, and blood. At this stage, the muscles of the whole body would become stronger, tougher, and full of explosive power. On the outside, the body would become more slender and well-proportioned. The yuan qi in the body would also become more condensed. Unknowingly, several days had passed. Boom! All of a sudden, Wang Chong's body jolted, and following a series of ka-cha-cha sounds, the origin energy in Wang Chong's body finally broke through Origin Energy Tier 6 and reached Origin Energy Tier 7. At the same time, Wang Chong's physical body also began to grow as though bamboo after a spring rain, growing several centimeters taller in an impossible situation. Wang Chong's body belonged to the slender category, and after growing taller, it became even more slender and well-proportioned. Origin Energy Tier 7. Origin Energy Tier 7. Young Master, you suddenly reached Origin Energy Tier 7. A delighted voice sounded beside him. The moment Wang Chong grew taller, Meng Long exclaimed excitedly. The first thing Wang Chong saw when he opened his eyes was the excited expression on Meng Long's face. When one's cultivation reached Origin Energy Tier 7, one's body would visibly grow taller. This was the most obvious sign of one's cultivation advancing. As an experienced person, Meng Long was extremely familiar with this phenomenon. Wang Chong nodded his head with a smile. Exerting his strength, he stood up from the ground. With this action, he could immediately tell the difference. Initially, Wang Chong's body was no different from those of his age. However, after his body grew taller, his posture became more upright, and he looked like a 16 to 17-year-old youngster. This time, he really resembled the persona Wang Chong had put on at the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Not bad, not bad. Meng Long assessed Wang Chong from head to toe, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The current Wang Chong's aura was much stronger than before. Even when compared to him, the difference wasn't as great as before. Young Master, if the old master were to know that you have made such a huge improvement, he would surely be delighted. As Meng Long spoke, he suddenly sent a punch toward Wang Chong. Pung! In that instant, Wang Chong raised his right fist and received the punch head-on. Their fists clashed, and a powerful force burst forth from Meng Long's hands. The immense force sent Wang Chong flying, but Wang Chong somersaulted in midair and plummeted to the ground. 1,000 gene descent. Young Master, it seems like you have really reached Origin Energy Tier 7. A gleam flashed across Meng Long's eyes, and he was astonished. 1,000 gene descent was a technique of Origin Energy Tier 7 martial artists. Upon reaching Origin Energy Tier 7, one would be able to open up many meridians, allowing one's origin energy to flow freely through one's body and gather at the soles of one's feet. Through this, one would be able to focus one's center of gravity on the soles of one's feet, thus allowing one to plummet swiftly from the sky. This was 1,000 gene descent. It might seem like nothing much, but in actual combat, this seemingly useless technique allowed one to swiftly alter the trajectory of one's body, thus allowing one to dodge fatal blows. Knowing 1,000 gene descent was nothing much, but for Wang Chong to be able to execute the 1,000 gene descent so skillfully despite having just reached Origin Energy Tier 7, it was truly shocking. Even those veterans wouldn't be able to execute it as skillfully as him. Young Master, take another move from me. Meng Long was getting more and more astonished. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the air as though a cannonball. At the same time, He executed an ordinary military fist technique, slaughter crushing wolf, and charged toward Wang Chong with lightning speed. Meng Long, I'll get angry if you continue doing this. Wang Chong chuckled. Even though he knew that Meng Long was testing him, Wang Chong didn't back down at all. His dantian jolted, and, as though a tidal wave, he gathered all of his strength into his arm. Boom! A powerful gale burst forth from his fist, and while Wang Chong was sent flying by Meng Long's immense strength, Meng Long also staggered backward. His wrist felt numb, and he couldn't help but be astonished. The might of Wang Chong's punch was inconceivably great. It had far exceeded the limits of Origin Energy Tier 7. Too powerful. With this kind of advancement, young master's future will be limitless. Even though Meng Long's wrist was numb from the impact, he couldn't help but feel excited. The higher the young master's cultivation, the more prosperous the Wang clan would be. If the old master were to learn of this news, he would surely be overjoyed. The young master was finally no longer the rebellious and profligate young master of the past. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. Your strength is too strong. You don't seem like an Origin Energy Tier 7 expert at all. Meng Long waved his hands as he shouted. He only wanted to test out Wang Chong's skills. If he were to continue fighting, he would be going all out. Given his Origin Energy Tier 9 pinnacle cultivation, it wouldn't be meaningful even if he were to win. That's fine too. I'm out of energy anyway. Leaning against a towering maple tree, Wang Chong chuckled. He had cultivated might of the barbaric god, and his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary Origin Energy Tier 7 expert. If Meng Long thought that he could suppress him easily due to his lack of strength due to his recent breakthrough, he would be gravely mistaken. It's a pity that the Herculean fist is too exhausting. Wang Chong thought. The might of the Herculean fist was immense. Even an Origin Energy Tier 9 pinnacle expert like Meng Long would be able to withstand a few blows from it. However, the price to pay was the same. It was too exhausting. Leaning against the tree, Wang Chong rested for a moment before he regained his strength. After reaching Origin Energy Tier 7, Wang Chong's first thought was to raise his cultivation. Now that my strength has reached Origin Energy Tier 7, I might be able to cultivate that swordsmanship. Wang Chong thought as he suddenly thought of a certain swordsmanship. Regardless of what kind of martial art it was, strength was the foundation. As long as he could raise his strength, he would be able to pursue something of a higher level. The first thing that came to Wang Chong's mind was swordsmanship. It was impossible for him to defeat an opponent with a sword barehanded. Furthermore, after obtaining Hyderabad and forging the Wuzi steel sword, swordsmanship naturally became an option for him. More importantly, it was different from the Herculean fist. Swordsmanship was powerful and lethal, but it wasn't as taxing on one's stamina as the Herculean fist. Thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he naturally thought of a certain swordsmanship, single character consecutive slash. After his reincarnation, Wang Chong had sorted out his meridians. After mastering the Herculean fist, the swordsmanship that was most suitable for him was the single character consecutive slash. This ultimate technique was concise, efficient, lethal, and extremely powerful. Given Wang Chong's current realm, it was difficult for him to bring out all of Wang Chong's strength. More importantly, this swordsmanship was incomparably imposing. Its attacks were as swift and vicious as a tidal wave, making it impossible for one to block it. As long as one wasn't able to seize the initiative and was suppressed in a single move, one move after another would follow until one was killed. But correspondingly, due to its overwhelming might, it was difficult to cultivate. More importantly, cultivating the single character consecutive slash had a high requirement on one's strength. Just Origin Energy Tier 6 cultivation wasn't enough. One had to reach Origin Energy Tier 7 first. This is the swordsmanship. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil as he quickly made up his mind. Unlike the Herculean fist art, the single character consecutive slash was created by Wang Chong after he experienced countless battles of blood and fire. He had survived countless perilous situations and created it. This single character consecutive slash was an amalgamation of the strengths of countless sword techniques. It was the result of Wang Chong's painstaking efforts to perfect it. Wang Chong didn't create many martial arts himself, and the single character consecutive slash was one of them. It carried the distinct characteristics of Wang Chong's original world. In the army, Wang Chong had required all low-ranking officers, from 5-man squad leaders to 100-man squad leaders to ordinary lieutenants, to learn it at the very least. The moment the single character consecutive slash was activated, all targets in a straight line would be within its attack range. The momentum it exerted would destroy everything in its path until the last target was slain. Chapter 131. Unlike other martial arts, the single character consecutive slash was created by Wang Chong himself. The principles behind its creation: meridian circulation, pulse circulation. Wang Chong knew every single detail of it like the back of his hand. For Wang Chong to cultivate such an ultimate technique, it was much faster than other ultimate techniques. Leaning against the towering tree, Wang Chong drove the thin origin energy in his body to open up a brand new pathway in his body. It wasn't easy to open up this pathway, but Wang Chong had plenty of experience in this field. What others would require hundreds or even thousands of tries to master, Wang Chong was able to accomplish easily. Usually, he would only need 2 to 3 tries before he could succeed. This was the benefit of creating one's own martial art. However, even though it was easier to cultivate it now, the process of creating it back then was extremely arduous. Wang. A low rumbling sound could be heard from Wang Chong's body. Soon, he entered a state of tranquility. Young master has become a martial arts fanatic. If old master would see this, he would definitely not believe it. Meng Long was taken aback. Recovering from his daze, he walked over to stand guard for Wang Chong with a smile. The mountain peak gradually regained its tranquility. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong's body jolted. Finally, he had cleared up the main meridian circulation of the single character consecutive slash. Just as he was about to clear up some minor details, a soft sound suddenly echoed in his ears. "Someone's here." Wang Chong opened his eyes and looked down the mountain. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The other party didn't seem to be intending to conceal their presence. In just a moment, Wang Chong heard a familiar voice through the gaps in the dense forest. "It's indeed Shanhai." Wang Chong chuckled. Shanhai went down alone, but when he came back, he wasn't alone. Instead, he brought along a few guards from the Wang family residence, as well as a few bare-armed commoners. Every single one of them carried tools with them, and it was clear that they were here to help Wang Chong construct this training ground. "Young master, I've already taken care of the mountain range. We'll buy the entire area. Also, I brought the person with me. We can start to build a few houses here." Shanhai was in a good mood. As he climbed the slope, he waved at Wang Chong and the others. "Haha, you've worked hard." Wang Chong also laughed. Not only did they bring tools, but Wang Chong also saw that they had brought fire and food. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise. When he got closer, Shanhai finally noticed that something was different. "Young master, you seem different this time." "Yeah," Wang Chong laughed. The last time he left the mountain, he was at Origin Energy Tier 6. Now, he was at Origin Energy Tier 7. Just as he was about to tell Shanhai, Wang Chong's expression suddenly changed. A strong sense of danger rose in his heart. "Be careful." Wang Chong's stern warning was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the void. He raised his head abruptly and turned his head to look at a dense forest on Shanhai's right. At the same time, Shanhai and Meng Long also noticed something amiss. The expressions of the 2 Wang clan guards changed dramatically. "Which female assassin is it?" "Young master, be careful." Both of them turned pale with fright. To think that the female assassin who assaulted Wang Chong the other day would follow him here. This was especially so for Shanhai. He was both ashamed and regretful. His expression was extremely ugly. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that the female assassin must have been following him all the way here. Unfortunately, even after so long, he hadn't noticed anything. "Protect the young master." Shanhai, Meng Long, and the other Wang family guards bellowed. Without any hesitation, they dashed toward the direction of the forest. "Get out of the way! You're no match for him," Wang Chong shouted anxiously. If Ablanadin and Arloja were here, that would be the case. With just them, it was impossible for them to stop that Eastern Island's female assassin. "Humph, at least you have some self-awareness." A light harumph sounded from the forest. The voice was indescribably elegant, but in Wang Chong's ears, it was the sound of death. So, the leaves swayed, and a black shadow shot out from the treetops on the right like an arrow. Her movements were like that of a ghost. Not only was she fast, but she was also like a ghost, twisting and turning, completely unpredictable. Wang Chong's judgment of her wasn't wrong. Amidst the towering ancient trees, this was her battlefield. Executing the specter steps here was much more unpredictable than on flat ground. Pung pung pung. The black silhouette flashed by, and the 3 Wang family guards that Shun Hai brought with him were sent flying like rubber balls. In a one-on-one fight, no one was a match for her. So, with just a slight shake of her body, the Eastern Island's female assassin easily evaded Shun Hai and Meng Long, heading straight for Wang Chong. From start to finish, it didn't even take a single breath. Seeing this, Wang Chong's scalp went numb, and he felt an intense threat of death looming over him. Wang. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong immediately executed the single-character consecutive slash. However, he didn't slash at the Eastern Island's female assassin. Instead, as though a bolt of lightning, he dashed forward. Having crossed blows with her once, Wang Chong knew that this Eastern Island's female assassin was a true martial realm expert. In this forest, even if everyone were to work together, they wouldn't be a match for her. "Li Zhuxin, aren't you going to come out?" Feeling the incomparably sharp sword intent trailing him like a shadow, Wang Chong couldn't hold it in any longer. He abruptly turned to the surroundings and shouted loudly. As though responding to Wang Chong's voice, a deep and calm voice suddenly sounded from the forest. "Lady, stop!" Boom! Before the voice could finish, several zhang behind Wang Chong, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and a raging gale blew, causing countless trees to bend. The Eastern Island's female assassin's head was facing the ground. When her sword struck the ground, it was as though she had struck an invisible wall. The immense force sent her flying several dozen zhang away. Li Zhuxin, Shun Hai, and Meng Long saw the figure that suddenly appeared behind Wang Chong, and they were dumbfounded. This person was the middle-aged gray-robed man whom Wang Chong had hired for 5,000 gold taels from the home of the 4 Seas. Not only was Li Zhuxin's hiring price ridiculously high, he even had a bunch of lousy rules, such as coming and going as he pleased. After receiving the first sum of money, he left on the same day. This left the 2 loyal guards, Shun Hai and Meng Long, extremely dissatisfied. How could this be considered as hiring an expert? It was more like hiring a master. Initially, the 2 of them were adamantly against Wang Chong hiring him, but they couldn't go against their young master's temper. Just that, they didn't expect Li Zhuxin to be hiding here after disappearing for so many days. This was especially so for Meng Long. He had followed Wang Chong for more than 10 days in the depths of the mountain. Yet, despite such a long period of time, he didn't notice Li Zhuxin's presence in the vicinity at all. Boom! Just as Shun Hai was contemplating over the matter, another violent gale swept through the forest, causing one to be unable to open their eyes. The Eastern Island's female assassin attempted to use the specter steps to bypass Li Zhuxin and head straight for Wang Chong. However, she was intercepted by Li Zhuxin once more. At the center of the forest, the 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. Looking at Li Zhuxin in the forest, Shun Hai was astonished. At this moment, the strength that Li Zhuxin displayed was even greater than that of the tea house at the home of the 4 Seas. Young master has really found a powerful guard. To think that I thought that he had left. Shun Hai was astonished. At this moment, he felt that the young master's decision was right. 5,000 gold taels might be a huge sum, but how could it compare to the lives of a few people? In this aspect, The young master's eye of discernment was far more formidable than his. Scatter! Scatter! All of you scatter! Suddenly, Shunhai realized something and hurriedly shouted. Regardless of whether it was Li Zhuxin or the female assassin, they were both true martial realm experts, and their strength was simply too high. The gale that the duo stirred up felt as though it was a sharp knife slapping on their faces. A battle of this level wasn't something that the commoners could withstand. The crowd panicked and hurriedly retreated. Shanhai and Meng Long didn't dare to get too close either. Leading the other guards, they hurriedly retreated. A battle between true martial realm experts wasn't something that they could interfere in. Young master, be careful. Hurry over. Shanhai and Meng Long shouted to Wang Chong while protecting the commoners. Wang Chong replied, but he didn't make a move. For someone as powerful as the Eastern Islands female assassin, who possessed the Spectre steps and formidable assassination techniques, numbers didn't pose much of an advantage to her in a forest. The previous battle was more than enough to prove this point. His eyes were completely focused on the battle between the true martial realm experts. In the forest, a violent gale blew, and leaves fluttered in the air. In order to open up a training ground in the forest, Wang Chong had dug up a portion of the soil. However, at this moment, the soil had been swept up by the shockwaves from the battle between the duo, blurring one's vision. On top of that, the fallen trees made it difficult for even Wang Chong to get a clear view of the situation between the duo. Just that, Wang Chong was still able to vaguely make out a few things from his previous life. There's something strange about this woman. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes. Even though he couldn't get a clear view of the duo, he could sense that the aura of the Eastern Islands female assassin was in disarray. Furthermore, compared to the last time he met her, her cultivation seemed to have weakened. Could the flaw in the Spectre steps have erupted? Wang Chong was perplexed. The Spectre steps was a complete cultivation technique, and the higher one's cultivation, the greater the flaw. Towards the end, one's cultivation might even go berserk and explode. To a certain extent, this was actually a method used by the superior in martial arts to control the inferior. However, even though the Spectre steps had its flaws, based on Wang Chong's understanding, it shouldn't have erupted so quickly. Furthermore, for some reason, this Easter Islands female assassin gave Wang Chong the feeling that she had sustained some internal injuries. It was just that she had suppressed them. This is really weird. I remember that our Loja and the others didn't injure her previously. Wang Chong was perplexed. Lady, aren't you going to stop? Li Zhuxin's voice sounded from the center of the forest. Compared to the Eastern Islands female assassin, Li Zhuxin's figure was much easier to capture. Chapter 132. Li Zhuxin, capture her. A glint flashed across Wang Chong's eyes as he suddenly commanded. Even though Wang Chong had sensed it quickly, he was still a step too late. So, the Eastern Islands female assassin made use of Li Zhuxin's burst of strength to launch her final slash. In an instant, she was already a dozen zhang away from Wang Chong. This time, she did not turn around. Instead, she used Spectre steps to propel herself through the trees and dashed out without looking back. Where do you think you're going? A glint flashed across Li Zhuxin's eyes. Without any hesitation, he dashed forward. Wait a moment. Wang Chong wanted to stop Li Zhuxin, but before he could say anything, Li Zhuxin had already dashed in the direction where the Eastern Islands female assassin had disappeared. By the time Wang Chong spoke, the duo had already disappeared. All that was left was the howling wind and the leaves fluttering in the air. Fast! Wang Chong slowly retracted his outstretched palm. The Eastern Islands female assassin was fast, but Li Zhuxin wasn't slow either. The two of them were using speed secret arts of completely different styles. As soon as the duo disappeared, a momentary silence fell upon the forest. Young master, what do we do now? Meng Long subconsciously turned to look at Wang Chong. Li Zhuxin hadn't captured the female assassin yet. This meant that the group wasn't safe yet. Young master, I'm sorry. I was the one who lured him over. Shenhai lowered his head, his face full of shame. He was so engrossed in his excitement that he didn't notice when he was being followed by the Eastern Islands female assassin. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Wang Chong waved his hands casually. Actually, This female assassin doesn't have much to do with you. Her mission was not completed. Even without you, she would have found other ways to follow us. Unless we don't go up and down the mountain or enter the city. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before she finds us. The reason why I hired Li Zhuxin from the House of Four Seas is to prevent such a situation. Right now, what we need to consider is what we should do next. A pensive look appeared on Wang Chong's face. Li Zhuxin had moved too quickly, leaving an opening in Wang Chong's defense. While the Eastern Islands' female assassin's fighting prowess was beneath Li Zhuxin's, the Spectre Steps was one of the secret arts of assassins, allowing her to move about unpredictably. On top of that, the environment of the forest was extremely beneficial for her to execute the Spectre Steps. Thus, Li Zhuxin was unable to take him down for the time being. "Young master, why don't we leave first? It's no longer safe here." Meng Long suddenly spoke up. That female assassin had left him horrified. Without Arloja, Ablonidin, Tuoba Gyuan, and the others, they weren't a match for her at all. In an environment like the forest, she didn't even need to fight with them. She could easily bypass them with a light flash. In terms of agility, even Tin Shenhais and Meng Long's wouldn't be able to catch up to her. "No," Wang Chong refused without hesitation. "This place is too far from the main road. Without a day or two, it's impossible to get there. With such a long time and such a long journey, it's impossible for us to walk out of this forest. Furthermore, this will only create more opportunities for her to assassinate us. It's better for us to stay here. Besides, we're leaving." "What about them?" As Wang Chong spoke, he pointed to the farmers that Shun Hai brought with him. The previous situation had left them dumbfounded, and one of them was trembling in fear. Upon seeing the situation, Shun Hai and Meng Long frowned. Wang Chong's words weren't without reason. If they were to bring them along, their speed would be too slow. They wouldn't be able to walk far in an entire day. Yet, they couldn't bring them along. They were in the depths of the forest. Putting aside whether they knew where they came from or not, just the tigers, leopards, and wolves here were enough to pose a huge threat to them. Furthermore, there was a limited amount of rations. If they were to run out of rations or get separated in the forest, it would be no different from the Wang clan killing them. If Madame were to learn of this, who knew how furious she would be? But it was impossible for them to stay here. "Let's stay here for now." Wang Chong pondered for a moment before saying, "Li Zhuxin has already chased after her. If he can't catch up to her, he will return soon. Even if we stay here, he will be able to find us in time. Right now, we can only be considered safe with him around." There was one more thing that Wang Chong didn't say. He mustn't leave the matter of the Eastern Islands' female assassin behind. Beneath his feet was a rare and large spirit vein. Who knew how many aristocratic families would be willing to pay with their blood or even their lives for it, unless he didn't want it anymore. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to resolve the matter of the Eastern Islands' female assassin. Shenhai and Meng Long chopped down the trees in the surroundings. Her Spectre Steps specializes in leveraging the strength of others. As long as we chop down these trees, the prowess of her Spectre Steps will be greatly reduced. Wang Chong suddenly said, "Yes, young master." Shenhai and Meng Long nodded. This was the best solution they could come up with. Even though they weren't a match for the Eastern Islands' female assassin, it wasn't too difficult for them to chop down a circle of trees. As long as they gathered together, they should be able to hold on for some time on flat ground. "Come, get up. Did you hear what young master said? Hurry up and chop down the trees here." Shenhai and Meng Long immediately instructed the group behind them. This time, under the threat of death, everyone's enthusiasm was very high. Since the tools were readily available, they quickly got to work. While the group was busy chopping down the trees in the surroundings to reduce the opportunities for the female assassin to leverage her strength, Wang Chong didn't remain idle either. "Let's take a look around," Wang Chong thought. Just by chopping down trees wasn't enough to stop the female assassin. Wang Chong knew that he had to think of another way. After leaving the peak of the mountain, Wang Chong surveyed the surroundings carefully. When he passed by a slope, Wang Chong's eyes suddenly lit up. There's indeed such a thing. Wang Chong glanced at a short shrub with purple flowers on it. Reaching out, Wang Chong plucked a few round fruits from the shrub and crushed them lightly. Holding them in his hand, he walked up the mountain. Wah! Not too long after Wang Chong reached the peak, rustling sounds could be heard. Mr. Li, Mr. Li is here. Li Zhuxin, Li Zhuxin. This is great. Everyone was delighted. Even Shen Hai and Meng Long heaved a sigh of relief. Their tense hearts finally relaxed. As long as Li Zhuxin was around, everything would be fine. After witnessing Li Zhuxin's incredible strength, everyone had absolute trust in him. Mr. Li, did you manage to capture the female assassin? Delighted, Shen Hai immediately rushed over. Wait a moment. Of everyone present, only Wang Chong frowned. He vaguely felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, a woman's soft laughter rang out. It was indescribably strange in the forest. What a pity. I'm not your Mr. Li. From a gap in the trees, a figure fell from above. Dressed in a black tight-fitting robe, her face was covered, and she held a sword in her hand. Even though her figure was graceful, in the eyes of the crowd, she looked no different from a black god of death. So, without any hesitation, with a flash of light, the Eastern Islands female assassin charged toward Shen Hai at an incredible speed. Shen Hai, be careful. Lord Shen, be careful. Upon seeing this sight, everyone was frightened out of their wits. Chong. Without any hesitation, Meng Long and the other guards of the Wang residence drew their swords and charged forward. However, there was a figure who reacted even faster than them. At the instant the Eastern Islands female assassin's voice sounded, Wang Chong already knew that something was amiss. Before anyone could react, Wang Chong had already executed the single-character consecutive slash and dashed forward. Once the single-character consecutive slash was activated, the instantaneous speed wouldn't be inferior to any speed-type secret skill. In fact, it might even surpass it. The speed at which Wang Chong executed this move was even faster than Meng Long and the others. Boom! Wang Chong's consecutive slashes struck the Eastern Islands female assassin's saber before she could stab at Shen Hai. As swift as a bolt of lightning, Wang Chong's consecutive slashes struck the Eastern Islands female assassin's saber. Clang! The incident that happened half a month ago in the Wang family study replayed itself. With a flash of light, the tip of the sword was sent flying. Before the sharpness of the Wuzi steel sword, there weren't many weapons that could withstand it head-on. You're courting death. The Eastern Islands female assassin's eyes froze for a moment, as though a tiger whose fangs had been plucked out. However, in the next instant, intense killing intent flashed across her eyes. Chi! A cold gleam flashed, and a sharp aura burst forth from the Eastern Islands female assassin's body. With one hand holding onto the broken sword, she thrust it toward Wang Chong while her other hand swiftly whipped out another dagger from her waist and stabbed forward like a venomous snake. As an assassin, strength, speed, and dexterity were all indispensable. In a short instant, while others could only launch a single strike, an assassin could launch 2 or even 3 strikes. This was something that others couldn't match up to. So, the blade of the sword swept across, but the Eastern Islands female assassin's confident strike actually missed. Wang Chong's figure was like a waterfall, and he actually managed to leap into the air in this impossible situation. Chi! An intense pain came from her shoulder. The Eastern Islands female assassin was injured. In that instant, the Eastern Islands female assassin couldn't believe her eyes. She was actually injured. Injured by a weakling who was far beneath her. She had never seen such swordsmanship before. The swordsmanship that Wang Chong executed was something she had never seen before. I'll kill you. Humiliation, shock, and rage mixed together, and the Eastern Islands female assassin suddenly erupted. A powerful surge of origin energy burst forth from her body. Protect the young master. Stop her. Even if I have to die, I can't allow her to get close to the young master. In the blink of an eye, Shen Hai's strength struck the Eastern Islands female assassin first, followed by Meng Long and the other guards of the Wang residence. Everyone exerted their full strength. Be careful. She's injured. Wang Chong suddenly shouted. Even if I'm injured, I can still kill you. The Eastern Islands female assassin gritted her teeth. Hong Long, a powerful force burst forth, and Shun Hai, Meng Long, and the others were sent flying. The Easter Island's female assassin flung them aside and charged straight for Wang Chong. "If you want to kill me, come at me," Wang Chong shouted. He executed a series of consecutive slashes, and, as though a silver waterfall, he dashed a dozen zhang away. Behind him, the Eastern Island's female assassin was in hot pursuit. But this time, even Shun Hai, Meng Long, and the others could tell that the female assassin was indeed injured. Compared to before, her speed was clearly much slower. Furthermore, if one were to take a closer look, her movements were clearly not as agile. Li Zhuxin really injured her. A thought flashed across everyone's mind, and they suddenly came to a realization. Even though Li Zhuxin had lost her, he had still managed to injure her. Her current fighting prowess had clearly been weakened significantly. Chapter 133. This is bad. Suddenly, Shun Hai's eyes twitched and his heart sank. After receiving a blow from the female assassin, Wang Chong didn't rush over to meet up with them. Instead, he dashed into the depths of the forest. Even a group of them weren't a match for the female assassin. If he were to fight her alone, wouldn't he be courting death? Young master is in danger. Everyone stop her. Seeing that Wang Chong was in danger, the few of them charged toward the Eastern Island's female assassin without any regard for their own safety. However, they weren't martial artists who specialized in speed, so how could they possibly lose to the Eastern Island's female assassin? Oof. The Eastern Island's female assassin sneered coldly. She didn't even bother to look behind her. It would be a miracle if these guards of general and minister clans could catch up to her. In her eyes, there was only Wang Chong. However, the only thing she hated about this lad was that she had no idea what kind of swordsmanship he was using. His speed was incomparably bizarre, and the way he utilized his strength was completely different from any cultivation technique she knew of. He was able to change the direction of his movements freely, and it wasn't inferior to her specter steps at all. Even with her capability and in such a favorable forest, she was still unable to catch up to him. "Let's see where you can escape to." The Eastern Island's female assassin gritted her teeth. That ridiculously strong gray-robed middle-aged man had already been lured away and would not leave in a short period of time. Moreover, even if he came back, as long as he captured this unfilial son of the surnamed Wang, he would not be able to bear with him. Pung! Stepping on a tree as thick as a wooden barrel, the Eastern Island's female assassin made use of this force to charge toward Wang Chong as though an arrow released from a bow. But all of a sudden, a dull groan sounded, and before everyone's astonished gazes, the Eastern Island's female assassin suddenly fell uncontrollably from the tree, crashing onto the ground. SSSS. At the same time, a pitch-black triangular-headed snake, which had fused with the tree trunk, leaped down from the tree. With a chi sound, it swiftly darted into the forest and disappeared. "Careful, it's a black mamba snake." At the back, a peasant exclaimed in shock. He pointed at the fleeing snake with a horrified expression. The guards of the Wang residence didn't know about that snake, but he happened to know about it. This snake was extremely venomous, and upon contact with blood, its throat was sealed. "Viper, it's a poisonous snake." Shun Hai, Meng Long, and the others also came to a realization. Before entering the mountain, young master had told them that there were many poisonous snakes here and that they had to be careful. Who could have thought that even though there were venomous snakes, their target wasn't them, but the female assassin? Due to her superior cultivation technique, the female assassin was able to fly here and there in the forest. She didn't expect to be bitten by a venomous snake. Wonderful. This is retribution. Delighted, Shun Hai and Meng Long drew their swords and led their guards forward, surrounding the Eastern Island's female assassin tightly. However, they did not attack. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. No one knew how much strength this female bodyguard had left, or how much power she would have when she counterattacked. Don't worry, she doesn't have the strength. Wang Chong had been using the single-character consecutive slash to weave through the forest, avoiding the pursuit of the Eastern Island's female assassin. But at this time, with a flip, he easily jumped down from the tree. With a flip of his palm, he carefully scattered the shell of a fruit in his palm. You plotted against me. No matter how slow the Eastern Islands' female assassin's reaction was, upon seeing this sight, she felt both anxious and furious. Back in the Wang residence's study, Wang Chong had used a sleeping gas grenade to plot against her. This time, he had used some unknown means to use a venomous snake to plot against her. Both times, she was plotted against by a weakling who was far weaker than her. This made the Eastern Islands' female assassin seethe with anger. The path of an assassin was one that was unscrupulous as long as it could kill the other party. Yet, this teenager seemed to be even more unconventional than her. An assassin attempting to assassinate the other party ended up being plotted against by the other party. If news of this were to spread, even if she wasn't poisoned, she would probably be laughed to death by her peers. Don't be angry. The snake venom will act up faster if you are angry. Wang Chong chuckled. As he spoke, he walked over and wiped away the scent of the fruit on his body. Bastard. The Eastern Islands' female assassin cursed with an awful complexion. She wanted to go all out and kill Wang Chong, but she just couldn't muster the strength to do so. Wang Chong was right. The angrier she was, the faster the venom would act up. At this moment, even her lips had turned black. The Eastern Islands' female assassin couldn't do anything at all. She could only clutch the area above her injured ankle tightly in an attempt to slow down the effects of the venom. So, this woman is already at the end of her tether. Seeing the female assassin's face darken, everyone knew that Wang Chong was speaking the truth. Shanghai, Meng Long, and the others calmed down. They stepped forward and placed their swords on the female assassin's neck. Do whatever you want of me. The Eastern Islands' female assassin raised her head and closed her eyes. She had given up on resisting. She had already sustained severe internal injuries in the battle with Li Zhuxin, and now that she was bitten by a venomous snake, she had already lost all ability to resist. Even though she felt indignant, there was nothing she could say now that things had come to this. It's a pity. I was intending to spare her life. Suddenly, a deep voice, accompanied by a light sigh, sounded from the surroundings. The gray-robed Li Zhuxin walked out from behind a camphor tree that required two men to wrap their arms around it. He was still wearing the tattered gray robe that Wang Chong had seen at the home of the Four Seas. The 5,000 gold taels seemed to have gone down the drain. Not a single trace of it could be seen on him. Li Zhuxin, you've been here for a long time. Meng Long suddenly realized what was going on. I've been here for a long time. Rather, I've never left. I've been in the vicinity all this while, waiting for her to come over. Li Zhuxin said nonchalantly as he slowly walked over. Then why aren't you making a move? Shanghai also flew into a rage. Don't worry, I've been in the vicinity all along. She isn't a threat at all. Besides, hasn't young master been cultivating recently? Only through life and death experiences will one be able to bear fruit. Isn't she the best practice target? The duo wanted to refute Wang Chong, but they couldn't find any words to say. Li Zhuxin smiled silently. However, when his gaze fell on Wang Chong, his heart couldn't help but waver. He didn't fall into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. He knew that the female assassin would surely return once she wanted to deal with Wang Chong. Li Zhuxin's original intention was that as long as the other party was in danger, he would be able to interfere and stop the battle. However, the final outcome was something that he couldn't comprehend. Wang Chong didn't even need the other party to make a move. He had already dealt with this powerful and elusive female assassin by himself. Li Zhuxin, I couldn't tell that you're a man who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Oblivious to Li Zhuxin's thoughts, Wang Chong teased as he spoke. How is it tender feelings for the fairer sex? It's useless even if you kill her. It's only a matter of time before the person who wants to deal with you sends someone over. Doesn't Gongzi want to know who sent her over? Li Zhuxin said. There's no need for that. I already know who sent her over. Wang Chong said impassively. His words immediately attracted the gazes of Li Zhuxin and the poisoned Eastern Islands female assassin. I see. It seems like I was thinking too much. Saying so, Li Zhuxin immediately retreated to the side, not saying a word. He realized that his employer this time was much more considerate than he had imagined. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you wasting your breath? The Eastern Islands female assassin bellowed furiously. However, her rage only served to intensify the effects of the poison. Stinging pain shot through her entire body, and the Eastern Islands female assassin's vision darkened before she fainted. After an unknown period of time, which felt like an instant yet felt like countless centuries, the Eastern Islands female assassin finally regained consciousness from the darkness. A voice that seemed to be near, yet far, sounded by her ear. "Young master, why did you save her? That woman is a dangerous person. What's the use of killing her? She's just a tool. But she's still in danger. What if she doesn't give up and makes another move?" Don't worry." That young voice chuckled as he waved his hands to stop the argument. A wave of fatigue washed over the Eastern Islands female assassin. She slowly opened her eyes, and a ray of light shone in through the curtains. With a single glance, the Eastern Islands female assassin saw the busy farmers in the surroundings, chopping down trees and repairing buildings. After which, the Eastern Islands female assassin saw Wang Chong standing with his hands behind his back and Meng Long walking behind him. It seemed like the voice she had just heard was from them. "You didn't kill me?" The Eastern Islands female assassin was taken aback. When she finally recovered from her shock, her face was filled with astonishment. This sudden voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. You're awake." Wang Chong chuckled as he turned around. Wang, the Eastern Islands female assassin, subconsciously tried to stand up, but in the next instant, she felt a tightening sensation coming from all over her body. Only then did she realize that her whole body was tied up, and she was firmly trapped on a big tree. I thought that you're that female assassin. Do you believe that I won't kill you with a single slash?" Meng Long walked down the tree with widened strides and aimed his sword at the female assassin's heart. The relaxed atmosphere a moment ago suddenly turned tense. Silence reigned in all directions as countless gazes turned to look at him. "So be it. Do you think that I'm afraid?" The Eastern Islands female assassin said coldly as she turned her head to the side. Do you think that I don't dare to?" Meng Long said as he prepared to stab his sword in. Even though they didn't die under the hands of this female assassin in the previous battle, all of them were injured. This woman's strength was simply too strong. If it wasn't for the fact that she was determined to take the young master, if not for the fact that she was determined to capture the young master. "Enough. Release her." Wang Chang's voice sounded from behind. Even though he felt indignant, Meng Long still flicked his sword and broke the ropes binding the Eastern Islands female assassin. The Eastern Islands female assassin was bewildered. Rubbing her arms, she realized that the snake venom in her body had been neutralized. Around her, there were large patches of unknown medicinal herbs and some purple leaves. All kinds of juices were squeezed out of them, covering the ground. It seemed like they had gone through a complicated process to neutralize the poison in her body. However, the origin energy in her body hadn't fully recovered yet, and she felt weak all over. "You going to release me just like that?" Chapter 134. Do you think that you can still make a move? Misunderstanding the female assassin's intentions, Meng Long retorted impolitely. The moment Meng Long said those words, the atmosphere in the forest changed abruptly. Countless gazes turned over from all directions. One of the gazes was especially powerful. Following that gaze, the Eastern Islands female assassin saw the gray-robed, middle-aged man on the right side of the forest. He was currently leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, staring at her silently. The eyes of the Eastern Islands female assassin dimmed. She finally understood why he wasn't afraid of her. With this person around, given her current condition, she didn't stand a chance at all. "Hurry up and leave. They aren't so protective of you every single time. I believe that you should be able to tell that there are some people who are willing for you to stay behind," Li Zhuxin said calmly. As he glanced at the Eastern Islands female assassin, there was a unique gleam in his eyes. The Eastern Islands female assassin struggled for a moment before she finally stood up. Her heart was filled with uncertainty apprehension, and longing. Step by step, she cautiously walked out of the room. Even when she reached the edge of the forest, no one dared to make a move on her. Who? The Eastern Islands female assassin heaved a long sigh of relief. It wasn't joy, but an indescribable feeling. Flinging her sleeves, the Eastern Islands female assassin quickly disappeared down the mountain. A long time later, I didn't expect you to let her off. After the Eastern Islands female assassin disappeared into the distance, Li Zhuxin suddenly stared at Wang Chong's back and said, "That female assassin thought that he was the one who had let her off, but that wasn't the case." When Wang Chong found some medicinal herbs to save her, he was astonished as well. Naturally, I have my own considerations for not killing her. Wang Chong only chuckled. He didn't explain the matter in detail. Of course, it wasn't that he was being compassionate, but that he had other considerations. On top of that, this Eastern Islands female assassin was related to the 10 islands of Japan, as well as the 10 great empresses on those islands. In his previous life, even though Wang Chong had heard of the 10 great empresses, he didn't have any interactions with them. Back then, when the foreign cavalry invaded, the 10 islands of Japan suffered the least damage. Wang Chong heard that something special had happened on those islands. In this regard, Wang Chong needed a guide, and killing her wouldn't do him any good. What's more, Wang Chong was sure that she would come looking for him. Wang Chong had predicted that the Eastern Islands female assassin would return to look for him, but Wang Chong didn't expect her to arrive so quickly. Not too long after disappearing from the foot of the mountain, the Eastern Islands female assassin staggered out from the edge of the forest, appearing before everyone's eyes. "Are you still unrepentant? I spared your life, yet you still dare to come back." Upon seeing this female assassin, Shun Hai and Meng Long flew into a rage. Together with the other Wang clan guards, they drew their swords and stood guard before Wang Chong. "Wait!" Wang Chong waved his hands to stop the crowd. Wang Chong couldn't sense any killing intent from this Eastern Islands female assassin. "She probably isn't here to kill me. Speak, what do you intend to do?" As Wang Chong spoke, he stepped out from the crowd and glanced at the Eastern Islands female assassin. Her body was still weak at the moment, but with Li Zhuxin around and the single-character consecutive slash, Wang Chong wasn't afraid of her making a move. "I can't go back anymore." The Eastern Islands female assassin's face paled. "Previously, when I left your Wang clan, I was injured by the Pavilion Master. This mission has failed once more, so it's impossible for me to return. An assassin doesn't have a third chance. Furthermore, my specter steps will only lead to death." "You asked your Pavilion Master about the specter steps?" Wang Chong suddenly asked. A bizarre expression appeared in his eyes. Surely this female assassin couldn't be so naive as to really do that? Yes. Under the black veil, the Eastern Islands female assassin lowered her head and pursed her lips tightly. This time, Wang Chong's expression was truly spectacular. He knew that the people of the Eastern Islands were different from those on the mainland, but Wang Chong didn't expect her to be so direct. But thinking about it, this was indeed something they would do. "I'll die if I go back, and I'll die if I don't. The Pavilion Master will definitely send men to hunt me down in the capital. I won't be able to escape from the capital. Furthermore, there's a huge flaw in the Spectre Steps. Right now, only Gongzi can save me." The Eastern Islands female assassin struggled internally. Eventually, her knees caved in and she knelt onto the floor, lowering her proud head. "No matter what, Gongzi, please save me." After which, she knelt on the floor motionlessly, as though she had given up all resistance. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li Zhuxin stood there in a daze. Recalling the viciousness, sharpness, and viciousness of this female assassin, Zhang Xian felt that it wasn't too long ago. Yet at this very moment, she was actually kneeling on the floor, pleading for Wang Chong to save her. Her attitude before and after was completely different. "I can't believe that this woman would kneel before young master." Shanhai and Meng Long were rendered speechless. Looking at the young master beside them, they couldn't help but feel admiration for him. Despite living for more than 30 years, this was the first time they had seen something like this happening to their young master. If it was anyone else, they would have long lost their lives, needless to say, for this female assassin to kneel before him and plead for his help. However, what Shen Hai and Meng Long didn't know was that at this very moment, Wang Chong's thoughts were completely different from theirs. This woman is so straightforward, so quick to react, and so pragmatic. Wang Chong thought. There was a huge flaw in the Spectre steps. This was undeniable. Wang Chong wasn't lying to her. On top of that, the stronger one was, the greater the threat they posed. If she wanted to be safe, she would have to stop her cultivation and stop pursuing greater strength. Even so, as time passed, she still couldn't escape death. Even though Wang Chong didn't know what happened when the Eastern Islands female assassin returned to the assassin organization, it was clear that it was happening. The severity of her Spectre steps had worsened. Others might not know of this, but she should be aware of it. That was why, after thinking about it, he knelt down in front of her without any hesitation. "What benefits do I get from helping you?" Wang Chong said impassively, his face impassive. "I have nothing to repay you with. If you save me and tell me how to resolve the flaw in my Spectre steps, I'm willing to serve you for eternity." Kneeling on the floor, the Eastern Islands female assassin gritted her teeth, drew out a dagger from her waist, and sliced the tip of her index finger. Crimson blood immediately gushed out from the tip of her finger. "I swear on the Black Dragon that I, Yasamiya Ayaka, am willing to serve Gongzi for eternity. I will be Gongzi's left and right arms to kill any opponent." As she spoke, the Eastern Islands female assassin drew a talisman in the air with her blood and tapped on her glabella. Ooh! The surroundings were silent, but a bizarre wind blew within a radius of several dozen zhang toward Wang Chong from the direction of the Eastern Islands female assassin, Yasamiya Ayaka. In an instant, the bizarre wind disappeared. A commotion broke out among the crowd. Unable to comprehend what was going on, Wang Chong couldn't put his finger on it either. It felt like something was amiss, but at the same time, nothing seemed to have changed. Just that, when he raised his head to look at Yasamiya Ayaka, he felt an inexplicable connection between the two of them. It's a mental type art. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. His soul was injured, and he hadn't fully recovered yet, so he wasn't able to sense it. However, Wang Chong was certain that it was some kind of mental type art. "What in the world are you up to? Black Dragon, White Dragon, whatever. Hurry up and leave." Shen Hai finally couldn't take it anymore. He stared at it for a long time, but he couldn't see anything at all. The only thing he could see was that this woman was trying to fool him. "Wait a moment. You're Yasamiya Ayaka, right? Get up. I promise you." "Gongzi!" Shen Hai and Meng Long exclaimed in shock. "Don't worry, there won't be a problem." Wang Chong waved his hands casually. Walking up to Mayasame Ayaka, he stretched out his hand and said, "I accept your request. Get up and rest for a while. You'll find that your strength will recover much faster here than in other places." Mayasame Ayaka subconsciously stretched out her hand, intending to grab Wang Chong's arm. But in the next instant, she suddenly realized something and retracted her hand as though she was fleeing. An extremely unnatural reaction appeared on her body, as though she wasn't used to having physical contact with others. "Yes, Gong, yes, master." Mayasame Ayaka lowered her head respectfully, completely different from the haughty and arrogant attitude she had a moment ago. Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment before he came to a realization. As an assassin, it was likely that she was unaccustomed to having physical contact with others. Heavens! There's no need to stand on ceremony. Go and cultivate by yourself. Wang Chong flung his sleeves and said. Standing up, Mayasame Ayaka walked over to the tree where she was tied up, sat down, and began cultivating. Looking at Mayasame Ayaka's figure, Shen Hai and Meng Long shook their heads. The feeling this female assassin gave them was completely different from others. It was just a moment ago that she was so haughty and arrogant. Yet, at this moment, she was able to say the word master so naturally. This was something that most people in the Tang dynasty wouldn't be able to do. In the Central Plains, there were those who addressed one as Old Master, Gongzi, and Young Master. However, there were very few who addressed one as Master. The more powerful one was, the more arrogant they would be, and the less likely they would address another as master. However, this didn't seem to apply to this female assassin at all. Wang Chong took in the reactions of the duo, but he didn't bother explaining the matter. The customs of the Eastern Islands were completely different from those of the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, Maya Same Ayaka's reaction might seem bizarre. However, in her homeland, Wang Chong felt that it was normal. Meng Long, don't think too much into it. I still have something for you to do, Wang Chong suddenly said. After dealing with Maya Same Ayaka and keeping the spirit vein in his hands, Wang Chong suddenly recalled another matter. Most of the places where spirit veins could form had extraordinary terrain. Wang Chong could vaguely recall that there was a top-notch iron mine not too far away from this spirit vein. However, Wang Chong only remembered that there was a mine in this area. As for which area it was, he had no idea. Meng Long would have to lead a group of men to investigate, excavate, and search for it. The reason why Wang Chong remembered this place was because the iron mine seemed to be nourished by the spirit vein. The quality of the ores within was extremely high, making it an excellent material for war. Chapter 135. Soon, Meng Long left the mountain with a few guards from the Wang family residence. Shunhai had also returned to the Wang clan, intending to call a few more people over. Even though his two trusted aides had left, leaving behind a bunch of commoners, Wang Chong wasn't worried at all. Even so, Wang Chong wasn't worried at all. With Li Zhuxin and the newly recruited assassin Maya Same Ayaka around, Wang Chong didn't have to worry about any danger at all. As for Maya Same Ayaka, Wang Chong wasn't so foolish as to tell her everything he knew. Wang Chong only told her the first level of the secret art. Even though this level wasn't sufficient to make up for the flaws in Spectre Steps, it was sufficient to alleviate the injuries Maya Same Ayaka was suffering from. Maya Same Ayaka should be able to sense this as soon as she cultivated it. After Shunhai and Meng Long left, Wang Chong didn't hold back. He first cultivated the single-character consecutive slash to the pinnacle before starting on the dragon bone art. Under the effects of the underground spirit vein, Wang Chong's mastery of the dragon bone art sped up significantly. Wang Chong was extremely familiar with all of this. Under the effects of the dragon bone art, Wang Chong's bones became tougher, denser, and more resilient. This was the effect of the tiger bone. The stronger the bones, the greater the endurance. A leopard would run out of energy after 100 meters, but a tiger would be able to chase after its prey. That was what Wang Chong was feeling at the moment. Even though the effects of cultivating the dragon bone art weren't too obvious, far from Might of the Barbaric God, Wang Chong could sense something deeper. His stamina and endurance were improving. Roughly half a month later, a bizarre sensation surged from within his body, and Wang Chong's body jolted. Under the effects of the spirit vein, he had finally broken through his bottleneck, reaching Tiger Bone 2 Dan. A surge of new energy was born within his body, and his bones seemed to be one with one. It was as though an explosive force could burst forth from any part of his body at any moment. This is the Tiger Bone 2 Dan. Wang Chong opened his eyes and felt that they were even brighter. In the past, he could only see 2 or 3 mountains ahead, but now he could clearly see 5 or 6 mountains ahead. His field of vision had increased significantly. With a twitch of his ears, Wang Chong could hear a lot of sounds that he couldn't hear before, and the range of his hearing had also increased a lot. In the distance, a deer perked up its ears on a boulder, listening warily to the Harkin's voice. Wang Chong could hear the birds gliding down from the treetops. Refining the tiger bone to a certain level can indeed greatly improve a cultivator's vision, hearing, smell, touch, and so on. Wang Chong stood on the empty ground, thoughts flashing through his mind. This time, it wasn't just in terms of strength. Wang Chong felt that he was full of energy, which was completely different from before. Of course, this was just a feeling that couldn't be seen from the outside. "Master!" A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, Wang Chong saw Maya Same Ayaka's bright eyes. She was still dressed in tight black clothes and a black veil, seemingly used to this attire. "What's wrong?" Wang Chong abruptly snapped out his daze. "Master, there's something I would like to tell you," Maya Same Ayaka said. She seemed to be filled with worries and worries. Oh, Wang Chang's interest was piqued. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to speak to him. Do you remember that we assassins have a group? What's wrong? Wang Chong asked curiously. This group is known as the Assassin Pavilion. The Spectre Steps was taught to me by the head of our Assassin Pavilion. Now that I've betrayed him, he'll surely find a way to kill me. Also, since the mission isn't over yet, he'll surely find someone else to kill you. In fact, he might even do it himself. The Assassin Pavilion will never accept a mission failure. Mayasame Ayaka said worriedly. Heh, is he very formidable? Wang Chong chuckled, not paying much heed to the matter. Very formidable. Mayasame Ayaka replied seriously. Even more formidable than Mr. Li? Wang Chong chuckled as he pointed to Li Zhuxin. Mr. Li isn't too bad, but I'm afraid that he isn't as formidable as our boss. Mayasame Ayaka's reply surprised Wang Chong. In an instant, the smile on Wang Chong's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Even Li Zhuxin couldn't help but turn his gaze over. Wang Chong knew how formidable Li Zhuxin was, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Yet, Mayasame Ayaka said that the Assassin Pavilion's boss was even more formidable than him. Wang Chong's face finally warped. If the Assassin Pavilion's boss was really that formidable, he was at least a true Martial Realm 8 Dan expert, perhaps even a profound Martial Realm expert. If that was the case, things wouldn't be as simple as they seemed. However, even though the boss is powerful, he rarely makes a move on his target. Furthermore, the rules of the Assassin Pavilion are different from other places. Before finding my whereabouts and confirming my death, he won't send anyone to deal with you. Before he finds me and ascertains whether I'm dead or alive, he won't send anyone to deal with you. So, I will hide myself carefully for the time being. Master, you must be careful as well. The Assassin Pavilion's boss is extremely fearsome. Mayasame Ayaka said grimly. Seeing how grave Mayasame Ayaka's words were, and how grave her face was, as if she was on the verge of death, Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. Master, what are you laughing at? Mayasame Ayaka suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I'm serious. I know. Wang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. You said that before he finds you and ascertains whether you're dead or alive, he won't make a move, right? Yes. Mayasame Ayaka replied seriously. How long do you think you can last without them noticing? Wang Chong asked once more. 3 months. No, if I work hard, I should be able to reach 3.5 months. That's my limit. Mayasame Ayaka pondered for a moment before replying. Hee, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Why would there be a need for 3 months? To me, a single month is more than enough to solve this problem. Wang Chong knew that he was confident in his words. Mayasame Ayaka widened her eyes in shock as she stared at the young man before her in shock. Impossible. Mayasame Ayaka's first reaction was that it was impossible. Wang Chong would find it hard to deal with even her. Needless to say, the Assassin Pavilion's boss. Haha, you can't be thinking that I'm alone, right? Your Assassin Pavilion's boss has a bunch of subordinates. Do you think that I would be so reckless as to fight him barehanded? Wang Chong chuckled. The Assassin Pavilion's boss was indeed formidable. If Wang Chong were an ordinary person, he would be helpless against him. But Wang Chong wasn't an ordinary person. Mayasame Ayaka was right. He had to be careful against top-notch experts. However, Wang Chong wasn't one to resign himself to his fate. You intend to mobilize the guards from a manor? It's useless. The guard in the master's manor, the 2 monks, the archer, Mr. Li, and I might not be a match for the assassins from the Assassin Pavilion. Mayasame Ayaka shook her head. She soon understood Wang Chong's intentions. As a descendant of ministers and generals, Wang Chong did possess an advantage that ordinary people didn't. However, these advantages were useless against assassins. Wang Chong's thoughts were extremely dangerous, and Mayasame Ayaka couldn't help but worry. Haha, you've misunderstood my intentions. Wang Chong waved his hands and hurriedly denied it. Why would I use the guards of the manor to deal with assassins? These guards were personally handpicked by my father from the battlefield. Even the death of a single one of them would make my heart ache. Naturally, I have to use the Imperial Army to deal with assassins. Hung Long. Even Li Zhuxin couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression on his face. The huge forest suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The people who were eavesdropping in the surroundings froze, and their eyes were filled with shock. The Imperial Army was the guardian of the Emperor, tasked to protect the capital. Only the current Holy Emperor had the authority to mobilize them. Yet, the young man behind them said that he could mobilize the Imperial Army. This was a taboo. You're actually able to mobilize the Imperial Army? Unknowingly, Li Zhuxin had walked over and assessed the young man before him in astonishment. But of course, most of it was disbelief. Wang Cheng was just a teenager. Even if he came from a clan of generals, it was impossible for him to mobilize the Imperial Army. Wang Cheng simply smiled, not bothering to explain. In his mind, he thought of Zhao Fengshan. He was already the commander of the Imperial Army. The master of the Assassin Pavilion might be powerful, but there was no way he would be stronger than the future commander of the Imperial Army. As for mobilizing the Imperial Army, there was a group of assassins in the capital. It was only right for the Imperial Army to be mobilized after such a huge incident. No matter how formidable an assassin was, it was impossible for them to stand against an army, not to mention the elite Imperial Army. Do you know the location of the Assassin Pavilion? Wang Cheng suddenly asked. Maya Same Ayaka subconsciously nodded with a dazed look on her face. Even though there isn't a fixed location, there will be a monthly gathering at a specific location. That's enough, Wang Cheng replied calmly. However, he had already made up his mind to inform Uncle Li Lin of the matter after he returned. He would leave this matter to Uncle Li Lin. Maya Same Ayaka didn't know that the fate of the organization she was in had been decided by a single word from Wang Cheng. After cultivating for a few more days on the peak of the mountain, the guards that Shunhai dispatched from the Wang residence finally arrived. Gongzi, Mr. Daoba has sent me to invite you over. He said that the saber has been forged, and Gongzi will have to deal with the rest. Madam has also sent word that something has happened in the residence, and she requests Gongzi to return to the residence as soon as possible. A guard of the Wang family knelt on one knee on the ground, his expression respectful. Oh, upon hearing those words, Wang Cheng's eyes fell into a daze. Unknowingly, so much time had passed in the mountain, and Toba Un's narrow, thin, thick saber had already been forged. Now that he thought about it, it should have been done long ago. The experts of the Imperial Army had probably trampled through the doorstep of the Wang family residence, and they were already impatient from waiting. As for his mother, thinking about it, it had indeed been a long time since he had gone back. As a son, strength was important, but he couldn't ignore his family as well. Mr. Li, make some preparations. Let's descend the mountain, Wang Cheng suddenly said. It was finally time to descend the mountain. Chapter 136. It had been a long time since Wang Cheng had returned to the capital. Now that he was back from the mountain, he suddenly had a different feeling. The mood in the capital suddenly became rather strange, one of poetry reciting. Although there had been people who had composed poems in the past, they had never reached such a level. Gongzi still doesn't know, right? Now, there was a poem circulating in the palace about the number one beauty in the world, Consort Taizhen. It was said that the poem was beautifully written. Do you see that place, young master? Places like the parlor of clouds and rain, the parlor of spring breeze, the parlor of jade, the parlor of immortals, and the parlor of beauties are everywhere in the city. They're like bamboo shoots after the rain. Many of them aren't new either. They're old restaurants and tea houses that follow the trend and change their names. Some even hang the poem on the door and make it into a plaque as a couplet. Amidst the surging crowd, the clueless Wang clan guard asked with great interest. Wang Cheng did not look carefully at first, but after being reminded, he looked carefully. Sure enough, Wang Cheng saw some extremely familiar scenery. On the left, clouds think of clothes, flowers think of beauty. On the right, the spring breeze caresses the balustrade, and the dew is dense. On the banner, parlor of clouds and rain. In another restaurant, there was a completely different picture hanging on the wall. Left, if not for the Jade Mountain. Right? We will meet under the moon at the Yaotai. Horizontal line, beauty house. Each and every one of them was a huge plaque. Beauty wine, beauty wine. A great hero should drink the wine of beauties. Fairy tea, come, 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 drink a bowl, you will feel refreshed. Loud shouts came from the two restaurants and tea houses facing the street. Hearing these shouts, Wang Chong's expression suddenly became very interesting. Not many people knew that he had helped the King of Song and that he had written a poem. At least, the Wang family didn't know about it. The sudden change in the capital caught everyone off guard, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But soon, Wang Chong smelled something. It's very difficult for ordinary people to know about the affairs of the palace. This matter was most likely spread by that person in the Yuzhen Palace. At least, she agreed. Wang Chong thought to himself. After cultivating on the spirit vein for more than a month, he didn't care much about the affairs of the court. However, since Consort Taizhen was willing to post this poem, it meant that Consort Taizhen had accepted his kindness. In other words, although the King of Song and the Consort Taizhen had disagreements and conflicts with his matchmaking, at least the impact of this matter had been minimized. The fact that Consort Taizhen was willing to spread this poem meant that she didn't care much about the King of Song. The fact that such words could be heard in the marketplace meant that the Consort Taizhen incident's influence in the court had been minimized. If there were no accidents, this matter could be considered over. This song of purity and peace is indeed powerful. Wang Chong faintly smiled, and then he began to walk toward the Wang clan. Upon returning to the residence, the first thing Wang Chong did was to summon Tuoba Guyuan. Gongzi, the saber you wanted has been forged. In Wang Chong's room, Tuoba Guyuan was holding onto a 7-chi-long saber. His head was lowered, and his eyes were deeply sunken. It seemed like he had spent a lot of time on it. It's heavy. The first thought that struck Wang Chong upon receiving the saber was how heavy it was. If one didn't possess immense strength, it would be impossible for one to move this saber. At the very least, it would be impossible for those below Origin Energy Tier 6 to use this saber. It's indeed different after adding a June of Hyderabad ores. Wang Chong thought. The Wuzi steel saber, forged by Tuoba Guyuan, was almost identical to the one on Wang Chong's blueprint. In certain aspects, it was even more demanding than Wang Chong's. Just from the color contrast, brightness, texture, and uniformity, Wang Chong could tell that the quality of the saber was much higher than the 4 Wuzi steel sword embryos he forged back then, as expected of a number 1 swordsmith in the future. Wang Chong was impressed. Wang Chong's Wuzi steel saber was forged by a few high-tier blacksmiths in the Wei residence, and his younger sister, Wang Xiaoyao, was also a part of it. However, this combination clearly couldn't match up to Tuoba Guyuan, the number 1 swordsmith in the future. In terms of pursuing certain details, Wang Chong realized that Tuoba Guyuan shared the same ideals as him. In fact, in certain aspects, they were even striving for perfection. Not bad. You've worked hard. Wang Chong nodded as he looked at Tuoba Guyuan. As long as Gongzi is satisfied. Tuoba Guyuan replied with a respectful expression. To Wang Chong, Tuoba Guyuan was the number 1 swordsmith in the world. However, to Tuoba Guyuan, Wang Chong was the true number 1 swordsmith. Tuoba Guyuan had immersed himself in the field of weapons for a long time, but he had never seen anyone who could design a weapon of this level. After forging it, Tuoba Guyuan gave it a try. The slash and slash prowess were extremely powerful, far surpassing other weapons that Tuoba Guyuan had seen before. Furthermore, it was extremely smooth to use, making it impossible for one to stop. Needless to say, put it down. To a saber cultivator, this saber would definitely possess an incredible allure. You can go and rest first. Leave the rest to me. Yes, Gongzi. Tuoba Guyuan bowed and left quickly. What is hard is easy to break. This was an irrefutable logic. Tuoba Guyuan's initial forging was completed. However, such a saber was far from what Wang Chong required. The subsequent steps, quenching and tempering, were the most crucial. Without these 2 steps, the 7 feet long, narrow, thin, and thick saber might not even be able to reach the battlefield and encounter those powerful experts in weapons. It wouldn't be long before it broke because of its rigidity. However, quenching and tempering could greatly increase the toughness of a weapon, preventing it from breaking too easily. If one didn't know these two steps, even if one were to imitate the outer appearance of Wang Chong's weapon, one wouldn't be able to obtain the essence of the saber, and it would still break easily. After placing the 7-chi long saber in his room, Wang Chong first washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes, after which he ran over to pay his respects to his mother. "Mother!" Wang Chong bowed respectfully to his mother. "I'm sorry for worrying you over the past few days." In Wang Chong's heart, his mother would always be the most important. "Hee, it's good that you're back." Madame Wang sat on a dark-colored wooden armchair. Upon seeing Wang Chong's return, she pointed to the seat beside her and said, "Sit." Wang Chong obeyed and sat down. However, he was curious. He received a message from his mother at the spirit vein. If it wasn't something important, his mother wouldn't call for him. "Chonger, I called you back this time. I have something to discuss with you." Madame Wang's expression softened. Even though Wang Chong was only 15 years old, he rarely caused her to worry. This was unimaginable in the past. "Chonger, do you still remember how you said that you wanted to enter the Kunwa training camp?" "Wang." A single stone raises 1,000 ripples. Wang Chong's heart jolted. He abruptly raised his head with a solemn expression. He had thought about why his mother would look for him, but he didn't expect it to be this matter. "Mother, is there any news regarding the Kunwa training camp?" Wang Chong asked with a concerned expression. The Consort Taijan incident and Regional Commander's incident were closely related to the royal court, but the 3 great training camps were the most closely related to him. In his previous life, because he didn't enter the 3 great training camps, Wang Chong had to take many detours. Eventually, due to his talent in the art of war, he caught the eye of the elders and became the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains. However, it was already too late by then. His defeat was already decided. The heavens help those who help themselves. One's fate had to be grasped in one's own hands. Thus, while Wang Chong paid attention to the matters of the royal court, Wang Chong also paid attention to the 3 great training camps. In Wang Chong's plan, the 3 great training camps was an important part of it. Madame Wang wasn't aware of Wang Chong's thoughts. She only thought that he was desperate to enter the 3 great training camps. The matter regarding the 3 great training camps has been decided, and they are currently constructing 3 large-scale training camps. Also, the slots have been confirmed. The first batch of slots is extremely tight, and all of the clans are hoping to send their children there. In the capital, all of the prestigious clans are working hard on this matter, hoping to snatch a slot for the training camps. "I remember that you said that you wanted to enter the Kunwa training camp, so I called you over," Madame Wang said. "How can that be?" Hearing his mother's solemn tone, Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched. He was surprised. The slots for the 3 great training camps were tight, but in Wang Chong's memories, it shouldn't have reached such a level yet. When the 3 great training camps were first established, the scope of attention wasn't small. It was only after the first batch that the prestigious clans began to chase after them. If what his mother said was true, then the attention that the 3 great training camps garnered was much greater than what he remembered in his previous life. "You don't have to worry about the slots for now. 2 days ago, your big uncle sent me a message. The King of Song has already secured 2 slots for you. However, this isn't a guarantee. I heard that the Holy Emperor has given his approval for the training camp this time around, and no one is allowed to tamper with it. If you wish to enter the training camp, you have to pass an examination. The slot that the King of Song has given you isn't a guarantee either. So, I intend to find you a teacher." "The King of Song. The King of Song? Wait a moment, Mother. What did you just say? Teacher? What teacher? You want to find me a teacher?" Wang Chong was astonished. Her words were still fine at the start, but the tone of her words changed completely. Why did she bring up the topic of the Kunwa training camp to a teacher? Indeed, Madame Wang didn't think much of it. She thought that Wang Chong was just a little embarrassed. There are quite a few prestigious clans in the capital, and the competition is too intense. I asked around, and the madams in the capital are all running around worrying about this matter. Some of them even went to the royal palace to plead with the concubines. Given how intense the competition is, I've thought about it for a long time, and I think that it's better for you to find a teacher. This is also the main reason why I brought you back. With a teacher, nothing will go wrong. Otherwise, if you fail, our Wong clan is a clan of generals. Our Wong clan is a clan of generals. At that time, we will lose face greatly. Madame Wong said with a worried look. Chapter 137. Mother, there's no need, Wang Chong quickly said. Why? Madame Wong was surprised. Wang Chong's reaction was far beyond her expectations. Chong-er, I'm doing this for your sake. Actually, I should have hired a master for you long ago. It was only because of my father's absence and my negligence that this happened. Listen to your mother this time. Mother, wait a moment. The Kunwa training camp hasn't officially started yet, right? Let's talk about it after some time. Wang Chong hurriedly dodged the question. Wang Chong knew that his mother meant well, but with his situation, he didn't need a master at all. On the other hand, he could be someone else's master. Bringing a master over, not knowing his background or depth, would instead restrict Wang Chong. He would have to consider many things, and he would not be able to do as he pleased. For example, Wang Chong would have a lot of concerns about the secret alchemist teams in the Imperial Palace and the Prince's mansions. After spending so much time together, he would eventually be discovered. If that kind of secret was exposed and the Wang family was implicated, it would cause a huge uproar. What do you mean wait a while? By that time, it would be too late. Nonsense. Listen to me this time. I'll find a master for you. It's settled then. Madame Wong finally put on a stern face and displayed the authority of a parent. By the time the 3 great training camps started, what was the point of looking for a master? Wasn't that just fooling around? Ah, Mother, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I already have a master. Seeing that his mother was going to make decisions for him, Wang Chong finally confessed. You have a master? Madame Wong's face was filled with astonishment. Yeah, Mother, haven't you noticed that my strength has increased a lot? Didn't I defeat Duke of Su's grandson, Su Xian, at the Four Quarters Embassy? Actually, I already have a master. It was Uncle who arranged it for me. At the critical moment, Wang Chong hurriedly summoned his uncle, Li Lin. His uncle was an expert from the Imperial Army. His presence would definitely be convincing. Your uncle? As expected, when she heard Uncle Li Lin's name, her mother frowned deeply, but she did not pursue the matter further. If it's a master that your uncle found for you, then it's possible. Your uncle is in the Imperial Army, and there are many experts in the Imperial Palace. With his ability, it would be more than enough for him to find a teacher for you. After saying so, Madame Wong finally gave up. Wang Chong quickly changed the topic and found an excuse to change the topic, which made his mother laugh. Coming out of the room, Wang Chong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. I'll have to inform Uncle about this matter, lest we expose ourselves. Wang Chong thought to himself. Although he temporarily used his uncle as a shield, Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. Although his mother was easy to talk to at times, she wasn't easy to fool at other times. Perhaps one day, he would ask about his master on a whim. Looks like that matter has to be brought forward, Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he recalled that matter. Setting off from his residence, Wang Chong drove straight to the Wei residence. Wang Chong, you're finally back. Upon hearing the news, Wei Hao ran out of his residence excitedly with a look of anticipation on his face. It had been a while since they last met, and Wei Hao's frame seemed to have grown significantly. His spirit was completely different from before. Furthermore, he even brought along a few lackeys from the prestigious clans. I heard that you were out of the city, so I went to your residence a few times. The guards at your residence have no idea where you went. Right, these are my new lackeys, Tao Chun and Lu Jin. Hurry up and pay respect to young Master Chong. Wei Hao laughed as he looked behind him. Paying respect to young Master Chong. Upon hearing Wei Hao's words, the 2 scions hurriedly bowed. When he stood up, he glanced at Wang Chong in the carriage with a tinge of fear in his eyes. There was probably no one in the 8 Gods Pavilion who didn't know of Wang Chong. It seems like you've been doing well recently. Wang Chong looked at the 2 scions in surprise. Wei Hao was known as a lone wolf in the 8 Gods Pavilion. Other than him, he didn't have any friends. But now this fellow actually took in lackeys. Not bad. You've been living well recently. Wang Chong was here to look for Wei Hao, but at this moment, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. Of course, you might not know, but that lad, Gao Fei, has become extremely obedient after beating him up. Do you think it'll be that easy for that lad, Subai, to lay a finger on me? Right now, in the Eight Gods Pavilion, I, Wei Hao, am an eight-legged crab. Wei Hao patted his chest gleefully. Youngster Wei, cut it out. I still don't know who you are. Wang Chong exposed him with a single sentence and beckoned him over. Come up. I have something to talk to you about. Oh, you guys can return first. I'll look for you later. Seeing that Wang Chong was serious, Wei Hao beckoned to the two scions behind him, and without any hesitation, he immediately dived into Wang Chong's carriage. The carriage began moving, and Wei Hao sat down opposite to Wang Chong. Wang Chong, what's the matter? Wei Hao, do you remember what I told you previously? That I wanted you to look for someone for me? Zhang Munian? No, the other one. You can't have forgotten about it, right? Wang Chong said. You mean that? Wei Hao immediately understood what he meant. Regarding the matter regarding the charity hall, I've done as you instructed. Right now, there are around 30 shops in the capital that are run by us. Every day, we would give out porridge, clothes, and blankets to the vagabonds and beggars. However, the daily expenses for these are huge, and you should be able to afford it. As for the old man you wanted me to look for, I've paid attention to him as well. I really didn't see him. Back then, after the incident at the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wang Chong's uncle interceded on his behalf, and he sold the first Wuzi steel sword to Zhao Fengshen for 37,000 taels. Wang Chong gave half of the money to Ablonidin and Arloja, and the other half to Wei Hao. It was then that Wang Chong requested Wei Hao to do him a favor. The first matter was to set up the charity hall. In his previous life, when the Wang clan fell, Wang Chong's entire family wandered from place to place, experiencing all kinds of hardships in the world. They were treated coldly, looked down on, and starved. This was because he had experienced such a life, and he had accepted gifts and help from others. Thus, he could understand why. Regardless of the era, space-time continuum, or even the most prosperous era, there was no lack of vagabonds and beggars who wandered from place to place. There were all sorts of reasons why these people wandered from place to place. Some of them were like Wang Chong in his previous life. Some were born with a disability, some met with an unexpected calamity, some suffered a huge mental trauma, and some lost the land that they relied on for survival. Regardless of the reason, every single one of them had a different tragedy to face. Due to his own experience, Wang Chong wanted to set up the charity hall to help those in need. It was just like those people whose names he didn't know, but who had helped him in his previous life. This was one of Wang Chong's wishes in his previous life. The other matter was to look for a mysterious old man. In his previous life, there were a few things that Wang Chong wanted the most, but he had never been able to obtain them. Even in his death, he had no fate with these things. One of them was So Yung-sun's Art of God and Demon Obliteration. In the Battle of the Capital, So Yung-sun had used his own strength to display a world-shaking sword art, killing thousands of the otherworldly invaders and stopping their offensive. This supreme art had just revealed its edge and shocked the world when it was buried together with So Yung-sun in the ruins of the capital, becoming a lost art. In the days to come, there would be countless bloody battles that required this art, but no one would be able to use it. Countless people sighed endlessly when they brought it up, revealing endless regret. The other was the great Yin-yang heaven creation art. In the war against the otherworldly invaders in the Central Plains, there was one person who stood out the most. He didn't need any weapons, but he could easily kill a large number of the otherworldly invaders. Before him, all the otherworldly invaders would be turned into withered corpses, their deaths extremely gruesome. In the war against the otherworldly invaders, the might displayed by the great Yin-yang heaven creation art was not one bit inferior to that of So Yung-sun, who had fought against 10,000 in the capital. In the apocalyptic era, this was publicly acknowledged as one of the 5 great arts. Unfortunately, even though this person had obtained the world mining art, his talent was far too lacking. His combat experience, reaction speed, agility, and adaptability were all incomparable to this supreme art. Given this person's mediocre talent, he should never have learned this art. Later on, he learned that this was indeed the case. When this person was 27 or 28, he had accomplished nothing and was working as a hired laborer in a wealthy clan. He didn't have much of a cultivation in martial arts, and he didn't even have much interest in it. However, his greatest merit was that he had a kind heart. Normally, he would often help those in need. Then, one day, for some unknown reason, he actually saved a peerless devil. When this demon was young, he committed all sorts of evil and killed countless people, inspiring fear in the world of sections. But after he was betrayed and saved by that person, his personality underwent a huge change. He abandoned evil and became a kind and benevolent old man. The old man had forced him to accept the great yin-yang heaven creation art, and had even led him onto a completely different path, as if to atone for his sins, and also to change that person's overly ordinary and mediocre aptitude. The old man gave up all of his power, and even his life. He used the great enlightenment technique to transfer all of his power to that person, and from then on, he created a peerless genius. As for the old man himself, he died from the dissipation of his cultivation. Just like that, an ordinary 28-year-old man with mediocre talent became a top-notch expert in the span of a single night. In order to repay the old man's kindness, he hardened his heart and killed those who had betrayed the old man. At the same time, he also walked a path that he had never wanted to tread. Wang Cheng had never met that person, but all of this, including all of his encounters, had been spread by that person himself. When a person stepped onto a path that he didn't like, even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be happy. When a person was born with mediocre talent and had no intention of stepping onto the martial path, his fate was already sealed the moment he stepped onto this path in order to repay the old man's kindness. In the end, that peerless expert who possessed the great yin-yang heaven creation art fell into a heavy encirclement because of his mediocrity in combat. He was surrounded and killed by the horsemen of the foreign lands. The great yin-yang heaven creation art was lost in the later stages as a result. At that time, Wang Cheng hadn't become the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains yet, and the martial artists of the Central Plains hadn't begun the campaign to promote martial arts to the public. Chapter 138. Wang Cheng remembered all of these things deeply. These were the things that Wang Cheng deeply regretted after he became the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains. It was precisely because of this that his path to saving the Central Plains was filled with twists and tribulations. Even until his death, Wang Cheng was unable to surpass his limits and reach those legendary realms. As such, in this reincarnation, Wang Cheng's greatest wish was to make up for the regrets in his heart. He wanted to obtain these ultimate arts that were destined to be forgotten in the future. Not only was it for himself, but it was also so that these top-notch ultimate arts wouldn't be buried in the dust of history like in his previous life. As such, on Wang Cheng's list of names, the old man who possessed the great yin-yang heaven creation art had always been an important figure. However, it was a pity that the old man was too mysterious. Even that old man was extremely secretive about his unorthodox teacher, only addressing him as the evil emperor. The capital was massive, so how could Wang Cheng know when he would be ambushed or where he would appear? In this aspect, Wang Cheng could only ask for Wei Hao's help. There's no need to rush this matter. Just help me keep a lookout. See if there's any special old man. Wang Cheng knew that he had given Wei Hao too few details, and it was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. It would be too difficult for Wei Hao to find the evil emperor with just these few details. After driving Wei Hao around the city, Wang Cheng took a look at the charity hall. Wei Hao had indeed done a good job. The entrance of the charity hall was packed with people. Clothes, food, water, and a place to rest. All of these were well prepared. In this aspect, it was much better for the Wei clan to have a specialized talent than for him to do it himself. I will have Shun Hai prepare another 50,000 gold taels for you. Open more of these charity halls. Other than the capital, you can open more of them in other places as well. Also, help me keep an eye on the old man I mentioned when you have the time. Inform me as soon as you receive any news. All right, Wei Hao agreed without hesitation. After chatting with Wei Hao for a while, Wang Chong put Wei Hao down and walked toward the Ghost Tree District. Now that he thought about it, it had been more than a month since he last went to the Ghost Tree District to play chess. Big brother. Under the huge locust tree, most of the people had dispersed. However, there was another kid squatting on the ground. When he saw Wang Chong, his eyes lit up and he stood up, his face flushed with excitement. "Little guy, you're still here." Wang Chong smiled and patted his head, handing over a candy man he had bought on the way. "Big brother, why were you gone for so long?" The old grandpa had asked several times. "I thought you weren't coming," the child named Jian said. His words were unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat when he heard the old man, Jian, mentioned several times. After playing chess for so long, this was the first time Wang Chong had heard of that person. There was no doubt that his performance in chess had finally attracted his attention. "Don't worry. How could Big Brother not come? I'm just going on a long trip." Wang Chong smiled. "Then will Big Brother go on a long trip again?" "I don't think so," Wang Chong said. The opening of the 3 major training camps was a major event that could affect one's career and fate for the rest of one's life. In comparison, advancing 1 or 2 levels in the spirit vein wasn't that important. In any case, he could go there again in the future. That's great. The child wasn't a scheming person. When he heard that Wang Chong wouldn't be going on a long trip again, he immediately jumped up in excitement. As he shouted, he reached his chubby hand into the chess jar and took out a black piece. "Big brother, here's a piece for you." Wang Chong smiled and held the black piece in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on the chessboard. The first time Wang Chong had come here, the game on the golden chessboard had been a one-sided battle. There were only a dozen or so pieces on the chessboard. But now, the chessboard was densely packed with 80 or 90 black and white pieces. With a glance, Wang Chong knew that the white pieces were at an absolute disadvantage. The white pieces aren't far from losing. Looking at the golden chessboard, Wang Chong smiled. So Young's son might be unparalleled in martial arts and was a war god, but when it came to the art of war, he was no match for him. When it came to commanding battles, he had probably experienced more battles than Wang Chong in his previous life, not less. Moreover, before he transmigrated, he was already the publicly acknowledged war saint in a global strategy game. In terms of martial arts, he was naturally miles behind So Young's son. But when it came to the art of war, there was probably no one in this world who could beat him. In a few more days, the white pieces will probably have to admit defeat. Wang Chong laughed in his heart. His way of playing chess was completely different from others. From the first day, his black pieces had been laying out a game. Looking at the situation, Su Zhangshun felt that he only held a slight advantage at the moment. But after a few days, his plan would be completed. So Young's son would know that he had no hope at all. Wang Chong might have challenged him to a duel, but to play chess with him, even if it was the war god that he respected, he had chosen the wrong opponent. As these thoughts flashed past his mind, Wang Chong put down his piece and pressed it neatly on the golden chessboard. One more thing. After leaving the Ghost Tree District, Wang Chong thought of Liu Zhang. It had been more than a month, and logically speaking, he should have at least 3 elixirs. Turning his horse around, Wang Chong headed straight for the falling Jade Pavilion. "Io, my little ancestor, eldest young master, you're finally here. If you're any later, something big is going to happen." In the falling Jade Pavilion, a lamp was lit. Seeing Wang Chong appear, Liu Zhang slapped his thigh with a frightened expression. "Do you know that if you don't appear, the qualification that you obtained with great difficulty will be revoked?" Then, the qualification to become a shadow that he had worked so hard to obtain would be revoked. That's 200,000 gold taels. Don't exaggerate it. If something really goes wrong, can you handle it? Where's the elixir? Hurry up and hand it over." Wang Chong laughed heartily, not falling for his trick. Liu Zhang was from the Alchemist Alliance, and given his strength, it was only a matter of a few days. It was impossible for him to stall for time. As expected, after hearing Wang Chong's words, Liu Zhang chuckled awkwardly. This young master of the Wong clan might be young, but it wasn't easy to fool him. "Where's the elixir?" "3, right? Hand it over," Wang Chong said as he lifted his robe and sat down on the tiger skin chair in the room. The falling jade pavilion looked eerie from the outside, but it was luxurious on the inside. He as expected, "I can't hide it from young master." Liu Zhang didn't beat around the bush and walked into the room. When he came out, there were a few purple brocade boxes in his hands. "Young master, please open it. This is something that I exchanged with a few others for you this month," Liu Zhang said with a fawning expression. The Alchemist Alliance wouldn't easily do business with outsiders. For example, the Wong clan might be a family with 3 generations of generals and ministers, but they didn't enter the eyes of the Alchemist Alliance. Their partners were all long-time allies. Some of them even originated from the previous dynasty and were extremely secretive. However, the Wong clan was the most special one. Not only did they have a huge influence in the court, but they also made up for their biggest shortcoming, wealth. It was just like the embryonic form of the empire's largest family in the future. At least, in Liu Zhang's eyes, as long as everything remained unchanged. In the future, they might become the newest and eternal partner of the Alchemist Alliance. "It's been hard on you. Don't worry. I won't mistreat you for helping me." Wang Chong patted Six-Fingered Zhang's shoulders, as though he was impartial in his punishment and reward. "Pa!" When Wang Chong opened the first box, a familiar smell assailed his nostrils. Within the brocade box, a white pill lay at the bottom of the box. Its surface was emitting a faint aura. "Tiger bone, small, rejuvenation pill." Wang Chong's eyes lit up as he called out. Among all the pills, the one he liked the most was this pill that could raise one's aptitude. This kind of pill was really too rare. It was impossible to buy it in the outside world. This was the exclusive trade of the Alchemist Alliance in the palace. This small rejuvenation pill seems a little different. Suddenly, Wang Chong's eyelids twitched. He noticed something different. This tiger bone small rejuvenation pill seemed to be different from the one he had consumed before. Young master has good eyesight. The one you consumed before was just a defective product. This was the pill that had been refined to perfection. The effect is completely different. Six-Fingered Zhang chuckled, revealing Zhang Xian's secret. "What?" Wang Chong was taken aback. He immediately looked at the pills in the brocade box. Young master, don't be nervous. Our Alchemist Alliance doesn't sell defective products. All of these pills were of good quality. The so-called defective products are only in the eyes of us alchemists. In the outside world, there's still top-notch pills. I know that young master wants top-notch pills that can raise one's aptitude. That's why I spent a lot of effort to get them for you." Liu Zhang began to take credit. Did you go gambling again?" Hearing this, Wang Chong smiled. He didn't even look at the pills. He raised his head and looked at Liu Zhang. "Listen to me. If you want to gamble, you can. But don't go to those galley gambling houses anymore. At that time, you will be in trouble. I won't be able to save you every time." Wang Chong said. Young master's eyes are really sharp. Liu Zhang smiled embarrassedly. Being stared at by a 15-year-old boy made him feel like a child doing something wrong in front of an adult. Liu Zhang knew that this was wrong, but he couldn't help but have such a feeling. This young master of the Wong clan was simply too cunning. He could see through one's heart with just a glance. He didn't say anything at all. He just knew that he went to gamble and was short of money. In just a few interactions, Six-Fingered Zhang already felt that there was no secret he could hide from the other party. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of benefits for you," Wang Chong just casually said and didn't pursue the matter seriously. With a snap, Wang Chong opened the box. A dense wave of elemental energy immediately emitted from the brocade box. Smelling this scent, Wang Chong's expression changed. "Elemental Chi Pill. You guys can actually refine such a thing." Chapter 139. It's not that powerful. Hearing the name Vitality Pill, Liu Zhang was startled. That wasn't the name of the pill. However, he quickly understood what Wang Chong meant. This is an acquired pill. It's a new pill recipe that a young alchemist in the palace recently researched. It has never appeared before. It's very difficult to refine, and it has exploded many times. Right now, it's only a few defective products. It hasn't been perfected yet. This kind of defective product that was first refined cannot be presented to the Holy Emperor or the princes in the palace. If there's a problem, their heads will fall off. In the end, they brought it here. I can't help it. This is a hard sell. Every month, there would always be some pills like this that were forced to be distributed. They're expensive and not very good. At the end, Six-Fingered Zhang had an embarrassed look on his face. Defective product? Wang Cheng turned around with a surprised look. He looked at the pill on the table again. Sure enough, the pill didn't emit pure vitality, but some other impurities. He was too shocked before, so he didn't notice it. This what you see is actually just a layer of wax on the outside. This way, the impurities in the pill can be sealed. Liuji Zhang said embarrassedly. This was a small trick in alchemy. He was an alchemist himself, so he naturally knew about it. Wang Cheng's eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. He grabbed the acquired pill on the table and stuffed it into his mouth. After the skin of the pill broke, a messy smell immediately came out. It's the smell of medicinal herbs, and it should be the kind of high-grade, spiritual herbs. Wang Cheng suddenly came to a realization. The alchemist probably wanted to extract the spiritual energy in the medicinal herbs, and then use some special method to refine something like the vitality pill. However, this matter was obviously not that easy. Gulp. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Cheng mumbled and quickly swallowed the pill. A wave of heat exploded in his body, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones. Wang Cheng felt warm all over. With the help of the Dan Shi, Wang Cheng felt that his strength had increased by a notch in just a moment. Compared to before, the essence in his body had also increased a little. After a while, when the medicinal efficacy of the pill disappeared, Wang Cheng finally calmed down. What 6 batches Zhang said was right. This was indeed not some essence qi pill. There was only a small amount of essence qi in the elixir, not as much as Wang Cheng had imagined. Liuji Zhang didn't think much of it. From an alchemist's point of view, a defective product was worthless. But Wang Cheng was different. I didn't expect that I could actually use money to buy something similar to the essence qi pill. Wang Cheng's heart rose and fell, and it was difficult for him to calm down. To a martial artist, the most precious thing was undoubtedly yuan qi. In the imperial palace, there was actually someone who could refine something similar to the essence qi pill. This truly shocked Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng finally understood why this alchemist's secret alliance was so mysterious. The items were sold at such a high price, yet there were so many powerful forces that flocked to it. There were many things here that couldn't be bought with money in the outside world. This was truly a priceless treasure. How much does one acquired pill cost? Wang Cheng asked, opening his eyes. 6,000 taels. Liuji Zhang said. He wasn't talking about silver here, but actual gold. This was an alchemist used by the imperial palace. He had never sold an elixir that was priced in silver. How many can you refine in a month? 3. Liuji Zhang said. I want all of them. Bring them all over for me. Wang Cheng said. Ah. Six-Fingered Zhang was astonished. But this is a defective product of the elementary level. I know. Wang Cheng smiled and said in an unquestionable tone. The last one was a healing elixir. Although it looked ordinary, how could a healing elixir concocted by the imperial palace's alchemist be comparable to an ordinary one? With 2 elixirs, Wang Cheng left the Falling Jade Pavilion. After solving all the problems at once, Wang Cheng focused all his attention on the 7 Qi long saber. This was Wang Cheng's second weapon, which was very important to Wang Cheng. Moreover, one wouldn't know the cost of daily necessities. Previously, when Wang Cheng received more than 600,000 taels of gold, he felt that he would never be able to finish spending it. But when he really put it to use, he felt that he was spending money like water. Joining the alchemist's secret alliance cost him more than 200,000 taels of gold. After giving Wei Hao 50 to 60 taels of gold and adding other miscellaneous items, Wang Cheng only had about 200,000 taels of gold left. At this rate, he was afraid that he would soon run out of money. If so, he would fall back to his previous penniless state. It's about time for me to bring out my new work, Wang Chong thought to himself. Driving the car, Wang Chong made sure that no one was tailing him before entering the cavern of the Wei clan's smithy once more. The surroundings of the smithy were silent. Wei Hao had already given this place to Wang Chong. As long as Wang Chong needed it, this place could become Wang Chong's personal smithy. The Wei clan had many businesses, and smithy was only one of them. Take this smithy as an example. As long as Wei Hao made up for its loss, even his father, the Duke of Wei, wouldn't be able to notice that something had been done to it. Help me guard the outside. Don't let anyone get close. Wang Chong arranged for Li Zhuxin to guard the outside before entering the cavern alone. Wang Chong was already very familiar with quenching weapons. Even though quenching was very important to a weapon, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, it wasn't actually that complicated to operate. The key was the change in thinking and the change in the quenching fluid. The quenching that Wang Chong had mastered was completely beyond this era. Walking into the cavern, Wang Chong poured the quenching fluid that was a mixture of sesame oil, sheep oil, butter, and asphalt brought by the Western region merchants into the metal trough. Then, he went to the nearby area to cut some pine branches, pile them on the ground, and started burning them. The temperature at which Wuzi steel was quenched was very important. Otherwise, even if one mastered the right quenching fluid, the quality of the final product could be worlds apart, and it might even turn into a waste product. From night till dawn, Wang Chong was extremely busy. Around daybreak, the morning sun rose. A sizzling black smoke rose from the metal trough. A moment later, Wang Chong took out a pair of metal pliers and fished out the narrow, thin, and thick saber from the trough. Oil flowed everywhere, and a shiny saber with beautiful patterns appeared in front of Wang Chong. This was the world's first narrow, thin, and thick saber. When a morning sun shone in from outside the cavern, it reflected a dazzling, cold light. Just by looking at it, Wang Chong could feel that this saber was extremely sharp and indestructible. Clang! With a flash of cold light, the metal trough containing the quenching fluid was immediately cut into two. It was so soft that it looked like it was rotting. Good saber. Wang Chong looked at the saber and smiled. Even without the praise of others, Wang Chong could feel that this saber was probably even sharper than his Wuzi steel sword. This saber combined the skills of the world's #1 swordsmith, Tuoba Guiyuan, and his epic-making skills. In terms of quality, it had already reached the peak of this world. Moreover, the unique arc and weight of the blade were enough to make it the favorite of experts in the saber Dao. It's a pity that I only use swords, Wang Chong thought to himself. He used a sword for his single-character consecutive slash, and this saber wasn't suitable for him. However, even a swordsman like Wang Chong couldn't bear to let go of this saber when he held it in his hands. Needless to say, those saber experts would feel the same way. This saber wasn't just sharp. Its exterior design was originally very suitable for slashing, and slashing. Now, all that's left is to temper it, Wang Chong thought to himself. To many people, a saber like Wang Chong's was already a finished product. Even if he took it out, it would be sought after by tens of thousands of people. However, Wang Chong knew that this wasn't the way to go. Although such a saber was sharp and easy to use, it was easy to break. If it was too rigid, it might not be a good thing for a saber. If he didn't solve this problem, it might be broken at a crucial moment in the hands of top-notch martial artists. In this world, although there weren't many people who forged sabers, there were definitely people who understood sabers. At least, many people knew the principle of rigid but easy to break. For those top-notch martial artists, they could use brute force to hit the middle of the saber or close to 70% of the hilt. They would most likely be able to break the saber with brute force. If that happened, the reputation of Wuzi steel in this world would be ruined. The reputation that Wang Chong had painstakingly built up would also be destroyed. In the future, it wouldn't be so easy to make money from Hyderabad ores. That would be destroying his own reputation. Of course, Wang Chong wouldn't do such a thing. Therefore, he had to temper it. Many people thought that after quenching, the saber and sword were considered complete. However, almost no one knew that after quenching, there was actually another process called temper. This was the last process in the entire process of forging a sword, and it was also the highest and pinnacle of the process. In this world, many people hadn't even mastered the skill of quenching, let alone the epic-making skill of temper. This was a skill that Wang Chong had mastered alone. At the same time, it was his biggest and final secret in the field of swordsmithing. Without the technique of temper, a weapon like the 7-foot narrow, thick saber would never be made. If it was made, it would only be a joke and not a real weapon. Temper could eliminate the quenching and the small internal cracks caused by the hammering of the saber and sword. It could also repair and prevent the saber from deforming. This was one of the reasons. In addition, temper could further increase the performance of the saber and sword in all aspects, including sharpness, hardness, durability, and most importantly, toughness. Toughness might not sound like much, but if one thought about it, adding toughness to an extremely hard weapon was incredible. It was like wrapping a piece of ice in a fire and not melting it. Once a 7-foot narrow, thick saber had toughness, even if it was just a little bit, it would make a huge difference in performance. With toughness, the saber could be considered to have truly made up for its shortcomings and become a real top-notch weapon. Moreover, he wouldn't have to worry about being snapped by the fingers of those top-notch fighters in battle. With temper, he could add toughness to a weapon. This meant that in this world, Wang Chong had truly mastered a never-before-seen weapon-making technique. Chapter 140. The Nurturing of Uncle in the Cavern. Wang Chong chopped some pine branches and started a new fire. Unlike quenching, this was a small fire. There were only a few pine branches. The temperature of tempering was even lower than that of quenching, around 150 degrees Celsius. Thus, a small fire with a few pine branches sufficed. It's about time. Wang Chong placed a hand on top of the fire and felt that it was about time. Thus, he placed the quenched saber on top of the fire. A temperature of 150 degrees Celsius was extremely low, far from being able to melt Wuzi steel. In fact, it would be hard for the saber to even heat it until it was slightly red. Under such circumstances, and after being quenched, the toughness of the saber had reached an astonishing level. This meant that the tempering process was much more energy-consuming than quenching, and it required much more time and effort. If it was in the past, it would have been difficult for Wang Chong to complete the tempering of a finished Wuzi steel product. However, after reaching Origin Energy Tier 7 and cultivating Might of the Barbaric God, Wang Chong's strength had increased significantly, allowing him to complete this process alone. Boom! As though a bolt of lightning, Wang Chong brandished his metal hammer and smashed it heavily against the surface of the saber. The heavy smithing platform trembled under Wang Chong's hammer, and a lot of stone powder and stone fragments fell from the cavern. Boom! Once, twice, thrice. Wang Chong exerted his full strength, and the metal hammer in his hand fell time and time again. He exerted his full strength every single time. Regarding the first Wuzi steel saber that he was about to forge, Wang Chong was filled with anticipation. The sound of Wang Chong's hammer echoed throughout the cavern. The tempering process required much more time than quenching. The tough nature of the Wuzi steel meant that Wang Chong needed to spend more time on this weapon. For the whole day, from sunrise to sunset, until all the pine branches that Wang Chong had cut down were burned. Wang Chong finally completed the tempering process. Sweating profusely, Wang Chong stood at the edge of the iron platform. His clothes were soaked, and the ground within 3 zhang of his feet was wet. Wang Chong had spent a lot of time and energy to forge this narrow, thin, and thick saber. However, Wang Chong's heart was filled with gratification and satisfaction as he looked at the new narrow, thin, and thick blade in his hand. After spending a day and a night, it's all worth it. Wang Chong gripped the hilt and raised the narrow, thin, and thick saber in his hand. This saber was gorgeous and beautiful, and its surface was filled with magical patterns that flowed like clouds and flowing water. At the same time, behind the gorgeous and beautiful appearance, there was an extreme coldness and bloodthirst. This was a weapon that was born to kill. However, in Wang Chong's hands, It was brought to perfection, reaching the level of art. Shua! Wang Chong held the saber in his wrist and shook it lightly. The air in the cavern immediately rippled like ripples, as though the air itself had been sliced into countless pieces. Amidst the embers of the pine branches, one could see that the sharpness of the narrow, thin, and thick saber was even more terrifying than before. What good saber! Such a good saber should have its own name. Have you thought of what to call it? A series of footsteps sounded from behind. Li Zhuxin's robes fluttered as he walked into the cavern. Looking at the narrow, thin, and thick saber in Wang Chong's hands, his usually calm eyes couldn't help but waver. I've thought of it. Let's call it Death's Abyss, Wang Chong said with a smile. He seemed to have long known of Li Zhuxin's appearance. Death's Abyss? What a good name. If I knew that you had such a weapon, I might have changed my employment condition to this saber. Li Zhuxin stared at the Death's Abyss in Wang Chong's hands as he spoke. Even though he wasn't a saber user, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness for it, and he wanted to claim it for himself. To those true saber users, it was easy to imagine how attractive this saber was. Even if you want it, I won't agree to it. Wang Chong chuckled. 2 June of Hyderabad, ores were used to forge this Death's Abyss. Just its normal price alone would fetch at least 80,000 gold taels. Furthermore, this weapon was much more formidable than any weapon Wang Chong had forged before. On top of that, it even harnessed the tempering technique that Wang Chong had mastered. In terms of value, Wang Chong estimated it to be worth at least 100,000 gold taels. This price was much higher than the price he had to pay to hire Li Zhuxin. This was truly a priceless treasure. It represented the highest level of saber arts in this world. Leaving the cavern with Li Zhuxin, Wang Chong headed straight for the capital and handed the newly forged Death's Abyss to Uncle Li Lin. Upon seeing the newly forged Death's Abyss, Li Lin was overjoyed. Wang Chong had disappeared for more than a month, and in this period of time, Li Lin felt as if a year had passed. The Imperial Army commanders who came to demand for the Wuzi steel weapon had trampled through Li Lin's doorstep. Yet, most of them were Li Lin's superiors, and there were some whom even Zhao Fengxian couldn't afford to offend. The pressure that Li Lin was under was unimaginable. Chong-er, if you had come any later, you would have been collecting my corpse, Li Lin said with a look of relief. Uncle, aren't you being too exaggerated? Wang Chong chuckled. I'm not exaggerating. Don't worry, Chong-er, leave this matter to me. Without any hesitation, Li Lin was about to enter the royal palace with the Death's Abyss. Wait a moment. Wang Chong hurriedly stopped Uncle Li Lin. Death's Abyss might be important, but this wasn't the only reason why Wang Chong came here this time. There are a few things that I'll have to trouble Uncle to help me with. As Wang Chong spoke, he explained the matter regarding the assassin pavilion to Li Lin. To think that there would be such a thing. After hearing the entire matter, Li Lin harumphed coldly. A rare sliver of killing intent surfaced on his face. It's one thing for them to deal with others, but to think that they would try to kill you as well, we can't let them live. Don't worry, I'll inform Lord Zhao of this matter and have him help us deal with it. You don't know. You're the apple of everyone's eye in the Imperial Army. If anything were to happen to you, even without me and Lord Zhao making a move, the commanders of the Imperial Army would tear them to shreds. Li Lin wasn't spouting nonsense. At this moment, Wang Chong had already formed a huge chain of relationships. Based on what Wang Chong said, Li Lin had received money from many people in the Imperial Army. Yet, these people were still willing to send their money over. Furthermore, after the battle between Zhao Fengxian and Huang Xiaotian, the Wuzi steel sword forged by Wang Chong had gained the recognition of the entire Imperial Army, becoming the #1 blade of the Imperial Army. In the eyes of the Imperial Army, in the entire capital, or even the entire Central Plains, only the weapons forged by Wang Chong were worthy of the identity of an Imperial Army member. At this moment, as long as one was capable, every single Imperial Army member would look forward to receiving a Wuzi steel sword. Li Lin couldn't even collect enough money every month. If something were to happen to such a master swordsmith, it was easy to imagine how the Imperial Army would react. Don't worry, I know that at least 3 commanders of the Imperial Army would be willing to make a move on this malignant tumor. What profound martial realm expert! What assassin pavilion! In the capital, going against you is equivalent to going against the entire Imperial Army. I'll get rid of every single one of these malignant tumors. Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin, looked at Wang Chong with disdain, and a domineering aura flowed out from him. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but stare at him in astonishment. He had known his uncle for a long time, but he had never seen such domineering aura from him. The appearance is born from the heart, and the heart changes from the state. After being transferred out of the North Gate and promoted, my uncle's state of mind has changed as well. He has already nurtured his own domineering aura. Wang Chong thought. Wang Chong was delighted by this change. In his previous life, his uncle had always been a little fearful due to his relationship with the old master. However, things were different now. Men were ambitious. This was their nature. In Wang Chong's view, this was his uncle's true self. Perhaps it's time for that matter to be brought forward, Wang Chong thought. In Wang Chong's heart, every single one of his family members was his left and right arms, and they were an important force that could change his fate. This time, Wang Chong was only here to hand over the Death's Abyss and have his uncle deal with the Assassin Pavilion. However, the domineering aura from his uncle had stirred Wang Chong's heart. The reason why Wang Chong helped his uncle wasn't because he wanted him to spend the rest of his life on the walls of the royal palace or to serve as Zhao Fengchen's lackey. Toward his uncle, Wang Chong had greater expectations and ambitions. However, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to accomplish all of this. Uncle, wait a moment. Under Uncle Li Lin's astonished gaze, Wang Chong suddenly dived into the carriage. When he came out, he was holding a handwritten secret manual in his hand. Uncle, this is for you. Wang Chong took the secret manual that he had hidden in the secret chamber beneath the carriage and passed it over with a single hand. For me? What is it? Li Lin looked at Wang Chong in confusion, unable to make head or tail of what was going on. As he spoke, he subconsciously took it from Wang Chong. Initially, Li Lin was still in a daze, but after flipping through 2 pages, his face warped in astonishment. Martial Arts Secret Manual. What Wang Chong passed him was a martial arts secret manual, and an extremely formidable one at that. Just by flipping through a few pages, Li Lin could tell that this martial art was far more formidable than any of the martial arts he had learned before. Chonger, how did you get such a thing? Li Lin was astonished. This martial art was of an extremely high tier. Li Lin didn't believe that a teenager like Wang Chong could possess it. Uncle, this was actually given to me by my grandfather. Wang Chong pointed it out and pushed all of the credit to his grandfather. Even though Wang Chong was able to purchase the Hyderabad ore and forge the Wuzi steel sword, it wasn't completely inconceivable. At the very least, it was within reason. However, for a top-notch martial arts secret manual to be taken out all of a sudden, it was impossible for one not to be suspicious. This wasn't something that could be explained by intelligence. It was precisely because of this that even though Wang Chong had already made a copy of this secret manual, he didn't find a suitable opportunity to pass it to him. Until the Four Quarters Embassy, Old Master? Li Lin was astonished. That's right. Do you still remember the Four Quarters Embassy? It was after my birthday that my grandfather asked my grandmother to pass it to me. Grandfather probably felt embarrassed, so he asked me to pass it to you. Feigning ignorance, Wang Chong said insincerely. Grandfather had been suppressing Uncle to the position of the North Gate's underling. Even though it was for his own good, Uncle was a man. It was hard to say that he wouldn't hold a grudge against Uncle. In a sense, Wang Chong was helping to mend the rift between Uncle and Grandfather. Old Master. As expected, upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Li Lin seemed to have understood something, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. However, in front of Wang Chong, he managed to hold himself back. I understand. Li Lin smiled. If there's a chance, help me thank the old master. Tell him that Uncle won't let him down. Leave the matter of the Wuzi steel saber to me. I'll be heading in now. After which, he turned around and walked toward the royal palace with Death's Abyss in tow. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Wang Chong felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his back, or as though a burden buried deep in his heart had been lifted. Chapter 141. After resolving the matter regarding the Wuzi steel, Wang Chong heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't let up. Instead, he continued to search for traces of the evil emperor while heading to the Ghost Tree district to play chess. On the other hand, Uncle Li Lin's side was progressing swiftly as well. Seemingly out of anger at the assassin pavilion for attempting to assassinate Wang Chong, he vanished after just 2 days. While the Imperial Army was patrolling the capital, they discovered a nest of assassins with malicious intentions. All of them were killed, and their corpses piled up in the courtyard. This matter caused a huge uproar in the capital. It was said that a large number of Imperial Army experts were mobilized for this matter, and there were even 5 to 6 commanders of the Imperial Army. Many people witnessed it personally, and they said that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, there was one thing that was certain. These people were dressed in black and were dressed like assassins. This point was certain. Thus, no one spoke up for them. When Wang Chong heard of this matter, he chuckled lightly. He only sent a letter to Mayasame Ayaka before tossing the matter to the back of his mind. While Wang Chong was living his life peacefully, the depths of the royal palace wasn't peaceful at all. Deep in the night, somewhere in the abandoned cold palace of the Imperial Palace, the lights were brightly lit. Rows of lanterns were hung from the trees and the eaves. Outside the cold palace was a huge crowd. Imperial Army members surrounded the area, and with a single glance, one could tell that there were at least 1,000 of them. Today was a big day for the Imperial Army. Everyone knew that the #1 swordsmith of the Tang dynasty would be auctioning off his second weapon. In the royal palace, there were many Imperial Army commanders who had been eagerly anticipating the auction. After witnessing the battle between Zhao Fengshen and Huang Xiaotian, everyone knew that this weapon was incomparably sharp, beautiful, and rare. To the Imperial Army, it could raise their fighting prowess by leaps and bounds. More importantly, this weapon was priceless, and it was something that could only be chanced upon. To the Imperial Army, only this weapon could serve as a foil to their standing. After so long, it's finally time for that Gongzi to forge a new weapon. He only makes a single one every month. It really makes one drool. If only there were more of them. The first weapon was taken by Commander Zhao. I just don't know who will be so lucky this time. Yeah, if only I had a Wuzi steel weapon like that. What pity it was so expensive. I can't afford it, so I can only look around. Outside the Cold Palace, there was a lot of discussion. Now, everyone knew that the son of a general or minister had handed over all the Wuzi steel weapons in the Imperial Army to his uncle, Li Lin. There was no one in the Imperial Army who didn't know of Li Lin. He's here, he's here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front. Everyone looked up and saw that the door was open. A brilliant light shone through the door. Li Lin, clad in heavy armor and a long sword at his waist, appeared in front of everyone with a dignified expression. In an instant, the noisy Imperial Army fell silent. Now, those who want to auction weapons can come in with the slip from before, Li Lin said solemnly. The moment these words were spoken, the Imperial Army commanders walked in with smiles on their faces, holding the slips of paper that Wang Chong had given them. Everyone knew that the competition for this auction would be intense. That Wuzi steel weapon definitely wasn't cheap. But money, who the heck cared about money? As long as they could buy that invincible weapon that could cut through metal as though mud, what did money matter? In any case, the Imperial Army didn't have much expenditure. Furthermore, even if they were to run into trouble in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell this weapon. The 20 to 30 Imperial Army leaders walked in together. Next, those with wooden tokens can come in, Li Lin said. This was Li Lin's idea. Even though Wang Chong wanted to sell batches of credentials, Li Lin didn't think that it was necessary. As a member of the Imperial Army, he knew how popular the Wuzi steel was. No matter where he went, there would be people talking about the auction at the Blue Bottle Pavilion. There were also people discussing the battle between Zhao Fengshen and Huang Xiaotian. A Wuzi steel weapon that was said to be indestructible and could even cut a strand of hair with the slightest breeze was enough to make one's blood boil and tremble, as if they wanted to get their hands on it. It was precisely because he was part of the Imperial Army that he knew how intense this hunger was that Li Lin dared to do it. One must know that this was an Imperial Army of more than 100,000 soldiers. However, Wang Chang's Wuzi steel sword was only produced once a month. It would be strange if the Imperial Army didn't go crazy over it. Therefore, Li Lin decided to divide the auction into 2 levels of qualifications. Wang Chang's slip was the first batch, and he could enjoy a discount. The wooden plate that Li Lin opened was from the second batch, which belonged to a lower level. With a wooden token, one could participate in the auction as well. However, they had to pay 10% more than the auction price. Moreover, it was different from the ones Wang Chong had written. Li Lin's wooden token was a one-time use item. Each wooden token cost 200 taels of gold, and it would become useless after a single match. If they wanted to participate next time, they would have to buy it again. Don't think it's too expensive. In Li Lin's view, it was still too cheap. There were more than 100,000 soldiers in the Imperial Army. Even if one didn't buy it, someone else would. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Furthermore, those who were able to come here and spend tens of thousands of gold taels on Wuzi steel swords would definitely not be short of 200 taels of gold. In Li Lin's view, this was the correct way to auction the Wuzi steel swords. Through this method, he could distinguish who the real buyers of the Wuzi steel swords were. As for Wang Chang's slips, what a waste. However, what was done could not be undone. Li Lin couldn't say anything more. In an instant, 70 to 80 Imperial Army leaders rushed in. Just these people alone had earned more than 15,000 taels of gold. To be able to earn more than 10,000 taels of gold from an auction of swords and sabers, only a fool wouldn't do such a good thing. Next, those with metal slips can come in. Li Lin said, this was the lowest level. In the Imperial Army, there were many who were curious about the Wuzi steel swords and had a strong desire for them. To Li Lin, since that was the case, why not make use of them as well? The more people that saw it, the better its reputation would be and the faster it would spread. At the same time, more hidden buyers would appear in the Imperial Army. Thus, Li Lin signed the 3rd level metal slips. These metal slips were priced at 10 gold taels each, and it wasn't expensive. Those with metal slips were allowed to spectate by the side. However, they could only spectate by the side. They couldn't buy anything, and there weren't any seats. Don't complain about the poor service and lack of seats. One must know that there were more than 100,000 Imperial Army members waiting outside. In an instant, hundreds of Imperial Army members rushed forward. This was another few thousand gold taels of gold. Just this auction alone would earn Li Lin at least 20,000 gold taels. After doing all of this, Li Lin returned to the inner chamber. The cold palace of the royal palace was massive, and the small residences outside couldn't compare to it. The main hall was brightly lit, and at the very top of the hall sat 3 commanders. At the very center was Commander Zhao Fengchen. Time flew, and it had been more than a month since Zhao Fengchen took the position of commander. Compared to before, Zhao Fengchen's aura had clearly grown stronger and more authoritative. Li Lin entered the room and bowed slightly to Zhao Fengchen. Then, he walked up to a large rectangular wooden platform at the center of the hall. Lord Li, where's the Wuzi steel sword? Hurry up and take it out. Don't keep us in suspense. That's right, everyone is waiting. Lord Li, it's been more than a month. Our brothers have been waiting anxiously for it. Don't tease us anymore. Everyone jeered impatiently. They couldn't wait any longer. Lord Li, you can't be joking with us, right? Some of the Imperial Army commanders even expressed their displeasure. So anxious? Can't you wait even a moment? Li Lin chuckled. This was the effect he wanted. Since that's the case, I won't keep you in suspense. The second Wuzi steel sword is right here. Pah! Right after saying those words, Li Lin slammed his palm on the wooden platform before him. Pung! The wooden platform was smashed into pieces, and underneath the chest was a pitch-black weapon that was 7 feet long. The weapon was placed on a similarly long, hollow, pitch-black metal table. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone thought that Li Lin was the one hosting the auction, But who could have thought that there would be a hidden mechanism hidden within the wooden platform? Wardley, what's this? An Imperial Army commander stood up from his seat and pointed to the bizarre weapon on the hollow metal table. Many people thought that Wang Chang's work would be a sword, just like the previous one. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. The weapon was around 2 fingers wide, but it was 7 chi long. Furthermore, it had a certain curve to it, making it look extremely beautiful. It was sheathed in a black wooden sheath, and it looked completely different from any weapon that they had seen before. Good question. This is the first saber that my nephew, Wang Chong, has forged. Just this point alone makes this saber extremely valuable as a collector's item. Furthermore, I believe that all of you can tell that this saber is extremely long. That's right, the craftsmanship of this saber is completely different from before. The materials used to forge this saber are twice that of swords. On top of that, this saber is just as sharp, perhaps even sharper. According to my nephew, this saber is made for killing, so he named it Death's Abyss. Around this saber, no one can escape death. Li Lin spoke with confidence and composure. Even before so many Imperial Army commanders, he didn't lose his composure at all. Death's Abyss. Everyone turned to look at him. Just the name itself was enough to tell that this saber was a famous one, and it was worth collecting. More importantly, this was the first saber creation of the #1 swordsmith in the world. Just this alone would be able to fetch a high price in the future. It's indeed worth it. This is the first saber creation. Such an item is priceless. In the hall, the Imperial Army commanders were trembling in agitation. They didn't lack money, but they had money that they couldn't spend. Not only could this weapon display their identity and raise their fighting prowess, it was also a collector's item. Wasn't this the best weapon? Li Lin, how much is this weapon? That's a good question. Li Lin's eyes lit up as he announced the starting bid. The starting bid for this Death's Abyss is 80,000 gold taels. There's only one, and it goes to the highest bidder. The auction begins now. Boom! Chapter 142. 85,000, 88,000, 90,000, 110,000, 110,000. In just a short period of time, the price of the saber had exceeded 100,000. Even Li Lin was secretly shocked. 80,000 gold taels was twice as expensive as before. Li Lin thought that such a high price would make many people hesitate. But from the looks of it, the past month had fully aroused the hunger in everyone's hearts. Adding the words "one of a kind" to the price, it further ignited everyone's enthusiasm for the auction. 115,000, 118,000, 120,000. The bidding price was still increasing, and the Imperial Army members watching from the outside felt their blood boiling. This was a true, treasured saber, one that was truly priceless. When treasured sabers in the outside world were worth less than 600 gold taels, only the Imperial Army members would be able to see treasured weapons worth 10,000 gold taels. Even though the price of the saber was expensive, many people had been preparing for this auction since a month and a half ago, even after the battle between Commander Zhao and Commander Huang. This is too exciting. That's 120,000 gold taels. It's several times more expensive than before. Why don't you take a look at how heavy this saber is? I've never heard of it before, and the materials used are 2 times more than before. Furthermore, this is the first saber of a master. Even if we don't use it, we can still sell it in the future. Did you see that? That's Commander Jing. Even Commander Jing is here. This was a true aristocratic family with deep foundations and inheritances. The Jing clan was one of the top prestigious clans in the Sui dynasty. Those prestigious clans outside can't compare to it. That's right. Even though the Jing clan doesn't stand out in the outside world, their reputation is far from that of those prestigious clans outside. But in reality, this was a true aristocratic family, a true colossus. Normally, they wouldn't even let you know. 120,000 gold taels isn't much to such a secretive clan. That's right. Also, the Bai clan is a 6th-generation Imperial Army general. It would be a wonder if they would let such an opportunity slip by. There are too many monks and not enough gruel. At the back of the hall, the faces of the crowd were flushed red, as though they were on steroids. They were even more excited than those who were participating in the auction. It was truly worth it to be able to spectate here for 10 gold taels. In the Imperial Army, who would care about 10 gold taels? 139,000, 140,000, 141,000, 142,000, 142,500. There was a limit to the value of any weapon, but it was not infinite. When the price reached 140,000, the increment gradually slowed down. Obviously, in everyone's hearts, the true price of this weapon should be around 150,000, not more than that. Not bad. Behind Li Lin, Zhao Fengchun nodded slightly. This price had already exceeded his expectations. It was quite good. It was apparent that this weapon was very popular among the Imperial Army. Logically speaking, this price was not bad. However, Li Lin couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. He had heard from Wang Chong before. This time, the sword was very similar. It used a new technology, and compared to the previous Wuzi steel weapons, there was an additional process. Almost immediately, Li Lin keenly realized that there was a huge business opportunity in this. Everyone, speaking of which, none of you have seen a real saber. Now, I'll let everyone take a look. Li Lin suddenly grabbed the hilt of the saber and pulled it lightly. Clang! A clear and melodious dragon's roar resounded in the ears of everyone in the hall. Following that, a cold light leaped up like a flood dragon and streaked across the ceiling above the hall. All the lights in the room suddenly dimmed at this moment and were robbed of their light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. When they took a closer look, they realized that Li Lin was holding a uniquely shaped saber. This was a 7-chi-long saber. From the tip of the saber to the hilt, it was an extremely uniform length of 2 fingers. On top of that, the massive arc of the saber seemed to exude a soul-stirring sense of beauty. What was even more stifling was the magical inscriptions on the saber. It exuded an extreme sense of beauty, and, at the same time, it exuded an intimidating sense of aggression. It was as though the saber had left one's grasp and was preparing to launch an attack, exerting an immense pressure on one's heart. In an instant, the originally noisy hall suddenly became extremely quiet. Zhao Fengchun was just about to pick up the tigu on the table, but upon seeing this sight, he was stunned for a moment, and his hand was just about to press down on it. As he was in a rush, he didn't have the time to take a good look at the saber that Li Lin had brought over. He thought that since they were both made of Wuzi steel, there shouldn't be much of a difference between them. However, Zhao Fengchun suddenly realized that the saber in Li Lin's hand was slightly different from his. It wasn't just in terms of appearance. Swoosh! Seeing that he had attracted the attention of the entire hall, Li Lin nodded in satisfaction. Shua! With a flick of his wrist, Li Lin brandished his saber in the air. Li Lin's movement wasn't huge, but the effect of his saber was astonishing. Ooh! The temperature in the massive hall suddenly plummeted, and from where Li Lin was standing, a huge gale suddenly blew. Due to Li Lin's slight movement, the calm airflow suddenly fell into disorder. The air seemed to have been sliced into millions of pieces, and even the area in front of the empty metal table was torn apart, forming numerous vortexes. On Zhao Fengchun's left and right, upon seeing this sight, the eyes of the 2 commanders who weren't too concerned abruptly narrowed, and their faces warped. How sharp! Li Lin's strength was on a completely different level from that of Wang Chong's. The commotion caused by his saber was far greater than that of Wang Chong's. Everyone present was an expert, and with a single glance, they could tell that Li Lin's saber was sharp to the extreme. It was on a completely different level from Zhao Fengchun's saber. Ah, my clothes! The Imperial Army members participating in the auction suddenly exclaimed in shock. An Imperial Army member lowered his head to look at the undergarments that were exposed from his collar in shock. Unknowingly, the undergarments that were exposed had been torn apart by Li Lin's saber. At this moment, everyone looked at the 7-chi-long saber in Li Lin's hand once more, and their gazes immediately changed. This saber was simply too sharp. Wielding such a saber, it wouldn't be a problem for him to challenge an even stronger opponent than him. Not only would he not be at a disadvantage, his opponent might even be intimidated by him. 150,000 taels. Lordly, I want this saber. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and shouted loudly. 160,000 taels. I want it. 180,000 taels. 190,000 taels. The others also came to a realization, and the crowd went into a frenzy. This saber had already reached an inconceivable level, and it was practically a killing machine. More importantly, there was no market for it. 200,000 taels. A voice shouted. Great. Li Lin's face flushed in agitation, and he clenched his fists tightly. The reason why he intentionally didn't draw his saber previously was for this moment. And now, he had achieved his goal. Wait a moment. All of a sudden, a cold bellow sounded. This voice was incredibly loud, and it harnessed immense might, causing the ceiling of the hall to tremble. This abrupt change caused the entire hall to fall silent. Countless gazes turned toward the direction where the voice came from. With this glance, many people revealed astonished expressions. Lord Huang, Lord Huang, General Huang. Some of the Imperial Army members seated at the front row stood up and bowed slightly to show their respect. Huang Xiaotian, what are you doing here? At the top of the hall, Zhao Fengshan was seated upright, but upon seeing that person, his expression turned cold, and he abruptly stood up. A majestic aura gushed forth like a tidal wave. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and the atmosphere abruptly turned tense. Amidst the crowd, there was a black-skinned man with a muscular body reminiscent of a bear. He was no other than Zhao Fengshan's nemesis in the royal palace, Huang Xiaotian. Due to the selection battle, Zhao Fengshan and Huang Xiaotian had fallen out, and after the selection battle, their relationship became even more tense. No one could have expected Huang Xiaotian to appear at this moment. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone held their breath, and no one dared to speak. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Since you can come, why can't I? Does the cold palace have your surname? Besides, weren't you the ones who invited me here? Huang Xiaotian's eyes were as sharp as copper bells, and his black beard gave him a boorish appearance. His voice was extremely loud, and it felt as though he was being unreasonable. Huang. Before Huang Xiaotian could finish his words, he flicked his wrist, and a metal slip appeared on his fingertips. Upon seeing this metal slip, Zhao Fengshan's complexion immediately turned awful. He abruptly turned his head to look at Li Lin. It wasn't me. I don't know either. This sight was too abrupt, and Li Lin's complexion wasn't much better than Zhao Fengshan's. Zhao Fengshan and Huang Xiaotian were like fire and water, and in Zhao Fengshan's heart, Huang Xiaotian was a taboo. Wasn't this fellow trying to ruin Zhao Fengshan's reputation by appearing here? However, Li Lin knew that the metal slip in Huang Xiaotian's hand wasn't from him. He was on the same boat as Zhao Fengshan, and ruining Zhao Fengshan's reputation was equivalent to ruining his own. How could he possibly do that? SSS. Seeing Li Lin shake his head, Zhao Fengshan took in a deep breath, and his complexion improved. Without a doubt, Huang Xiaotian supporters in the Imperial Army weren't any lesser than his. There was a high chance that Huang Xiaotian's Imperial Army subordinates bought Li Lin's metal slip and gave it to Huang Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian, what are you trying to do? This isn't your encampment. General Huang, don't mess around. Look at this place. Even though the auction is organized by Lord Zhao and Li Lin, the ones who are buying the sword are our brothers. But the ones who want to buy the sword are our brothers. If you dare to cause trouble, then it's the same as going against all our brothers. The two right Imperial Army commanders by Zhao Fengshan's side stood up. Even though Zhao Fengshan had won the martial selection, the faction behind Huang Xiaotian wasn't weak either. After his defeat, he actually managed to get him the position of vice marshal. Thus, no one dared to go overboard. It's for the good of our brothers that I came here, because I can't stand you fellows swindling our brothers' money. Huang Xiaotian's face was cold, and as he spoke, he strode in from the periphery. You're Li Lin, right? Walking up to Li Lin, Huang Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and narrowed his eyes. His teeth were cold, and he didn't hide his threat at all. Following Zhao Fengshan, sure, is insightful. I hope that you'll have a bright future in the Imperial Army. Huang Xiaotian, how dare you? Zhao Fengshan slammed the table furiously. On the other side, Li Lin's complexion turned awful under Huang Xiaotian's threat. His standing in the Imperial Army was no longer the same as before, and due to Wang Chang's Wuzi steel sword, he had managed to gain the limelight in the Imperial Army. However, compared to figures of Huang Xiaotian and Zhao Fengshan's level, he was clearly lacking. Regardless of whether it was Huang Xiaotian or Zhao Fengshan, both of them had a huge backing behind them. Li Lin had tried to look into the matter, but in the end, he accidentally reached the depths of the royal palace. A chill ran down his spine, and he didn't dare to investigate any further. This kind of factional struggle was no small matter. Chapter 143. Lord Huang, this isn't the Mirage Dragon. There are so many brothers here. Lord Huang, please conduct yourself with dignity. At this moment, Li Lin suddenly spoke up. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. Even Zhao Fengshan was taken aback. Li Lin, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Huang Xiaotian's face was cold as he glared at Li Lin. He didn't expect a lowly guard like Li Lin to talk back to him before so many people. Lord Huang, I'll say it once more. This isn't the Mirage Dragon. If Vice Commander Huang wishes to cause trouble, please leave this place. Li Lin spoke once more. This time, his gaze met Huang Xiaotian's fearless gaze. In the hall, two commanders who were on good terms with Zhao Fengshan stood up, wanting to dissuade Li Lin. It wasn't a good thing to make an enemy out of Huang Xiaotian. However, Zhao Fengshan quickly waved his hands to stop them. Looking at Li Lin, Zhao Fengshan was astonished, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had a deep understanding of Li Lin. There was a huge problem with Li Lin's personality. He was overly cowardly, and the fact that he had been a minor guard of the North Gate for more than a decade was more than enough to illustrate this problem. Thus, Zhao Fengshan didn't have much hope for Li Lin. All he wanted was for him to be promoted to a minor guard. Yet Li Lin actually dared to talk back to Huang Xiaotian before so many people. This left him astonished. In that instant, Zhao Fengshan could vaguely sense a change in Li Lin. It seems like he's really different. Zhao Fengshan's eyes flickered. He suddenly had a different opinion of Li Lin. How dare a minor guard like you speak to me in such a manner? Huang Xiaotian's gaze was incredibly cold. If looks could kill, Li Lin would have died many times over. Huang Xiaotian had never been polite to those who dared to offend him. But in the end, Huang Xiaotian didn't make a move. You're just a trash who relied on a woman to climb up. On Duke Zhou's account, I won't teach you a lesson this time. Huh. Huang Xiaotian's palm shot forward, and with lightning speed, he grabbed the Death's Abyss in Li Lin's hand. Boom! Li Lin didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by this huge force. He staggered and only managed to stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. His face was extremely red. Li Lin could be considered an expert in the Imperial Army. But compared to a future big shot like Huang Xiaotian, there was still a huge gap. Even though Huang Xiaotian had lost to Zhao Fengshan, he was still one of the top experts in the future Imperial Army beneath the three marshals. How could Li Lin be his match? Brothers, please take a look. I, Huang Xiaotian, am not here for a personal grudge. It's just that I can't bear to see these fellows swindle others of their wealth. Huang Xiaotian easily snatched Death's Abyss from Li Lin's hand. His right hand gripped the hilt of the saber and slowly turned it around in the hall. A series of cold gleams swept through the void, causing everyone's eyes to be dazzled. However, Huang Xiaotian's face was filled with disdain. It was as though this wasn't some treasure saber, but a worthless piece of scrap metal. Huang Xiaotian, what are you trying to do? Zhao Fengshan suddenly spoke with a cold expression. Didn't I tell you? I can't bear to see you swindlers, so I'm here to expose you. Huang Xiaotian turned to look at Zhao Fengshan and sneered coldly. A powerful aura emanated from his body. What is hard is easy to break. Zhao Fengshan, Li Lin, don't tell me you don't understand this logic. Any weapon that exceeds 3 qi will break easily, and the longer it is, the more likely it will break. Thus, in the Central Plains, there are very few swordsmiths who can forge weapons beyond 3 chi. A weapon of 4 chi is already a rare sight, but to think that you would use a weapon of 7 chi to fool everyone. Do you really think that everyone here is a fool? Huang Xiaoyan's words immediately caused a huge commotion in the hall. Everyone was here for the reputation of the Wut's steel weapons, and with Zhao Fengchen's example, as well as the lack of time, they didn't really consider this problem. However, with Huang Xiaoyan's words, many of them came to a realization. That's right, what is hard is easy to break. Even though they didn't know how to forge swords, they understood this logic. Thus, in the Central Plains, no one would forge a weapon that was longer than 4 chi, unless it was a spear or halberd. However, this type of weapon was meant to be hunted on the battlefield, so it wasn't rare at all. In the military warehouse of the Tang Dynasty, there were plenty of such weapons. Even if they were to break, they could just replace them with a new one. Furthermore, the cost was extremely low. However, a sword was different. No one would want to buy a sword that would break easily. Lord Huang's words aren't without reason. Indeed, this saber is a little too long. The Imperial Army commanders whispered to one another, and they nodded their heads. Initially, they were dissatisfied with Huang Xiaotian. They thought that he was here to wreak havoc and exact vengeance after losing to Zhao Fengchen. However, his words weren't completely unreasonable. Umph. Raising Death's abyss high up, Huang Xiaoyan's beard trembled. Upon seeing this sight, he sneered coldly in his heart, as though he had already predicted everything. Behind him, Zhao Fengchen and Li Lin's expressions changed slightly. Zhao Fengchen had bought the Wuzi steel sword from Wang Chong, defeated Huang Xiaotian, and became the marshal. Thus, he subconsciously chose to trust Li Lin and Wang Chong. On the other hand, Li Lin was his nephew, so there was no need for him to doubt him. Thus, the two of them didn't consider whether it was reasonable for a 7 chi long saber to be so long. Now that Huang Xiaotian had brought it up, the two of them realized that something was amiss. The principle that something that was hard would break easily was the most basic of all. Huang Xiaotian wasn't trying to make things difficult for them for no reason. Li Lin. Zhao Fengchen wanted to ask Li Lin about it, but the moment he thought of it, he stopped himself. It was already too late to ask anything before so many people. Furthermore, if there was really a problem, their reputation would be tarnished by Huang Xiaoyan's actions before so many people. To dare to scam so many brothers, there would probably be no place for them in the Imperial Army in the future. It was precisely because of this that their faces turned incomparably grim. But at this moment, there was no turning back. Chonger, you mustn't let anything happen to me, Li Lin thought anxiously. He didn't have the time to think about how Huang Xiaotian would snatch the Death's Abyss. Standing in the hall, he could sense that the gazes everyone was looking at him from all directions weren't right. But for his nephew, Li Lin couldn't say anything even if he was scammed. Brothers, the sharper the weapon isn't necessarily the better. This weapon might look grand, but it's actually nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Today, I'll show you what this Death's Abyss is and see if it's worth your money. As Huang Xiaotian spoke, he raised the 7 chi Death's Abyss in one hand and stretched out the index finger of his other hand. With a slight bend, he flicked his finger toward the 70% of the Death's Abyss. Hung long long. The sound of wind and thunder exploded in the air. Huang Xiaoyan's fingertip instantly exploded with a dazzling golden energy that was like a comet. Although the energy was formed from yuan qi, it was as hard as diamond and gave off a feeling that it was indestructible. Diamond Gale Lightning Finger. This was one of Huang Xiaoyan's ultimate techniques. It allowed one to concentrate all of one's strength into a single finger, making it as tough as Vajra. In close-range combat, Huang Xiaotian could even fight barehanded against an opponent wielding a divine weapon with only one hand behind his back. In Huang Xiaoyan's previous battles, he had broken the record of more than 100 treasured swords and sabers. The most famous instance of Huang Xiaoyan's Diamond Gale Lightning Finger was when Huang Xiaotian was out on mission. When he passed by a mountain, he saw a dozen zhang tall basalt cliff. The entire cliff was a single piece of basalt rock embedded into the mountain. Huang Xiaoyan's companions joked with him, asking if his diamond gale lightning finger could leave a mark on the basalt rock. In the end, Huang Xiaoyan only chuckled. He walked up to the cliff, and with a flick of his finger, he shattered the entire basalt rock. Eventually, like a spider web, it shattered into countless fragments and fell down. This incident was extremely famous in the Imperial Army. Even decades later, Huang Xiaoyan's name would still be mentioned by others, and it became a beautiful story. If Huang Xiaoyan were to use his Diamond Gale lightning finger, there probably wouldn't be many weapons that could withstand it. At the very least, 7 Qi-Long saber wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wait a moment, Zhao Fengshan shouted. He wanted to stop Huang Xiaoyan, but it was already too late. Hong Long Long. The entire hall was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. It was as though countless lightning bolts were streaking across the hall. In that instant, before everyone's eyes, time seemed to have come to a halt. Who? A raging wind blew in the hall, and endless air currents flowed in the direction of the death abyss along with Huang Xiaoyan's finger. As Huang Xiaoyan's finger inched closer, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone knew that Huang Xiaoyan's finger could collapse a cliff with a single finger. It wasn't something that could be looked at normally. This finger wasn't just a single finger. It was his full strength. No one knew whether the 7 Qi-Long Death's Abyss could withstand this attack or not. Hong Long. Finally, Huang Xiaoyan's finger struck 70% of the saber, and the entire hall trembled. It was as though an invisible meteor had struck it, and the trembling of the saber reverberated in the air. But in the next instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Even after withstanding the full strength of Huang Xiaoyan's Diamond Gale lightning finger, the 7 Qi-Long Wuzi steel was actually unscathed. How is this possible? In that instant, no one was more shocked than Huang Xiaoyan. The strength of the Diamond Gale lightning finger was incomparably powerful, and he had broken countless weapons with it. There weren't many weapons that could withstand it. Not to mention, this weapon was 7 Qi-Long, making it even easier for it to break. As long as he flicked his finger at 70% of the saber's hilt, the weapon would definitely shatter inch by inch. It was impossible for a weapon that was 7 Qi-Long to withstand his attack. This is impossible. Huang Xiaoyan flicked his finger at the saber once more. This time it was fast, hurried, and heavy. Hong Long Long. The ground trembled, but the 7 Qi-Long Death's Abyss in Huang Xiaoyan's hand remained unharmed. In that instant, Huang Xiaoyan's face paled. Just as Huang Xiaoyan was about to flick his finger for the third time, Zhao Fengshan finally couldn't stand it anymore. Huang Xiaoyan, stop it! Zhao Fengshan bellowed furiously. If you don't stop now, don't blame me for getting nasty. Zhao Fengshan placed his right hand on the Wuzi steel sword by his waist, and with a stern expression, he exuded the disposition of a commander. Just as Li Lin had said, this wasn't the territory of the Mirage Dragon or Huang Xiaoyan. Since Huang Xiaoyan dared to act so brazenly, he shouldn't blame him for getting nasty. Ha ha! Vice Commander Huang, I've already said it. You're here to cause trouble. What do you mean by you can't stand us? You're here to exact vengeance. At this moment, Li Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter and heave a sigh of relief. In that instant, he nearly died from fright. If Huang Xiaoyan were to break down, he would have no place in the Imperial Army at all. In fact, even Zhao Fengshan wouldn't be able to tolerate him. Chonger, good job. Li Lin's eyes glowed, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This nephew of his had really given him face this time. Li Lin was certain that after Huang Xiaoyan's ruckus, in the future, he would be like a fish in water in the Imperial Army. The Wuzi steel weapons would become even more famous than before. Furthermore, the number of commanders in the Imperial Army who would request for swords from the Wang clan would be as many as carps in the river. Chapter 144. Lord Huang. This place is prepared for those who are auctioning the saber. If you don't wish to auction this saber, please leave. Also, even if Lord Huang wishes to buy it. Li Lin glanced deeply at the metal lot in Huang Xiaoyan's hand, and an indiscernible smile appeared in his eyes. Lord Huang, I'll have to ask you to change the metal lot next time. This metal lot that cost 10 gold taels each can only stand at the very back. As Li Lin spoke, he pointed to the back of the hall. Boom! Upon hearing those words, everyone burst into laughter. It would be great if Huang Xiaotian succeeded in such a matter, as everyone would be impressed by him. But he failed. Clearly, there was nothing wrong with the saber that Chong Gongzi forged. The nature of this matter changed completely. There were already people in the crowd who were dissatisfied with Huang Xiaotian. Seeing how he was causing a ruckus, how could they possibly let go of this opportunity to mock him? You! Huang Xiaotian glared at Li Lin, who was behind the metal table, and his face flushed. He had made a name for himself a long time ago, and he had always been proud of his seniority in the Imperial Army. There was no one who didn't respect him. Now that he was being mocked in front of so many people, how could he possibly tolerate such humiliation? Huang Xiaotian was about to fly into a rage, but Li Lin didn't give him the chance. Everyone, the quality of this death's abyss is clear for all to see. The longer a weapon is, the easier it is to break. However, the weapon forged by my nephew isn't one of those. Now, let's continue the auction. The highest bid is 200,000 gold taels. Who else wishes to bid? Li Lin's gaze swept past Huang Xiaotian and landed on the crowd beneath the stage. Me. I offer 200,000 gold taels. What is 210,000 gold taels? I offer 220,000. 230,000. Huang Xiaotian's two adamantine storm fingers stirred the hearts of the Imperial Army members. The quality of this saber weapon was simply too high. Not only was it able to slice through metal as though mud, it was also able to withstand two adamantine storm fingers from Huang Xiaotian without suffering any damage. Just based on this point, this saber could be said to be one of the best in the world. 240,000 gold taels. This time, the voice came from behind. Li Lin was taken aback. Only then did he realize that the other Imperial Army general beside Zhao Fengchun was staring intently at the death's abyss in his hand. What's wrong, Lord Li? Can't we sell this weapon? The Imperial Army commander, surnamed Zhou, joked. Yes, of course I can. Li Lin was overjoyed and extremely excited. Why not? He couldn't ask for more. 240,000. Any higher bids? 250,000. This time, it was the commander seated on Zhao Fengchun's left, and he was just as enthusiastic as before. He had no intention of participating in this auction. However, Huang Xiaotian's adamantine stormfinger was a legend in the Imperial Army. Any weapon that could withstand 2 flicks of his finger would definitely be worth collecting. An incomparably sharp blade, a demonic flower demon, and a material that could match up to the Diamond Tempest finger. Such a weapon was definitely worth 200,000 taels of silver. 251,000 taels. 260,000. This time, Zhao Fengchun also participated in the auction with an interested expression on his face. From the looks of it, Wang Chang's saber was indeed extraordinary. It was completely different from the swords he had forged in the past. Zhao Fengchun was tempted to buy one as well. Even if he didn't use it himself, he could keep it as a collection. Even though Zhao Fengchun didn't know how to make a saber, he still had the eye to appraise a sword. The value of such a saber would only grow higher in the future. Due to its rarity, this kind of collectible saber was different from those mass-produced, treasured swords in the market. Bastard! Huang Xiaotian stood there, not knowing whether to stand or stay. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone's attention was focused on the auction. What left Huang Xiaotian even more embarrassed was that these people weren't intentionally ignoring him. Rather, they were truly uninterested in him. Everyone's attention was focused on the saber. 300,000. Boom! Just as everyone was fiercely fighting over the saber, a thunderous voice suddenly came from outside the door. That voice was filled with immense might, causing the tiles on the roof to tremble. When the crowd heard that voice, they instinctively felt a deep sense of respect. Who? His cloak fluttered, and an authoritative figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. The aura he exuded seemed to be able to tear apart the world, and it felt as though one was looking up at the world. In front of this majestic and tyrannical aura, everyone felt as insignificant as an ant. Grand Marshal, an Imperial Army commander, stuttered, and his eyeballs were on the verge of popping out. Hwah! The entire hall fell into chaos. Everyone who had been vying with one another to bid for the weapon suddenly trembled in fear and kneeled down. Not just the crowd, even Zhao Fengchun was shocked. He hurriedly got up from his seat and kneeled on the floor. Li Lin and the other captains of the Imperial Army were also panicking. They knelt on the ground, not daring to move at all. In the vast cold palace, there was a sudden silence, and there was only silence. Grand Marshal. At this moment, the only one still standing was Huang Xiaotian. He stood there in a daze, and his mind was in a complete mess. Everyone knew that there were only 3 people in the Imperial Army, and they were the 3 Grand Marshals. And the person before him was one of them. Even though Huang Xiaotian acted fearlessly with his seniority, he didn't care about the feelings of others. He was the same toward Zhao Fengchun and Li Lin. But before the 3 true leaders of the Imperial Army, he was insignificant. Zhao Fengchun and the others had privately occupied the Cold Palace for the auction and were discovered by the Grand Marshal. Logically speaking, this was a heavy crime, and it was beneficial to him. But Huang Xiaotian clearly remembered that the Grand Marshal was still... Huang Xiaotian was unable to wrap his head around the situation. Duh. That towering and imposing figure strode over, getting closer and closer to Huang Xiaotian. Just as Huang Xiaotian was filled with anticipation, that figure brushed past Huang Xiaotian as if he didn't see him at all. In an instant, Huang Xiaotian's face turned ghastly pale. "You're Li Lin, right?" That towering figure stopped before Li Lin, lowered his head, and smiled. However, it was completely different from how he smiled at Huang Xiaotian. "Yes, that's me." Li Lin couldn't see the expression on the Grand Marshal's face, and his heart trembled in fear. "I've always been looking for a saber that suits me, but it's a pity that I haven't found one. I like this saber a lot." As the majestic, disdainful, and domineering voice spoke, he stretched out his hand and stroked the blade. Immediately, a clear and melodious buzzing sound rang out. It was very pleasant to listen to. It's a pity that the inscription on it is too weak. It's not worthy of a top-notch weapon of this quality. But it doesn't matter. I can get someone to inscribe it again. The Grand Marshal spoke as he twirled the saber in his hand, as though he couldn't bear to part with it. Li Lin's face fell to the ground, and he suddenly recalled something. That's right. Of the 3 Grand Marshals, one was indeed a saber expert. However, he had never heard of him using a saber. Li Lin didn't pay much attention to it in the past. But now that he heard it, could it be that he didn't have a saber in the past? Or perhaps he hadn't found a suitable saber in the first place. If that was the case, Lord, I, Li Lin, am willing to offer this saber to the Grand Marshal for free. Li Lin immediately declared. His voice was firm, and there was a hint of hesitation in it. 300,000 gold taels might be precious, but Li Lin knew what it meant to him and Lord Zhao if he could win the favor of the Grand Marshal. With the protection of this lord, his and Zhao Fengchun's future in the Imperial Army would be bright, and no one would dare to do anything to them. Huang Xiaotian's incident would never happen again. To be able to win the favor of an Imperial Army Grand Marshal with 300,000 gold taels, this was a rare opportunity. Even if Wang Chong were to learn of it, he would surely support Li Lin. The moment Li Lin said those words, Huang Xiaotian's face darkened. However, the Grand Marshal's reaction was out of Li Lin's expectations. There's no need for it. 300,000 gold taels, it's decided. There's no need to say anything more. The Grand Marshal's voice was firm, and there was no room for doubt. 300,000 gold taels, right? I'll get someone to pass it to you soon. Your name is Li Lin, right? I'll remember this name. Your saber, I like it a lot. As the Grand Marshal spoke, he picked up the saber on the table and left. His black cloak fluttered in the wind, and it didn't take long for him to disappear into the night. Even though he had taken away the Death's Abyss, no one thought that the Grand Marshal would go back on his words. In the Imperial Army, the Grand Marshal's words were the golden tongue. Li Lin and Zhao Fengchun stood up from the ground, and they glanced at one another. Slowly, Smiles appeared in their eyes. Lifting their heads, they realized that Huang Xiaotian had already disappeared. However, they knew that this fellow wouldn't dare to act arrogantly before them anymore. The Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army, Wang Chong, had done them a huge favor. Putting aside the matter regarding the Imperial Army, after handing the Death's Abyss to his uncle, Wang Chong began searching for the evil emperor while heading to the Ghost Tree District to play chess. There was still no news of the evil emperor, and Wang Chong didn't know where to look for him. Thus, his progress was slow. On the other hand, in the Ghost Tree District, on the golden chessboard, Wang Chong was pushing his opponent closer and closer, and he was gaining the upper hand. He had almost cornered his opponent. On this day, Wang Chong arrived at the Ghost Tree District. Just as he was about to continue playing chess, he realized that a white-haired elder had suddenly appeared on the other side. This white-haired elder had a skinny figure, and he was dressed in a simple black robe. His right hand was holding onto a white stone, and his back was leaning against a Chinese scholar tree. He was kneeling on the ground, staring at the chessboard in a daze. SSSS. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong took in a deep breath. He felt as though his blood had congealed, and a huge shock surged through his soul. So Young's son, Wang Chong's mind buzzed, and he felt as though the entire world had dimmed. In an instant, the only thing left in the world was the white-haired elder leaning against the tree. After nearly 2 months, Wang Chong finally met the elder whom he had yearned to meet in his previous life, the elder whom he respected the most, the war god of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 145. Wang Chong had never seen So Young's son before, but Wang Chong knew that this person had to be So Young's son. There was no earth-shattering aura, no shuddering majesty. The old man before him looked just like any other ordinary old man. If he hadn't known beforehand, if he hadn't known the details of this chess game, Wang Chong would never have guessed that this old man in black with a white chess piece in his hand was the famous war god of the Tang dynasty, So Young's son, an undefeatable legend that many knew had passed away long ago. Under an old locust tree in the western district of the capital, there was an ordinary golden chess game. This war god had chosen a successor for his legacy in his twilight years. Wang Chong felt his eyes burn. Thinking of the living war god of the Tang dynasty standing in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. A man who stood alone against 10,000, a man who used his life to save the people in the last moments of his life, a man who lived up to his beliefs was worthy of everyone's respect. It was the same for Wang Chong. But very quickly, Wang Chong calmed himself down. So Young's son's sudden appearance here was beyond his expectations. But this didn't mean that he would be able to smoothly inherit his legacy. The difficulty of inheriting the art of God and demon obliteration was absolutely maxed out. In his previous life, he wasn't the only one who had sat in front of this golden chess game. There were also many who could solve the game. But in the end, not a single one was chosen. So Young's son dared to ignore the emperor's edict. So Young's son even dared to reject the noble prince without hesitation. One could imagine the difficulty of inheriting the art of God and demon obliteration. It wasn't a coincidence that the art of God and demon obliteration was so famous. There was a big reason behind it. So Young's son's personality played a big part. No one knew what his exact criteria for choosing a disciple was. Moreover, even if he was accepted into the sect, he would soon be kicked out of the sect. This kind of thing had happened before in his previous life. Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. So Young's son's appearance was only the beginning. The next test was the most important. At this thought, he strode towards the locust tree. Old man, in front of So Young's son, Wang Chong bowed respectfully, then sat down across from him, separated by the golden chessboard, as if he had come to play an ordinary game of chess and to meet an ordinary old man. So Young's son quietly came out of the Su mansion. He wore a simple robe and restrained his overwhelming aura. He was traveling in a low-key manner. Obviously, he did not want anyone to discover his identity. At a time like this, Wang Chong naturally wouldn't say something like senior or something along the lines of being well-behaved and trembling with fear. At a time like this, it would be better to be more casual and at the same time show appropriate respect. So Young-sun did not speak. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted as he stared at the black and white chess pieces on the golden chessboard, as if he didn't notice Wang Chong. "Brother, you are so awesome. Grandpa has been sitting here for half a day. He still doesn't know where to place his next move." At this moment, a childish voice came from the side. The chubby kid, Dai Jianjian, was standing behind So Young-sun's right shoulder. He was licking a red and sweet candied haw while looking at Wang Chong with admiration and admiration. Although he was young, he had been watching the chess game every day. He could tell a thing or two. The big brother he met this time seemed to be very powerful. The old grandpa actually didn't know where to place his next move. "Jianer," suddenly, a majestic voice was heard. So Young-sun frowned slightly, but his body and movements didn't change at all. He was still holding the white chess piece and staring at the chessboard. The little boy stuck out his tongue, quickly shut his mouth, and walked away alone. Wang Chong smiled and shifted his gaze back to the golden chessboard. With just a glance, the chess pieces on the chessboard were exactly the same as when he left yesterday. In other words, from yesterday until now, So Young-sun still hadn't figured out where to place his white chess piece. So Young-sun hadn't placed his chess piece yet, and naturally, it wasn't Wang Chong's turn yet. Everything was still the same as it was yesterday. Gigi. The sound of cicadas chirping came from the locust tree, but no one spoke. So Young-sun didn't speak, and Wang Chong didn't find it appropriate to speak either. Under the locust tree, all was silent. "Young man, your way of playing is a little strange." After some time, So Young-sun finally raised his head. His expression was solemn as he looked at Wang Chong. This was the first time Wang Chong had a chance to look at him face to face. So Young-sun was very skinny, but he was very dignified and gave off a sense of righteousness. However, his face was expressionless and unsmiling, giving off a very old-fashioned feeling. In addition, his eyebrows were very thick and snow-white. Even though So Young-sun had closed his door and refused to meet any guests for many years, and hadn't interacted with the court or the military for decades, his entire temperament had changed a lot. But in that relaxed and ordinary face, Wang Chong could still find the strength of the famous war god of the past. One was the war god of the past. The other was the future Grand Marshal of the world. This game of chess was a way for the war god to choose his disciples, and it was also a contest between the old and new marshals. Although in terms of martial arts, he wasn't a match for old Marshal Su. In terms of strategy, Wang Chong was more than confident. Even if his opponent was a war god like So Young-sun, Wang Chong was still confident that he could beat him. "Old senior, war is the land of life and death. There is only victory and defeat. What is good and evil?" Hearing So Young-sun mention the word evil, Wang Chong didn't hold back. Although his martial arts were far inferior to So Young-sun's, in terms of strategy, Wang Chong had experienced the chaotic end of the world. He had experienced thousands of battles, large and small, and was extremely experienced. Even if his opponent was So Young-sun, even if he was facing a person like the war god, Wang Chong wasn't inferior. So Young-sun slightly frowned. He clearly didn't expect Wang Chong to say this. He said that Wang Chong's chess style was evil, but Wang Chong had directly brought the game of chess to the path of war. Chess and war were interlinked, and Go was born from war. Wang Chong's words weren't wrong. Holding the heavy chess piece in his hand, So Young-sun once again stared at the game in silence. Clack! After some time, he seemed to have finally thought it through. So Young-sun's white chess piece finally landed on the board with a clack. After such a long time, So Young-sun finally thought of a countermeasure. This sudden action immediately attracted Wang Chong's attention. But with just a glance, Wang Chong inwardly laughed. So Young-sun's move truly seemed like a clever move. This white chess piece seemed to have the power to overturn the heavens and overturn the earth, to reverse the game of chess and create a path of survival. But in Wang Chong's eyes, he could only shake his head. Just as I expected, Wang Chong chuckled. He picked up a black chess piece from the box next to him and swiftly placed it on the center of the board. The moment this black chess piece landed, the situation on the board suddenly changed. Just a moment ago, Su Zhengshun looked as if he had just narrowly escaped death, and he had a brilliant move that could turn the tables around. But in an instant, his miraculous move turned into something rotten. With the death of a massive dragon, Su Zhengshun's army was completely routed. Under the locust tree, in front of the chessboard, So Young-sun's brows immediately furrowed deeply, his expression extremely solemn. He had set up a tie chess game in the Ghost Tree District. Originally, it was to lower the difficulty and not stick to a single pattern, to select people with some talent in the art of war. But he had not expected this game to turn into an all-out war in the end, and he had actually lost. So Young-sun had not expected this at all. Staring at this chess game of utter defeat, So Young-sun did not move. His expression was extremely solemn, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Whose child are you?" After some time, So Young-sun finally raised his head. To have such a game of chess in a chess game, this was definitely not something that could be taught by an ordinary family. "Elder, I do not dare to refuse. I am Wang Chong, the son of General Wang Yin of the Tang Dynasty, and the grandson of the former Prime Minister Wang Jiuling." Wang Chong sat up on his knees, speaking confidently and respectfully. "So, you're a descendant of Wang Bo." So Young-sun's eyebrows twitched, but there wasn't much of an expression on his face. Duke Jiu Wang Jiuling, the virtuous prime minister of the Tang Dynasty, there wasn't a single person in the Central Plains who didn't know of him. Speaking of which, there was no one who didn't raise their thumbs to show their respect. But So Young-sun didn't address him directly by his name, but by his name. There wasn't the slightest hint of respect on his face either, as though he was speaking of a junior. If it was someone else, Wang Chong might have felt that the other party was insulting him, and he might have stood up and left. However, Wang Chong knew that there were only a few people in the entire Tang Dynasty who were qualified to address his grandfather as a senior. So Young-sun was one of them. As the war god, So Young-sun's era of fame far surpassed that of his grandfather. Back when he was at the peak of his power, his grandfather was still an unknown lad. Even though his grandfather had just celebrated his 70th birthday not too long ago, in terms of age, he still paled in comparison to the person before him. However, in terms of age, he was still a far cry from the person before him. He could be considered to be relatively young. Thinking about it, how old should he be now? 80? 90? How old should he be now? Over 80? Over 90? Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. Grandfather only rose to fame when he was in his 20s. At that time, Su Zhengshun was at least in his 40s, perhaps even older. In fact, Wang Chong even suspected that his age might be close to 100 years old. In fact, Wang Chong even suspected that his age might be close to 100. After all, this person had lived through the era of Emperor Taizong. Chapter 146. However, unlike his grandfather, Wang Chong felt a deep, dark, and closed power from So Young-sun. The person before him seemed to have completely sealed himself in his own world, isolated from the rest of the world. He was unwilling to talk to anyone, to interact with anyone, and to interact with anyone. Even the connection between him and himself was limited to the golden chessboard in front of him. There was no other interaction between them, and he was unwilling to have any interaction. Looking at the god of war of the Tang Dynasty before him, Wang Chong felt a deep resonance and sympathy in his heart. Wang Chong was no stranger to such a situation. In his previous life, when he lost everything and had nothing, he was also in such a state. There was nothing left for him to yearn for in life. The only reason he lived was to complete a goal and mission given to him in life. So Young-sun should be the same. Wang Chong thought to himself, thinking of the old man's experience. So Young-sun lost his son when he was young, died in his old age, and all his relatives had passed away, leaving him all alone. Wasn't this the same situation as him back then? The only difference was that he had reincarnated and had a chance to change his fate and reunite with his family. So Young-sun was different. Right now, he might just be choosing a suitable successor to pass on his art of god and demon obliteration. Or perhaps, as the god of war of the Tang Dynasty, He would fulfill his mission and protect this country in silence and solitude until his death. Even though Emperor Taizong, whom he had once been loyal to, had left behind a golden edict that forbade the successors of the Tang dynasty from using this god of war, and also forbade him from leading an army again and having any contact with the army. Thinking of this, Wang Chong became even more determined. No matter what, he had to change this old man's fate. He had to let him walk out of his isolation and live out his life happily, instead of letting the tragedy of his previous life repeat itself and letting him die in loneliness and solitude. Old man, victory and defeat are common in war. Why don't we play another game? Wang Chong suddenly grinned. So Yung-sun raised his head, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. It seemed that Wang Chong's attitude was a little strange. However, he did not object and nodded. The chess pieces on the golden chessboard were quickly swept clean. The two of them sat opposite each other and started a new game. Unlike before, this time it was no longer a single stone a day. Instead, the two of them faced each other and played a complete game of chess. So Yung-sun originally wanted to choose his successor through a game of Tai chess, but Wang Chong's realm was obviously far beyond this level. Even so, Yung-sun couldn't beat him. Clack, clack, clack. It was quiet near the square. The wind blew past, and the huge crown of the locust tree shook. Leaves fell from the sky, landed on the chessboard, and floated past the two. So Yung-sun was a man of few words, and he didn't like to speak much. Ever since he agreed to Wang Chong's request, he had been sitting upright, as though a spear was stabbed into the ground. His posture was meticulous, reminiscent of the iron bones of a soldier. Wang Chong wasn't inferior to So Yung-sun either. In his previous life, he was also a grand marshal of the Central Plains who looked down on the world. It was just that Wang Chong would often restrain himself and not intentionally reveal his true nature. On top of that, his 15-year-old body and his low cultivation made it hard for Wang Chong to assume the disposition of a grand marshal of the Central Plains. In fact, Wang Chong even intentionally slowed down and relaxed his body so that the atmosphere wouldn't be as tense. Instead, he treated it as an ordinary game of chess. So Yung-sun's mastery of the art of war was undoubtedly high. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Wang Chong, the future greatest war saint in the history of the entire Central Plains. The two of them controlled their respective armies and fought against one another on the crisscrossing chessboard. So Yung-sun's army was already formidable, but before Wang Chong's army, it was a pity that they were still met with defeat. So Yung-sun's white stones gradually decreased while Wang Chong's black stones increased. Even though So Yung-sun tried his best, Wang Chong would always have a new trap waiting for him. Unknowingly, So Yung-sun was faced with the same predicament from before. There were only a few spots on the chessboard that he could place his stones on. So Yung-sun was once again surrounded by enemies from all sides. The wind rustled as Su Zhengchun held the white stone tightly in his hand, and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. Staring at the chessboard, he fell into silence once more. The surroundings were silent. Wang Chong smiled. He didn't rush So Yung-sun. Looking at the chessboard, he waited silently for So Yung-sun to make his choice. Again, after a long period of time, So Yung-sun finally placed down his stone and said 2 words. This was the first time he took the initiative to speak, after which he closed his lips tightly, not saying a single word. All right, Wang Chong chuckled and didn't say anything. Putting away his stone, he started another round. The two of them fought on the chessboard, creating a bloody battlefield. Unknowingly, the sun was setting in the west, and the night had already fallen. Old master, it's getting late. Why don't we head back first? We'll play another day. Suddenly, behind the locust tree, an ordinary-looking black-haired old man walked out. He bowed and lifted his head, looking at So Yung-sun with a worried expression. Looking at this skinny old man, Wang Chong felt like he was being pricked by a needle. His pupils shrank and his body trembled. He was so excited that he almost shouted. He had met an old friend. Wang Chong recognized this person. His name was Fong Hong. He was an old servant of the Su residence. He was the child of an old servant of the Su residence and grew up in the Su residence. So Yung-sun lost his son and grandchild and most of the maids and maids in the Sioux residence were dismissed. Only this loyal old servant stayed and served So Young's son until his death. The main reason why Wang Chong knew him was because this old servant told him about So Young's son in the future. But Wang Chong reacted quickly. Although he recognized Fang Hong, this old servant might not recognize him. "Old man," Wang Chong called out. He quickly calmed down and pretended nothing had happened. The Fang Hong in front of him was much younger than when Wang Chong knew him. His hair was still black, unlike the white hairs of his future life. Moreover, he was different from the future life when he lost his master and was forever immersed in sorrow. The Fang Hong now was still loyal, had his own backbone, and had his own value in life. This made Wang Chong, who knew him, secretly happy for him. At least, that tragedy had not happened yet. "Old man, it's getting late. I have to go back now. Why don't we fight again tomorrow?" Wang Chong looked at So Young's son and grinned. With Fang Hong's reminder, Wang Chong also remembered something. So Young's son had a rule when he went out. Whether it was to play chess or to do something else, he had to return to the Sioux residence before the sky turned dark. Otherwise, if he was discovered by the patrolling Imperial Army and the news got back to the palace, it would cause a lot of trouble. So Young's son did not want that person in the palace to notice him. As long as that person in the palace noticed him, it would mean that all the civil and military officials in the court, as well as the entire world, would notice him. For so many years, ever since Emperor Taizong, So Young's son was used to keeping a low profile. He had always been like this. This had already become a habit of his subconscious. Although Wang Chong did not approve of this habit of his, today was the first time they met. Even if he wanted to change this habit, it would have to wait until later. So Young's son looked at Wang Chong in silence. Finally, he looked at the chessboard. He saw that on the crisscross chessboard, the white pieces had already been destroyed. This game, he had lost again. A great war god who had dominated the battlefield had lost to a teenager in front of him. It was inconceivable, but this was indeed what had happened. Wang Chong's fight again tomorrow was just right, leaving him some face. Looking deeply at Wang Chong, So Young's son finally stood up. "Fang Hong, we're leaving." With these words, So Young's son flicked his sleeves, turned around, and slowly left. Seeing So Young's son's departing figure, Wang Chong smiled and also stood up to leave. Rome wasn't built in a day. It was not an easy task to have a sealed-off person slowly open his heart and face the world. If Wang Chong wanted to change So Young's son, to have him walk out from that gloomy, sealed-off Sioux residence, it was not something that could be done in a day. But there was always a first step. Little by little, there would always be a time when a little bit becomes a lot. So the next day, Wang Chong still went to the meeting. Under the giant locust tree, a golden chessboard was placed. Behind the chessboard, a familiar figure was kneeling. Snow-white hair, black, unlined clothes, motionless in the morning wind, as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Good morning, senior." Wang Chong grinned as he made his way over and sat opposite So Young's son. "Hurry, come here." Wang Chong beckoned behind him. Very quickly, several guards responded, carrying a small table and placing it to the side. On the small table, there was a plate of peanuts and 2 pairs of exquisite chopsticks. "What's this?" So Young's son frowned. He glanced at the table by the side and looked at Wang Chong. "Peanuts." Wang Chong chuckled, as though saying you can't possibly not recognize peanuts. So Young's son didn't say a word. Instead, his frown deepened. "Ha ha ha, senior. So this is what you're talking about. Isn't it too monotonous just to play chess? Eating peanuts while playing chess is much better. Here, these chopsticks are for you." Wang Chong chuckled, as though he had only understood the other party's intentions now. Change came from little by little. Facing this old man, the only thought in Wang Chong's mind was to make the other party happy. He was the war god of the Tang dynasty. For this empire, for the Central Plains, and for the people of the world, he had dedicated his entire life. Such a person deserved swift retribution, and he deserved to be happy. The world owed him too much, and he didn't owe the world anything. Wang Chong wanted to obtain the art of god and demon obliteration, But Wang Chong wished for this old man to live out his remaining years happily. A plate of peanuts was just the beginning. Wang Chong believed that one day, this old man would walk out of his past, walk out of the shadows, and return to his original self. The surroundings were silent, and only the rustling of the locust tree leaves could be heard. Chapter 147. So Young-sun didn't eat the peanuts that Wang Chong brought over. However, it was already a great improvement for him to allow Wang Chong to bring the table to the side of the chessboard. Once something started, it was impossible to stop. So Young-sun didn't stop Wang Chong, and things went out of control. On the second day, Wang Chong brought a plate of braised beef. On the third day, Wang Chong brought a few side dishes. On the fourth day, Wang Chong finally brought a pot of wine. What's this? This time, So Young-sun finally couldn't hold back. He frowned and looked very displeased, as if he was very averse to wine. So Young-sun had seen all kinds of ambitious and powerful people in his life, from Emperor Taizong to the holy monk of the Great Snow Mountain Temple in the west of Uzan, to the Sun Holy Land in the north of Turkrad, and then to the famous generals and ministers of Goguryeo, Uzan, Turks, Abbasid Caliphate, and Karak-Spazanu. There was not a single person who didn't behave themselves in front of him, and there were very few who didn't behave themselves like Wang Chong. Putting aside the peanuts on the first day and the braised beef on the second day, Wang Chong became more and more outrageous in front of him. Not only did he bring all kinds of side dishes, he even brought wine. A chess match that should have been very quiet, elegant, and charming was forcefully changed by Wang Chong. "Wine," Wang Chong said, as if he couldn't see the displeasure in So Young-sun's eyes. As he spoke, he placed a wine cup in front of So Young-sun and poured a cup full of wine. "I don't drink." So Young-sun frowned and didn't even look at Wang Chong's wine cup. "You're the descendant of a family of generals. Don't you know this?" So Young-sun's eyes were cold. Although it had been decades since he handed over the empire's military power, he had long been far away from the center of power. So Young-sun still maintained the habits of the army after spending half his life in the army. He didn't mind Wang Chong bringing peanuts or braised beef, but he absolutely couldn't touch alcohol. "Hee, old man, you're joking with me again. I'm just a child, and you're not a famous general on the battlefield. You don't need to lead an army to the battlefield. So what's there to delay?" Wang Chong said casually. So Young-sun's eyes were very cold, and he gave off a feeling of authority without being angry. The pressure accumulated from years of military life was not something an ordinary person could withstand. If it was anyone else, they would have been filled with fear and trepidation. However, Wang Chong was not affected in the slightest. Not only that, but Wang Chong even drank his own cup as he spoke. The wine was very light, and the alcohol content was very low. After Wang Chong drank the wine, he picked up a tender piece of braised beef and slowly chewed it in his mouth. So Young-sun froze for a moment, then suddenly fell into a daze. Yes, it had been so long that he had forgotten. He had forgotten that he was no longer that So Young-sun, that he no longer had any dealings with the military. Right now, what else could he delay? For a moment, So Young-sun was a little dazed. Emperor Taizong's removal of his armor and return to power had always been the deepest concern in his heart. "Senior, it's fine if you don't want to drink." At this moment, Wang Chong spoke. "If you can lose 3 fewer points than yesterday, you don't need to drink. Otherwise, you'll be punished with a cup of wine. What do you think?" "Impudent." So Young-sun's expression shifted, and he inadvertently revealed the dignity of a great war god. Although times had changed, how could a habit he had cultivated for decades be so easily changed? "Grandfather, you're being shameless. Grandfather, you're being shameless. If you're willing to bet, then you have to accept the bet. If you're willing to bet, then you have to accept the bet." At this moment, a tender voice came from the side. A chubby child suddenly hugged So Young-sun's arm and vigorously shook it, refusing to budge. The authority that Su Zhengchun had just revealed a moment ago immediately crumbled. For some reason, the first time he saw this child several months ago, he had felt that they were particularly congenial. This child had also brought him no small amount of joy. In front of this child, He could no longer put on any airs of dignity. "Fine, I agree. Disagree," Su Zhengshan said helplessly as he was being shaken violently. He felt that Dai Jianjian was congenial, but Wang Chong, this child's talent in the art of war, was simply breathtaking. In his decades of life, he had never seen anyone like Wang Chong, who exuded such formidable talent. Not even he could defeat this child. He had no way of hardening his heart against these two children. The chessboard was laid out, and the chess pieces were all over the place. A few hours later, the white pieces on the chessboard were scattered all over the place. This was the first time that Su Zhengshan had suffered a crushing defeat in the past few days. Looking at the chessboard in front of him, So Young-sun's face alternated between green and white. Finally, he let out a long sigh, grabbed the wine cup on the table, and drained it in one gulp. But perhaps because he had not drunk in decades, he choked on the wine, his face flushed red, and he coughed several times. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jianjian laughed heartily, thinking that this big brother Wang Chong was very interesting. Wang Chong also couldn't help but laugh. There were many things that, once started, could not be stopped. Although a few days ago, when Wang Chong brought over peanuts, stewed beef, and side dishes, this war god did not touch any of them. But Wang Chong knew that, after drinking this mouthful of wine, the next cut would be completely different. In the distance, under the eaves of an inconspicuous house, the old servant Fang Hong silently watched this scene, and he couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he had seen his old master like this. Although his face was flushed red, and he even choked on the wine. But finally, he was not like before, immersed in pain. For some reason, Fang Hong was suddenly very fond of the youth named Wang Chong and the 4-year-old child. Wang Chong's judgment was correct. After drinking that cup of wine, he had indeed broken something. It was as if he had broken through some kind of taboo and barrier in his heart. In the following days, So Young-sun really didn't refuse and would occasionally pick up a few peanuts, a few slices of beef, a few side dishes with his chopsticks, and drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Although he didn't drink much, only a little occasionally. But compared to before, he was indeed much more easygoing. When Wang Chong played chess, he also felt that the atmosphere was no longer trembling, as if he was treading on thin ice. This was a change, seeing that the old man whom he respected was able to let go of some of the knots in his heart. Wang Chong was secretly happy for him. Time passed day by day. So Young-sun still didn't reveal his identity. Wang Chong also didn't reveal it, and still went to the Ghost Tree District every day. Under the big tree, one old and one young, they looked no different from anyone else. During this time, Wang Chong handed over the goods to his uncle. The amount of 300,000 taels of gold really surprised Wang Chong. Wang Chong also didn't expect that the Death's Abyss could be sold at such a terrifying price. This also strengthened Wang Chong's decision to walk the quality route. With the 300,000 taels of gold, Wang Chong completely made up for his previous losses. However, at the same time, Wang Chong's search for the evil emperor was in a deadlock. No matter how many people Wang Chong sent out, there was still no trace of the evil emperor. "Wang Chong, what are you doing? Standing like a pine tree, sitting like a bell. Every action of yours has rules. How can you behave like this?" So Young-sun looked at Wang Chong opposite him and twitched his eyebrows, looking a little displeased. Wang Chong was becoming more and more humble in front of him. In the past, he would only bring some wine over, but now, even his sitting posture changed, and he began to play chess while lying down. "Ha ha! Life should be full of joy. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon emptily. What's the point of having so many rules in life, as long as you're happy?" Wang Chong, on the other hand, was all smiles and didn't seem to mind at all. So Young-sun didn't expose his identity, and Wang Chong was happy to play dumb. Otherwise, if So Young-sun really revealed his identity as the war god, he wouldn't be able to do so. If both sides would play their part, they probably wouldn't be so relaxed anymore. So Young-sun frowned, but didn't say anything in the end, and continued to look at the chessboard. On the golden chessboard, the white pieces were scattered all over the place, and he was about to lose again. Cough, cough, cough. Just as the two of them were playing chess, a violent coughing sound suddenly came. While the two of them were playing chess, Xiao Jianjian somehow found his way to the cloud pattern table that Wang Chong brought. He secretly picked up a piece of braised beef and took a sip of wine. The braised beef was nothing, but when he drank the wine that Wang Chong brought, he couldn't help but choke and cough violently. Cough, 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 it's not good at all. It's not as good as the charcoal wine of the Zhou clan in the east of the city. Xiao Jianjian cried out bitterly as he patted his chest. Seeing this scene, both Wang Chong and So Young's son couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, who told you to drink secretly? So Young's son scolded jokingly, but his eyes were filled with love, as if he was looking at his own son. That's right, you're so young, but you don't learn good things, and you even secretly imitate others to drink. Wang Chong also couldn't help but scold him jokingly. But the next moment, as if a bolt of lightning flashed across his brain, Wang Chong suddenly froze. Little guy, what did you just say? Wang Chong suddenly looked at Xiao Jianjian and asked. At this moment, he felt as if something had stirred him. It was as if something that had been forgotten for a long time was about to rise to the surface. I said that your wine tastes terrible. Xiao Jianjian crossed his arms, a look of displeasure on his face. Not this, the other one. Wang Chong said anxiously. What? The charcoal wine of the Zhou clan in the east of the city? You think I haven't drunk it before? That's not it. Rumble. As if a bolt of lightning had flashed across his mind, Wang Chong's entire body trembled. Wang Chong suddenly remembered. The Zhou clan in the east of the city. The Zhou clan in the east of the city. That's right. How could I have forgotten? At this moment, Wang Chong's heart was incomparably agitated. He suddenly remembered. About the evil emperor, about that mediocre expert who used the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. He remembered everything. That's right. About that expert, the wealthy family that he had worked for was the Zhou clan in the east of the city. He had only heard this name a few times, but there was no doubt about it. And Wang Chong had vaguely heard from those people that the Zhou clan in the east of the city seemed to know how to brew a type of wine. This wine was not famous among the aristocratic families, and almost no one knew about it. But among the commoners of the lower classes, it was a household name. That wine was the Zhou clan's charcoal wine. If he found a Zhou clan in the east of the city, he would find that expert. If he found that expert, he would find the evil emperor. At this moment, Wang Chong knew that he had really found him. Chapter 148. Wang Chong left under the astonished gazes of So Young's son and Xiao Jianjian. By the time he left, Su Zhengchen had suffered a crushing defeat once more. The white stones on the chessboard were scattered all over the place, leaving this war god with a deep frown on his face. After leaving the Ghost Tree District, Wang Chong drove to the east of the city and asked a few people for directions. Even though few among the nobles of the Tang dynasty knew about the charcoal wine, it was still very famous among the common folk. In just a short while, Wang Chong found a Zhou clan. A huge courtyard was surrounded by a wall. On the wall, a long flagpole was erected. On top of the flagpole was a huge wine flag with a red background. Zhouji charcoal wine. The wine flag fluttered in the wind. From afar, the red flag was dotted with black spots. It was obvious that it had been around for a long time. Even after such a long time, the owner had never changed the wine flag. Clearly, they were very proud of their brand. I didn't think that this would be the place where that person worked. Half a street away, a carriage was parked. Lifting the curtains, Wang Chong gazed at the Zhou clan winery through the window, and he couldn't help but sigh. He had heard many stories about that person and knew that he used to work in a wealthy family. But this was the first time Wang Chong had seen the place where he worked. If not for Xiao Jianjian drinking secretly during a game of chess and inadvertently mentioning it, Wang Chong might not have known that this was where he used to work. Young master, I've investigated it. There's indeed someone called Zhou in here. At this moment, the door of the carriage opened, and a guard of the Wang clan walked in with a respectful expression. I've asked the others as well. They all said that they know of this person. They said that he had worked for the Zhou clan for many years. He was born in poverty and had an old mother. However, he was a dutiful, honest man of few words. He kept a low profile, but he was very diligent. The people around him had a good impression of him. Wang Chong nodded. This was completely in line with what he knew. Before the age of 27, Zhou Wen was no different from an ordinary person. He lived his life diligently. He didn't have any talent, but he could still rely on his own hands to support himself. The one who truly changed his fate and made him become that person in the future was still that person, the mysterious, the evil emperor. He had relied on his own strength to turn an ordinary person with mediocre aptitude who was unwilling to fight into a powerhouse that many people would look up to in the future. Did you ask him when he'll be off work? Wang Chong sat in the carriage and nodded slightly. I've asked, because he has to take care of old mother. He goes back on time to cook for her. Therefore, he got up to work much earlier than the others. Before 5 o'clock in the morning, he would get up to cook and then run to the Zhou family's workshop to start working. By the time others start working, he has already been working for more than 4 hours. So, even if he gets off work early, he still works much longer than others. Moreover, he is very diligent and can do the work of 2 or 3 people. Therefore, the Zhou clan is happy to take him in. The guard lowered his head and spoke word by word. Clearly, he was asking very carefully. Everyone in the Wang clan knew that the current young master was no longer the same as before. After the Four Quarters Embassy incident, there were even rumors that the one who was most likely to take over the old master's position in the Wang clan was the youngest young man before them. Thus, the guards treated this young master with extreme respect, and they didn't dare to be careless in carrying out the tasks entrusted to them. You've worked hard. Wang Chong nodded before closing his eyes and waiting silently. After an unknown period of time, the gates to the Zhou clan's residence suddenly opened, and a slender figure walked out. Hey, Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen is here. He's going back to cook for your mother again? Haha. Hurry up and go. We'll take care of the matters here. Outside the Zhou clan's residence, the voices of Zhou Wen echoed ceaselessly. Suddenly, Wang Chong opened his eyes and peered through the window. He saw a slender figure standing at the entrance of the Zhou clan's residence with a sincere smile on his face. It's him. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. The Zhou Wen who had just finished his work wasn't as rough, tanned, and dirty as Wang Chong had imagined him to be. On the contrary, he was dressed in a plain gray robe, and his entire body was neat and tidy. His face had been washed, and his skin was fair and clean. He didn't look like someone who worked in a winery. Instead, he carried the disposition of a scholar. On top of that, Zhou Wen was also very tall, standing at around 7 feet tall. This made him stand out among the Zhou family's employees like a crane among a flock of chickens. But even so, Zhou Wen's simple personality and honest smile allowed him to blend in with the workers and wine merchants. Wang Chong could tell that the people around him were very fond of this tall man. After greeting the people around him, Zhou Wen carried a bag on his back, and without much thought, he headed back home. Follow him, Wang Chong said. The carriage moved slowly, following behind Zhou Wen at an unhurried pace, maintaining a distance that wouldn't raise any suspicions. The sky was getting dark. Perhaps he was worried that his mother would be hungry, but Zhou Wen walked very quickly. Although it was a normal pace, it was equivalent to a jog for many people. Wang Chong followed him through the streets, alleys, and alleys. Some places were too narrow for the carriage to pass, so Wang Chong abandoned the carriage. Although it was a little inconvenient, it made it harder for him to follow Zhou Wen. As he followed Zhou Wen, Wang Chong saw him purposely make a turn, and at the corner of the street, he took out a copper coin and placed it in the bowl of a blind beggar. At a spot where a banyan tree was planted, Zhou Wen took out the lunch that he couldn't bear to eat in the afternoon and fed it to a few pigeons with a smile. His smile was very happy. When Wang Chong saw this scene from afar, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had once seen the Zhou Wen from afar. His face was stiff, and there was no smile on his face. It was like a person who had lost his soul, living only for a certain purpose. Anyone who saw him could tell that he wasn't happy. For those who had seen him before, it was hard to believe that this person could be like this, smiling so happily. It was so simple, yet so fulfilling. Strength wasn't always better. Some people were willing to exchange everything for strength, but others were willing to exchange everything for everything. Wang Chong believed that if that person saw this scene, he would definitely be willing to exchange everything for what he had now. What is that guy doing? He's getting faster and faster. He's running. Did he notice us? Suddenly, a sound reached their ears. The guards looked into the distance in shock. Zhou would have been walking at a constant speed, but after feeding the pigeons, he suddenly sped up. In the end, he even started running, as if he had discovered something and wanted to shake them off. He was delayed on the way. He's rushing back to cook for his mother, Wang Chong said faintly. The guards were astonished. Look at the sky. If he doesn't go back to cook at this time, his mother will starve, Wang Chong said lightly. The guards were stunned. They looked up and saw dark clouds hanging low in the sky. It was already dark. Unknowingly, it was almost time for dinner. But Wang Chong ignored him and followed after him. His cultivation was far higher than Zhou Wen's. When he took a step, he was faster than Zhou Wen. He followed Zhou, went all the way through the streets. Finally, Wang Chong followed Zhou Wen and saw him rush into a low and shabby mud house covered with thick white thatch. The surroundings were dark. The house stood tall in the night. There was no one in the surrounding dozens of feet. It was lonely, giving off a feeling that it was isolated from the rest of the world. Mother, winner, cough, cough. An old voice, accompanied by a cough of pain, came from the narrow room. A moment later, a dim oil lamp lit up. Then, there was a series of clanking sounds. Wang Chong stood under a lush camphor tree. Soon, he smelled the aroma of food. Mother, don't choke. Zhou Wen's respectful voice came from the room. A moment later, the window of the room opened, and a cloud of smoke drifted out. When the window was opened, Wang Chong saw Zhou Wen walking out with 2 plates of appetizers in his hands, 2 pairs of chopsticks, 2 small bowls, and a dim oil lamp. Wang Chong looked at Zhou Wen sitting on one side and a thin old lady with silver hair sitting on the other. As she coughed, she kept putting food into Zhou Wen's bowl. Child, eat more, eat more. Looking at this scene, for some reason, Wang Chong suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He was filled with emotions and an indescribable feeling. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly knew what that person had lost. This person was not scheming. Therefore, he could hear many things about this person. But among all the bits and pieces, he had never heard him mention his mother. This was a filial son. He could wake up early and work late before the sky even brightened. He could take care of 2 people. After a tiring day, he could sit at the dining table and smile, just because he had a mother with whom he could only depend on. But when he became a hero and became the him in the future, everything was lost. He was already a lonely person. A person had lost the most important thing in his life. Wang Chong suddenly remembered a rumor that he had heard a long time ago. It was said that the reason why that person's temperament changed so much and he started a massacre was because his mother was killed by a group of thugs. This rumor had no origin and nowhere to go. It only spread among a few people and was quickly forgotten by those who said it. Wang Chong did not care about it. But at this moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood. If he was not mistaken, all of this was probably related to the evil emperor. Such a filial son would not attract any thugs. The only possibility was that the evil emperor, who had been plotted against others' fortuitous encounters, might be a disaster for others. Chapter 149. Young Master. Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, footsteps sounded behind him. Shanhai, dressed in an embroidered robe, walked out of the darkness. I've checked, and there aren't any strange old men in the area. There isn't anyone else in this room either, Shanhai said. Behind him were a few guards of the Wang clan. This operation was split into 2 groups. One group was led by Wang Chong, while the other group was led by Shanhai. Even though the route was different, Shanhai still managed to find his way here. It seems like the evil emperor hasn't appeared yet. Recovering from his daze, Wang Chong raised his head to look at the stars in the sky with a contemplative look in his eyes. Wang Chong thought that he would be late for this operation. The worst-case scenario would be that the evil emperor had found Zhou Wen. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had only discovered some useful clues now. However, the matter that he had in mind probably hadn't happened yet. In other words, he still had a chance. Follow him for the next few days. Find out where he's been operating. Get all of the guards of the Wang clan here. Also, inform Wei how that will be borrowing the strength of the Wei clan. Wang Chong said, but if the guards in the mansion are transferred, what should we do if the previous assassination happens again? Shen Hai said with a frown. He begged to differ. If not for our Loja, Ablonadin, and Tooba Gyuan, the assassins might have already taken advantage of the situation. Besides, there was a madam in the residence. If something were to happen to the madam while the guards were to be mobilized, it would be disastrous. Don't worry, I've already informed Mayase Mayaka to come over. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Once the assassin pavilion was destroyed, there wouldn't be anything that could threaten the Wang clan anymore. Besides, he still had Li Zhuxin with him. When the time came, he could just leave Li Zhuxin in the residence. One in the open, while the other in the dark. Adding on our Loja, Ablonadin, and Tooba Guan, even though there were only 5 of them, their strength was enough to trap the entire Wang clan. This was not a place where just anyone could barge in and cause trouble. Right. Did you manage to find out anything about that, Mose? Wang Chong said. No. Shen Hai shook his head. However, our men have asked the Carrick's Spazinu merchants through Big Golden Tooth. There was no one called Mosade among them. However, there's a person called Suleiman who is very similar to the person we described. Suleiman? Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched. You said his name is Suleiman? Yes, young master. However, I heard that he left the capital more than a month ago and returned to Carrick Spazinu. Shen Hai said, thinking that Wang Chong hadn't heard him clearly. The night was quiet. Wang Chong looked up at the sky, a strange expression on his face. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Without a doubt, the assassination that night was carried out by the Carrick's Spazinu merchant, Mosade. Wang Chong wasn't sure what kind of person Mosade was, but Suleiman. If he didn't remember wrongly, in his previous life, this fellow was the one who brought Wuzi steel weapons to the Central Plains and sold them for an astronomical price. Currently, the Hyderabad ores had just been excavated from the mountain range. Carrick's Spazinu and the Abbasid Caliphate probably hadn't forged true Wuzi steel weapons yet. It wasn't the right time for Suleiman to come to the Central Plains. Not only did he not sell his weapons, he even participated in the Blue Bottle Pavilion auction that he organized. A person who would bring Wuzi steel weapons to the Central Plains in the future actually came to the Central Plains to buy his Wuzi steel swords. In fact, for this, he even sent assassins to steal and assassinate the swords. The mysteries of fate were truly unfathomable. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped. Wang Chong thought. Suleiman didn't have any good intentions. He wanted to sell the Wuzi steel swords to the Central Plains to strengthen the Central Plains. Wang Chong knew that selling the swords was just a pretense, and it would be exposed in the future. This fellow actually had another mission, and that was to gather intelligence and spy on the Central Plains. In the future war between the Abbasid Caliphate and the Tang Dynasty, this person's intelligence had contributed greatly. However, this fellow was simply too cunning. Even Wang Chong didn't expect him to do so. Long before he started selling the Wuzi steel weapons, he had already infiltrated the Tang Dynasty, and he even went by the alias of Mosade. Wang Chong was a profligate scion in his previous life. He had only heard of this Suleiman, but he had never met him in person. Furthermore, this fellow was extremely vigilant. The moment he failed, he would immediately flee 1,000 li away, not giving him a chance at all. It wasn't without reason that this fellow would become the head of the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick's Spazinu in the future. The next time I see you, it will be the day you die in the Central Plains. A cold glint flashed across Wang Chong's eyes, and he quickly tossed this matter to the back of his mind. Dealing with Suleiman was a matter for the future. At the moment, the evil emperor was of utmost importance. In Wang Chong's plan, the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was an extremely important part. Without this unparalleled technique, it would be hard for him to reach the level he had reached in his previous life in just a few short years. Without Tao Tian's cultivation and peerless martial arts, it would be very difficult for him to have the ability to control the situation in the future, to intervene in it, to change the world, and to change fate. Thus, to Wang Chong, The great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was a must. Only by obtaining the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art and Elder Su Jingxin's art of God and demon obliteration would he be able to swiftly squeeze his way into the ranks of the top-notch experts of the world, with the two of them complementing each other, such as strength and technique. These two techniques were the most crucial and important parts of Wang Chang's plan after his reincarnation. Only with the support of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, the art of God and demon obliteration, would it be able to display its unstoppable might. On the other hand, the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art could only be paired with the art of God and demon obliteration to display its terrifying might. It was extremely difficult to obtain these two techniques at the same time. In his previous life, no one had ever succeeded. To most people, this was an insane feat that they didn't even dare to dream of. However, Wang Chong knew that there was a possibility of such a thing happening. Furthermore, this was the only way he could break through his shackles and accomplish what he failed to do in his previous life, completing the mission he carried. In the future, he would save the world from the great calamity that would engulf the world. "Shanhai, there's something else I need you to do," Wang Chong said. "Young master, please ask," Shanhai said without hesitation. Tell Wei how to discuss this with the Zhou Ji's family head. No matter what methods he uses, he must poach Zhou Wen into his family. Find him a well-paid job, cure his old mother, and send a few guards to protect him in secret. Let him live a peaceful life, Wang Chong said. In the end, Zhou Wen was still a mystery, and he was somehow connected to the demonic emperor old man. If he didn't get rid of Zhou Wen, no matter how many guards he sent, no matter how much he tried to stop him, there was still a chance that Zhou Wen would be able to save the evil emperor. Then the tragedy from his previous life would repeat itself. The evil emperor had passed on his martial prowess and the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art to him. Zhou Wen had saved the evil emperor, but his mother had been killed, and he had once again stepped into the murderous martial world that he disliked. In the end, Zhou Wen would once again fall into the tragedy of his previous life because of his gentleness, mediocre aptitude, and mediocre combat experience and skills. Some fortuitous encounters were fortuitous encounters for some, but for others, they were tragedies. Zhou Wen wasn't suited for the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, and he couldn't control him. Only in his hands could it be used to its fullest potential. Zhou Wen would be able to fulfill his wish. He would be able to lead a peaceful life with his mother, and he wouldn't have to kill people that he disliked. And he could use the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art to complete his unfinished mission. This was the best arrangement. Shanhai was puzzled. It was understandable that he wanted to help Zhou Wen. After all, he was a filial son. But what was the meaning of sending 2 guards to protect him in secret? What did this Zhou Wen have that was worthy of young master's attention? Shanhai was getting more and more confused. But even so, Shanhai's reply was very straightforward. "Yes, young master. This subordinate will do it right away." Without another word, Shanhai turned and left without the slightest hesitation. After arranging all this, Wang Chong didn't alert anyone. He entered the carriage and quietly left. "Patriarch, this is the last piece of high-quality iron ore that our Zhang family has. All that's left is inferior ore, and in at most 3 months, our Zhang family's last ore vein will be completely excavated." When Wang Chong left the eastern part of the city, a group of Zhang family elders were sitting in a circle in the Zhang family residence, their faces full of worry. In front of them was the last piece of first grade ore from the ore vein. This piece of ore also represented the Zhang family's current predicament. The ore vein had been excavated, and the weapons business was being suppressed by the Cheng, Liu, Huang, and other clans. The once glorious Zhang family was now about to suppress the other clans to the point of no return. If the Zhang family wanted to break out of this predicament, they had to find a new large ore vein. But how could this be easy? Currently, all the ore veins in the Tang dynasty had been explored, and the other large ore veins were already in the hands of other clans. The Zhang family had also thought of excavating a new large ore vein, but this was easier said than done. Ore veins weren't rocks that were exposed on the surface, but hidden in the depths of the earth. To accurately find a new large or vein in the vast Central Plains was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, they didn't know if there were any new ore veins. After all, after so many years, all the places that could be explored had already been explored. Chapter 150. Clan Head, I think that we should negotiate with that Wang clan's Chong Gongzi. Even if we don't earn any money, we can still hire him to work with us. The reputation of Wuzi Steel is currently at its peak. If our Zhang clan were to successfully obtain Wuzi Steel, we would surely be able to suppress the other clans. As for the matter regarding the mine, we don't have to worry about our clan's market share being squeezed out by the Cheng, Huang, and Lu clans. An elder of the Zhang clan said, to the prestigious clans, a high-quality mine wasn't as simple as earning money. Rather, it was their lifeline. If they were to lose an advantageous mine, their market share would surely fall. The other clans wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Once their market share fell, it would be difficult for them to recover. The competition between the prestigious swordsmithing clans was for market share. More importantly, this matter would lead to a chain reaction. Once their market share fell, the swordsmith in the clan would have nothing to do and would leave the clan to join other clans. Once such a situation occurred, the clan would truly fall into decline. Even if the clan still had a large amount of money, it would be useless. Money flowed like water, and without sufficient income, the wealth of the clan would dissipate quickly. The Zhang clan was the oldest swordsmithing clan, and they had experienced such danger before. Thus, they were extremely familiar with it and fearful of it. No one wanted to experience such danger once more. This was also the reason why everyone was gathered here. The danger had already reached an extremely severe level, and it would erupt within 3 months at the latest. Before that, they had to think of a solution. It's useless. Before the sword sale at the Blue Bottle Pavilion, we might still have a chance. But now, you should know that his sword was sold for an astronomical price of 300,000 gold taels in the Imperial Army. How could he possibly give up such a huge profit? Another rotund elder said. His words left everyone speechless. Wuzi Steel had already become a legend in the Central Plains. Given the market price of a sword, Wang Chong's sword was sold for 300,000 gold taels. To these prestigious clans, this was an unimaginable feat. Just the thought of it made everyone feel immense pressure. Before selling his swords at the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wang Chong was just a nameless figure to them. Every single one of them here could be his ancestor in the field of smithing. But now that 15-year-old boy had become an existence that they could only look up to. His Wuzi Steel and his swordsmithing skills had become an enigma in the eyes of the public. Actually, it's not entirely impossible. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Zhang Jian suddenly opened his mouth, attracting everyone's attention. Zhang Jian, what are you trying to say? Everyone looked at Zhang Jian. Speaking of the third son of the Wang clan, Zhang Jian and Zhang Tsong were the first to come into contact with him, so they had the most say in this matter. Have you forgotten? Up until now, we haven't heard anything about his iron forge, nor have we heard who he's working with. Although his Wuzi Steel is sold at a sky-high price, he only produces one every month. Zhang Jian said slowly. Zhang Jian, just say what you want to say. The head of the Zhang clan stared at Zhang Jian in contemplation. What I mean is that even though it has been so long, he's still fighting alone. If there's a powerful clan supporting him and sharing the burden on such a huge matter as the Wuzi Steel, he would definitely have an easier time. And this is an opportunity for our Zhang clan. Zhang Jian said with a serious expression. He finally spoke his mind. No matter how he fights alone, he won't be able to match up to a powerful clan in the field of swordsmithing. He doesn't have any experience in this field, so he needs help in this aspect. Regardless of whether it's a swordsmith, an iron forge, or something else, these are all areas where we can work together. I believe that as long as we show sufficient sincerity, that Chong Gongzi will definitely agree to it. Zhang Jian's words left everyone stunned, unable to say a word. How could the matter regarding the Wuzi Steel be that easy? Who would be willing to part with a business that involved several 100,000 gold taels? If it was them, they wouldn't do so either. But at this moment, they didn't have much of a choice. The clan's mind could be emptied at any moment, and news of it could spread out at any moment. In fact, it might have already spread out. Giving it a try was better than doing nothing at all. Zhang Jian, what do you need me to do? I need clan head to give me the authority to do things as I see fit. All right, I promise you. As long as it doesn't cross the line, you can do whatever you want without asking for my permission. The head of the Zhang clan said solemnly. Yes, clan head. Zhang Jian was delighted. In the Wang family residence, Wang Chong sat in the study with a title deed placed on the table before him. Following Wang Chong's directions, Meng Long led his men to search through the ore veins one by one. At the same time, he excavated underground. After expending a huge amount of manpower, resources, and time, they finally found the large ore vein at the northwest corner of the spirit vein, roughly 20 li away. After spending a total of 80,000 gold taels, Wang Chong finally bought over the entire mountain range where the iron mine was located. On top of that, he obtained the title deed from the Court of Judicial Review and marked out the type of iron mine. Just like that, unknowingly, Wang Chong received yet another huge sum of wealth. However, amassing wealth wasn't Wang Chong's goal. Wang Chong didn't intend to use this massive iron mine to earn money. War was a huge consumption of both manpower and material resources. And in all wars, the consumption of war machinery could be considered as a crucial factor. And this massive iron mine in Wang Chong's plan was to be used to forge war machinery. In a war, in a situation where both sides were of equal strength, the side with superior equipment would be able to gain a huge advantage. The Arabs' woozy steel sabers and swords were sufficient proof of this problem. A man who calculates in his temple before the battle has to calculate more. A man who calculates less before the battle has to calculate less. Calculating more wins, and calculating less loses. How can it be better to calculate nothing at all? This was the content of Sun Tzu's Art of War. A war had already begun long before it began. No one knew better than Wang Chong how many wars this world would face in the future. Regardless of whether it was the Hyderabad ores or the massive iron mine, to Wang Chong, everything was for the sake of war. Only by making preparations now would he be able to better deal with the calamity of the future, even though no one knew about it other than him. However, there was a very real problem. Even though he was sitting on a massive amount of wealth and the massive iron mine, Wang Chong didn't have the ability to develop it, let alone forge it into a massive amount of war machinery in a short period of time. Wang Chong was able to forge the jaw-dropping woozy steel saber, the Abyss of Death, which was worth 300,000 gold taels. However, the forging of war machinery required a massive scale and manpower. This wasn't something that Wang Chong specialized in. Perhaps I should look for those swordsmithing clans, Wang Chong thought. In the capital, there weren't any better swordsmithing clans than the Zhang, Cheng, Huang, and Lu clans. Regardless of whether it was the scale, manpower, or resources, they weren't something that a lone individual like Wang Chong could match up to. Young master, the Zhang clan Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian request to meet you. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, Shunhai walked in respectfully with his head lowered. "Ha, great. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Bring them in." Wang Chong's eyes lit up, and he abruptly stood up from his seat. Wang Chong met Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian in his lounge. After several months, Wang Chong hadn't changed at all. However, before Wang Chong, Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian started to feel a little restrained. Time had passed, and people had changed. At this moment, it wasn't Wang Chong who needed them anymore. Instead, it was they who needed Wang Chong. "Wang Gongzi, we are here for the Hyderabad ores. May I know if Wang Gongzi is willing to cooperate with us?" Zhang Jian thought for a moment and decided to get straight to the point, directly stating his purpose for coming here. In Zhang Jian's mind, this trip was fraught with difficulties, and there was a high chance that Wang Chong would reject his offer. However, the truth was something that Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian couldn't comprehend. Sure, Wang Chong's reply was just 2 words, but it was these 2 words that caused the 2 of them to shiver. The huge living room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Sure, Zhang Jian was bewildered. The huge shock left him unable to react. Sure, Wang Chong indifferently said, repeating his own words. Sure, Zhang Tsong was stunned as well. He couldn't believe his ears. This time, they were shouldering a huge mission, and the glory of the Zhang clan was at stake. In the depths of their hearts, they had already prepared themselves for failure. Yet, Wang Chong's reply was so simple. Sure, if they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian stared at one another, and they could see the shock and joy in the other's eyes. Happiness came so quickly that they were caught off guard. SSSS. Zhang Jian took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. Wuxi Steel was a huge business opportunity, and no one would agree to it easily. Zhang Jian knew that there was a condition behind Wang Chong's words. Then what is Gongzi's condition? Zhang Jian asked carefully. Wang Chong shot him a look of admiration. This wasn't the first time they were interacting, and it was indeed convenient to speak with an intelligent person. I want to invest in the Zhang clan. Wang Chong spoke of his intention. Invest. Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian frowned as they stared at the young man before them doubtfully. Even though they had lived for more than half their lives, they had never heard of investing in the Zhang clan. What does that mean? Chapter 151. Simple. I will use a portion of the Hyderabad ores as the price to join the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan will be able to obtain the Hyderabad ores from me, and I will become the new owner of the Zhang clan. Wang Chong raised a finger and said confidently, That's impossible. The duo exclaimed in shock. They were stunned by Wang Chong's words. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I'm not intending to take over your Zhang clan. Your clan head will still wield most of the authority, and the Zhang clan will still bear the surname Zhang. However, he will have to relinquish a portion of his authority to me. In other words, your Zhang family has changed from one patriarch to two patriarchs, one big and one small. Wang Chong said calmly, But even so, it's impossible. This is already beyond our bottom line. Zhang Jian and Zhang Tsong's chests rose and fell rapidly. No one could have expected that Wang Chong would be interested in the Zhang clan's assets. Is that so? Wang Chong chuckled and glanced at the duo. I believe you should be aware of the current situation of the Wuxi Steel. The profits involved are unimaginable. The price of a single piece of Wuxi Steel is equivalent to 70 or even 100 of your treasured swords. As long as you can get 10 pieces from me, it will be equivalent to 1,000 treasured swords. 365 days in a day. Can your Zhang clan produce a treasured sword every 3 days? Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian were stunned. Indeed, Wang Chong was walking on the path of the high end. The profits generated by his Wuxi Steel was something that the Zhang, Huang, Cheng, and Lu clans couldn't hope to match. The annual profits of the Zhang clan probably couldn't even match up to a few of his weapons. If they were to accept Wang Chong's proposal, in terms of profits, the Zhang clan might not suffer as much as they had imagined. In fact, to a certain extent, the Zhang clan might even benefit from it. However, exchanging wealth for authority as the clan head was still unacceptable. No, Chong Gongzi, your proposal is too much for us to accept, Zhang Jian said solemnly. Even if the iron mine is about to run out, is it still hard to accept? Wang Chong took a sip of the fragrant tea on the table and said casually, Rumble. Wang Chong's voice was neither loud nor soft, but when it entered their ears, it was like a clap of thunder that struck them, causing their faces to turn pale, their bodies to tremble, and their bodies to be incomparably cold. The two of them stared at Wang Chong in horror, as though they had seen a ghost. It was as if the deepest secret in one's heart had been exposed. Chong Gongzi, Zhang Tsong's lips quivered, and his eyes widened in disbelief. It hadn't been long since the news of the Zhang family's iron mine came out. Everyone had been ordered to keep his secret. However, Wang Chong actually knew everything clearly. Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian. If I'm not wrong, they are both Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian. Your Zhang family hasn't discovered any new veins yet, right? If you can't secure a stable supply of iron, your Zhang clan's market share will soon be squeezed out. Of course, you could buy iron ores from the smaller clans to stall for time. However, as long as you do so, the other clans will follow suit. By then, you will be squeezed out even faster, and your decline will be even faster. Am I right on this point? Wang Chong put down his teacup and said impassively, "How do you know?" The faces of the two were ashen, and they couldn't maintain their composure anymore. This was the Zhang clan's Achilles heel, and no one knew better than them that what Wang Chong said was likely to happen. If they were to purchase a large amount of iron ores from the market, it would be equivalent to telling the other clans that there was a problem with their iron mine. This was the most crucial point. Thus, even though there was a problem with the iron mine, the Zhang clan didn't dare to make any moves in fear of arousing suspicion. Wang Chong smiled without replying. He was well aware of the Zhang clan's predicament. That was because what he said was what the Zhang clan would do in the future. If there were no accidents, the Zhang clan's decline was a foregone conclusion. If a swordsmithing clan didn't have any iron to forge, it would be equivalent to a river losing its source and a tree losing its roots. Wang Chong didn't think that he was taking advantage of the Zhang clan. On the contrary, he was saving the Zhang clan. I hope that you can consider it carefully. I believe that you are aware of the current situation of the Wuzi steel. The Zhang, Cheng Lu, and Huang clans have been pestering us endlessly. If the Zhang clan can receive my help and obtain the Wuzi steel, their reputation will definitely surpass the Cheng, Lu, and Huang clans, and they will become the #1 swordsmithing clan. There are no free benefits in this world. Of course, I hope to benefit from the Wuzi steel. Ask yourselves honestly, what does the Zhang clan have that I'm interested in? Money? I don't think the Zhang clan earns as much as I do, right? You know that we don't have the authority to do so. Go back and discuss with your clan head. Come and look for me after you have made up your mind. Wang Chong said impassively. Even though the Wang clan hoped to enter the Zhang clan to strengthen their strength and achieve their plans, it was useless for them to do so. The only thing that Wang Chong was confident in was that the Zhang clan was indeed facing a crisis. The only reason why Wang Chong was confident in his plan was that the Zhang clan was indeed facing a crisis. Furthermore, it was an opportunity for them to resolve the crisis. Giving up a portion of the authority for him to enter the Zhang clan might seem a little embarrassing on the surface, but in reality, it wasn't something that the Zhang clan couldn't accept. On the contrary, they couldn't allow their interests to be harmed. Zhang Jian and Zhang Tsong left in the morning. In the afternoon, the head of the Zhang clan appeared before Wang Chong. "Chong Gongzi, may I know what kind of authority you are intending to obtain by entering the Zhang clan? How much of the Wuzi steel are you willing to give to us?" With a grim expression, the head of the Zhang clan went straight to the point. This was the first time Wang Chong was meeting the head of the Zhang clan. In his previous life, he had been a profligate scion, so he didn't have the qualifications to meet the head of a prestigious clan. Wang Chong carefully examined this future partner of his. The head of the Zhang clan was dressed in white, and he exuded a rather elegant air. Yet he did not lose the bearing of a formidable figure. More importantly, his words and actions were clean and decisive. Wang Chong had just sent Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian off in the morning, and in the afternoon, he appeared before him. It was unacceptable for a prestigious clan with 100 years of heritage to give up control of it to a clan. If it were any other clan, even if they were to reluctantly consider the matter, they would have to hesitate for a very long time. Yet the head of the Zhang clan was able to make a decision so quickly. This kind of judgment, decisiveness wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Just this point alone made Wang Chong feel that his decision wasn't wrong. Simple. The edges of Wang Chong's lips curled up, and a glint flashed across his eyes. For the first time, he revealed his youthful ambitions before the head of a prestigious clan. "I want half of the weapons forged by the Zhang clan in the future. As for the other half, I will be the one to purchase it from the Zhang clan, and you can only sell it to me. If we are able to come to an agreement, I want the Zhang clan to be at my service for the next 30 years. 30 years later, the Zhang clan is free to decide on their own. In fact, I can even withdraw from the Zhang clan and return all authority to you." 30 years. The head of the Zhang clan was taken aback. He couldn't understand what Wang Chong wanted to do with so many metal products. Even though the Zhang clan couldn't forge weapons like Wuzi steel, Other than that, the Zhang clan's output was definitely one of the top. Given the capability of the Zhang clan, 30 years of continuous production would surely bring them to an astonishing level. The head of the Zhang clan couldn't understand why Wang Chong wanted so many metal products. No problem. Even though he was perplexed, the head of the Zhang clan replied without any hesitation. Wang Chong's request was much more relaxed than he had imagined. Furthermore, for some reason, the head of the Zhang clan felt that the control of the Zhang clan wasn't what this young man was concerned about. His true goal seemed to be the metal products produced by the Zhang clan. The so-called shares was just a service. This gave the head of the Zhang clan a strange feeling that he couldn't describe. However, is that all? Are there no other conditions? The head of the Zhang clan asked doubtfully. He didn't believe that Wang Chong's goal would be so simple. If he gave too much and received too little, it would be hard to believe. It's indeed easy to talk to the head of the clan. Wang Chong laughed and didn't beat around the bush. Shanhai, bring it here. Under the doubtful gaze of the head of the Zhang clan, Shanhai walked over with a wooden box. Opening the box, there were many drawings at the bottom. The doubt in the head of the Zhang clan grew. Pick it up and take a look. Wang Chong extended his palm and made an inviting gesture. The head of the Zhang clan nodded as he carefully picked up the drawing at the very top. He could recognize this drawing. It was a drawing of a caltrop, but it was different from a traditional one. The caltrop in Wang Chong's drawing was long and sharp, as though it was an enhanced version of caltrop. Just by looking at it, one would feel a chill down one's spine. He couldn't recognize the second drawing. It looked like a huge metal wall, but there were some strange edges at the four corners. The third drawing was different. There seemed to be some rivet-like objects on it. The fourth drawing was different from the third. There were many holes of various sizes on the metal wall. The fifth drawing was different from the fourth. Looking at the drawings one by one, the doubt in the head of the Zhang clan grew. As the head of a swordsmithing clan, he had seen all sorts of bizarre weapons and designs. However, other than the first drawing, he didn't recognize any of the drawings that Wang Chong had made. As for those strange objects that resembled a wall, the head of the Zhang clan had a feeling that they were part of some kind of huge machine. It seemed like Wang Chong had only broken them into parts. However, the head of the Zhang clan had no idea what kind of machine it was. However, there was one thing that he could be sure of. The objects in Wang Chong's drawings were definitely not pots, pans, and ladles. Needless to say, they weren't used for a duel. War Machines. Chapter 152. If you're willing to cooperate, what I want is simple. For the next 30 years, the Zhang clan will help me construct the items on the blueprints. Everything must be constructed according to my requirements, to the highest standard. All of the metal castings must be inscribed with at least 10 layers of toughness, and they must meet the requirements. Wang Chong didn't know what the head of the Zhang clan was thinking about, or perhaps he didn't care. He stretched out his right index finger and lightly tapped on the table. His rhythmic tapping gave off a very confident and rhythmic feeling. Inscriptions of at least 10 layers? That's a frighteningly high cost. The head of the Zhang clan frowned. He almost thought that the Wang clan was going to revolt, but upon hearing the inscription of 10 layers, he knew that he was overthinking it. You don't have to worry about that. I will pay for all of the cost of inscriptions. Wang Chong said calmly. He lacked everything at the moment, but money wasn't one of them. Even though the cost of inscriptions was expensive, given his strength, it wasn't a problem. Then there's no problem. As for the inscriptions, it's not a problem for us to pay in advance. What about the Wuzi steel? The head of the Zhang clan said, after which he turned to look at Wang Chong intently. This was what he cared about the most. Wang Chong could own a portion of the Zhang clan, and it wouldn't matter even if there wasn't a 30-year deadline. What the Zhang clan cared about the most was Wang Chong monopolizing the most mysterious and popular Wuzi steel in the entire Central Plains. Only those who were in the industry would know how high the status of this young man in front of them was. 300,000 gold taels for a single weapon. This had sent the entire circle into a frenzy. Right now, all of the weapon merchants viewed this young man as a god. If they could work for this young man, many of them would be willing to work for free. It was a pity that this young man was elusive, and not just anyone could enter the Wang clan. Otherwise, just by taking a stroll around the weapon market, this young man would know how influential he was in the circle. With this kind of influence, coupled with the reputation of Wuzi steel, if it could be combined with the Zhang family in the capital, the influence of the Zhang family in the capital would not be weakened, but would be even greater. Just like what Wang Chong had said, it was entirely possible for them to become the #1 swordsmithing family. This was the reason why he was here. It's very simple. I can sell Wuzi steel, Hyderabad, or to you for 20,000 gold taels. As for how much you sell it for, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. However, no matter how many June of ores you buy from me, your Wuzi steel cannot use my name. Secondly, you must listen to me on how many Wuzi steel weapons you sell every month. The number of weapons sold in a month could not exceed 4. As for whether it will change in the future, I will let you know when the time comes. Also, at this stage, Wuzi steel weapons can only be sold to the Imperial Guards. Wang Chong extended 2 fingers. 4? That's too little. Can you increase it? The head of the Zhang family asked with a slight frown. Definitely not. Wang Chong chuckled. On the surface, it seemed as though he was easy to negotiate with, but the meaning behind his words was the complete opposite. The rarer an item is, the greater its value. If Wuzi steel weapons were all over the streets, do you think that they would still be able to sell for such a price? Of course, if a few unfilial descendants of the Zhang family were to appear in the future, it wouldn't be surprising if 1 or 2 Wuzi steel weapons were to be sold outside, right? Haha, Gongzi is wise. Don't worry, our Zhang family will strictly abide by our agreement with Gongzi. The head of the Zhang family complimented Wang Chong inwardly. He had completely understood Wang Chong's intentions. Just like what Wang Chong had said, the rarer an item was, the greater its value. If too many Wuzi steel weapons were to appear, they would not be able to sell for a high price. However, if 1 or 2 weapons were to appear in the black market, not only would it not affect the price of Wuzi steel, it would even further increase the market's thirst for Wuzi steel. In fact, there might even be situations where the black market was selling them at a higher price than the Imperial Army. Regardless of whether it was for the external or internal market, the profits of the Wuzi steel weapons would be maximized. In this aspect, the young man before him had already considered it thoroughly. In this aspect, even the heads of many prestigious clans might not be able to match up to him. There's one last thing that I believe Gongzi should know. We are out of ores. The head of the Zhang family said with a crafty glint in his eyes. The Zhang family's ores in the capital were almost empty. This was the biggest problem in their collaboration, as well as the Zhang family's weakness. The head of the Zhang family was worried that this would affect Wang Chong's opinion, so he intentionally left it till the end. Ha. Wang Chong laughed heartily as he stood up from behind the table. It was as though he had expected the head of the Zhang family to say this. This matter is even easier to resolve. I've already prepared the new large-scale ores for you. As Wang Chong spoke, he flicked his sleeves and placed the deed of the ores on the table. Looking at the deed before him, the head of the Zhang family looked at Wang Chong in astonishment for the first time. He couldn't have imagined that the greatest problem of the Zhang clan, a problem that concerned the rise and fall of the Zhang clan, would have been resolved by Wang Chong. The head of the Zhang clan in the capital left with great shock. When he stepped out of the doorstep of the Wang clan and left with the deed in hand, he was still in a daze, unable to believe what he had just seen. It had been many years since he would allow himself to be swayed by external factors. But this time, holding the title deed, he really had a heavy feeling, as if he was in a dream. Young master, the profits of the Wuzi steel are huge. Why do you want to hand it over to the Zhang clan? Isn't it better to hold on to it for yourself? Unknowingly, Shenhai had walked to Wang Chong's side and whispered. In the Wang clan, Shenhai and Menglong were one of the few who could speak to him in such a manner and even oppose Wang Chong. There were simply too many profits to be made from the Wuzi steel. From the very start, Shenhai felt that his side was suffering a huge loss. That's because this is the only way to maximize profits. Wang Chong said calmly. Even though the profits from designing the Wuzi steel weapons could be maximized, easily selling a single death's abyss for an astronomical price of 300,000 gold taels. To most people, this was something that they would never dare to imagine in their entire lives. However, it was too slow to produce a single sword every month. But Wang Chong couldn't possibly forge the sword himself. If he did so, he wouldn't be able to sell them for a high price. Thus, selling it to the Zhang clan became the best choice. This way, he would be able to differentiate the weapons he sold, and, at the same time, he would be able to maximize his profits. With money, he would be able to move on to the next step of his plans. The Zhang clan's efficiency far exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. That title deed had a huge impact on the Zhang clan. On the very same night, Wang Chong came to a secret agreement with the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan would use 500,000 gold taels to obtain 50% of the mining rights to the mine. At the same time, they would use another 1 million gold taels to obtain the distribution rights to the Hyderabad ores from Wang Chong. Due to the huge sum of 1.5 million gold taels, the Zhang clan didn't have that much liquid assets. Thus, they would give the Zhang clan a 3-month buffer period, and within 2 to 3 years, they would have to pay off the debt in the form of gold or in other forms agreed upon by both parties. This matter hadn't been announced to the public yet. Other than Wang Chong and a few elders of the Zhang clan, no one else knew of the contents of the agreement. Time flew, and unknowingly, several days had passed. The bright moon hung high in the sky. In the dead of the night, everyone was in a deep slumber. In the east of the capital, roughly 100 zhang away from the Zhouji charcoal wine shop, a black silhouette could be seen amidst the shadows of the trees. His sleeves fluttered as though he was a gigantic bird, and he staggered along the roofs. "Traitor, to think that I treated you as my own child, yet you dared to collude with outsiders to betray me." Black smoke billowed from the figure's body, and he exuded an intense, malevolent aura, making him look like a ferocious beast. Under the moonlight, if one were to take a closer look, one would realize that he was a black-haired elder with disheveled hair. His left hand was clutching his chest, and fresh blood was flowing out from between his fingers. However, the most disastrous thing was that a long sword on his back had pierced his palm from behind. The long sword had even pierced more than a foot into his palm. "Traitor, I'll never let you off. I'll never let you off." The elder clenched his teeth, and a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. Under the moonlight, his eyes were actually blood-red, as though a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Gagaga! In the big tree beside the house, the night birds were startled by the intense, malevolent aura, and they all screeched and rushed up. In the courtyard nearby, the dogs were also startled awake, and they all began to bark uneasily. "What's going on? Why are the dogs barking in the middle of the night?" In the house below, the faint sound of a husband and wife getting up could be heard. The black-haired old man's legs went soft. Suddenly, with a kacha sound, he stepped on several tiles and fell down from the roof. He hit the wall, and then fell into the dark, dirty alley and fainted. Blood kept flowing out of his body. As the blood flowed out, the old man's aura grew weaker and weaker. His jet black hair also turned from black to white at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the roots to the ends of his hair. In the blink of an eye, the elder's black hair turned white, and he fell to the ground. His aura was weak, and he did not move at all. Whoosh! Not long after the elder fainted, a few enormous auras suddenly appeared in the distance, like the mountains and the seas. These people were extremely fast, and their figures could not be seen at all. In the void, only a few blurry shadows could be seen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a few ghost-like figures appeared above the roof where the elder had fallen. The dogs felt danger, and suddenly, they started barking. Rustle! With a cold snort, one of the black figures turned his head to look, and a few dozen feet away, the black dogs immediately suffered heavy injuries. Blood flowed out of their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and they slowly lay on the ground, motionless. "The old man can't have gone far. If we let him make a comeback, we will be the ones to die. Search carefully. We must find him no matter what." 3 figures stood on the roof, and their cold eyes were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. They slowly scanned the surroundings, and wherever their eyes passed, even the void was slightly distorted. Not far away, the elder's figure quickly appeared in the eyes of the three. However, in the next moment, when they saw the elder's white hair, the three quickly looked away. It's just an old beggar. There's no need to care about him. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 153. Early in the morning, in the back garden of the Wong family residence, Wong Chung swallowed the consummation tiger bone minor cyclic pill, which he bought from Six Finger Jong. Kacha! The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard from within Wong Chong's body, and the acupoints all over Wong Chong's body emitted bursts of mist. Roar! The roars of a group of tigers could be heard in the air. Wong Chung had finally broken through to Tiger Bone 3 Dan. The effect of this minor rejuvenation pill is indeed much stronger than before. Wong Chung was pleasantly surprised. Compared to before, Wong Chung could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a lot. More importantly, after cultivating the Tiger Bone to level 3, he would have truly reached the realm of Tiger Bone perfection. His strength, endurance, stamina, and explosive power would all increase by a level compared to before. Boom! As Wong Chong's palm slashed down, a rock garden was blasted into powder by Wong Chung. The degree of destruction was even more severe than before, and the scene was even more spectacular. Thick, billowing smoke lingered in the air. However, Wong Chung didn't feel much pain in his palm. This was because when he cultivated the Tiger Bone, his muscles, bones, and tendons had also been strengthened greatly, and his ability to resist pain and injuries had also increased greatly. Let's test my speed again. Wong Chong's eyes lit up, and he quickly swept his gaze across the surroundings. There were many trees in the Wong family's mansion, and as a result, many birds were attracted over. Some of the maids even fed them the leftover pastries in the mansion, which attracted more birds. Wong Chong's gaze swept across the surroundings, and soon, he saw a white-headed one leaping on the top of a tree not far away. That's the one. A surge of energy flowed through his body, and Wong Chung smiled faintly. In the next instant, boom, the surrounding air blasted apart, and a faint tiger roar resounded in the air. Wong Chung was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain as he dashed over. Chirp, chirp. Feeling the danger, the white-headed bird wanted to flap its wings and take off, but it was still too late. A slender, fair, but extremely powerful palm quickly closed over. However, it only touched him lightly before quickly letting go. Pu Lung Lung. Pulsatilla Wong was frightened. Pu Lingling flew out from between Wong Chong's 5 fingers. Hee, my stamina consumption has indeed decreased by a lot. Wong Chong's chest slightly heaved up and down. Looking at the pulsatilla Wong flying away in the sky, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. The last time he used this move, his stamina was almost exhausted. However, it was different this time. Although he still consumed less than a third of his stamina, it was not as much as last time. This was the difference between Tiger Bone and Panther Bone. Endurance, stamina, and primordial chi consumption were on completely different levels. Young Master. Young Master. Just as Wong Chung was immersed in joy, Meng Long suddenly rushed into the room while panting heavily. Young Master, you've appeared. The person you spoke of has appeared. It's not far from Zhou's charcoal liquor. What? Hearing those words, Wong Chong's heart jolted, and he immediately turned his head around. Meng Long stuttered, but his words were vague. Even so, Wong Chung was still able to deduce what was going on from his description. Following Wong Chong's instructions, the guards of the Wong clan set up an inescapable net around Zhou's charcoal liquor, as well as the routes where Zhou once moved around. Following Wong Chong's instructions, these guards were only responsible for observation. If they discovered anything, they were to report it to Wong Chung immediately. Just that, after more than a dozen days had passed, no one had discovered anything. Until today, when an unknown old man suddenly appeared in the vicinity of Zhou's charcoal liquor. Meng Long and the others didn't know if this person was the one Wong Chung was looking for, but this was the only discovery they had made during this period of time. Is he the one you were talking about? Wang Chong stared at the figure several dozen zhang away. It was a white-haired old man dressed in black. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing. There were quite a few people passing by, but not a single one of them glanced at him, needless to say, offer him a helping hand. That's him. Our brothers checked yesterday, and there isn't this old man within a radius of a few li. No one has any impression of him. It was as if he had suddenly appeared overnight. Furthermore, he woke up once in the morning, but he fainted once more. He seems to have been injured. I had one of my brothers pass by that area, and he smelled a faint stench of blood. However, the young master has instructed us not to act recklessly, so we didn't take a closer look. Meng Long squatted behind Wang Chong and said with a hushed voice. Wang Chong frowned and fell into deep thought. Wang Chong didn't know whether the unconscious old man on the ground was the evil emperor or not. There was simply too little information regarding that person. Even in his previous life, Zhou was very secretive and didn't mention it too much. Thus, Wang Chong had no way of knowing what the evil emperor looked like, what unique traits he had, and what he liked to dress up like. Without any of these, how could Wang Chong determine which one was the evil emperor and which one wasn't? However, even though he couldn't confirm the other party's identity, there was one thing he could be sure of. The other party wasn't an ordinary person. At the very least, an ordinary old man wouldn't suffer any internal injuries. Let's go. He won't be able to last long in his current state. As Wang Chong spoke, he stood up and quickly walked toward the elder by the base of the wall. The other party's condition wasn't looking good. Even if the other party wasn't the evil emperor, Wang Chong couldn't just stand there and do nothing about it. This wasn't how he would act. Wait a moment, young master. Meng Long was taken aback. He hurriedly followed him. There were people walking to and fro on the street, but the old man was lying on the ground with his face facing the wall. It was as though he was isolated from the world. Wang Chong walked over, and from afar, he could already smell the scent of blood. This person's injuries are much more severe than what Meng Long and the others said. Wang Chong frowned. Even though the old man had tried his best to conceal it, based on his experience from his previous life, as well as his familiarity with sword wounds, Wang Chong could tell that the old man had been stabbed in the back with a single glance. Furthermore, it was at the back of his heart. This is the work of an acquaintance. Otherwise, the stab wouldn't have been so precise. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind as he stared at the unconscious old man. If a person was facing a strong opponent, even if they couldn't dodge, they would at least attempt to dodge. It was impossible for the stab to be so accurate. Such a situation would only occur if it was done by an acquaintance. I wonder where this person came from. This isn't something an ordinary person can endure. Wang Chong thought. There were quite a number of mercenary bases in the vicinity, and Wang Chong knew of at least 3 of them. The old man's breathing seemed to be in a mess, and he was extremely weak. Even Wang Chong wasn't able to determine his background. Get some food and water. Also, get a few men to bring him to the charity hall. Wang Chong instructed. As he spoke, he stretched his hand out to flip the old man over. Wang. Just as Wang Chong was about to flip the old man over, an abrupt change occurred. The white-haired old man, whose breathing was in a mess a moment ago, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably cold, and a fearsome, killing intent could be felt emanating from them. This is bad. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and a strong premonition of danger welled up in his heart. He immediately exerted strength in his squatting body, intending to retreat away from the old man. But before Wang Chong could retreat, a withered but powerful palm grabbed onto Wang Chong's wrist. Who in the world are you? The old man's expression was cold, and his voice was stern. Wang Chong felt his wrist go numb, and all of his strength dissipated. Before the old man, he was unable to exert any strength at all. You! Horrified, Wang Chong stared at the old man before him. His entire body went limp, and he couldn't even speak a word. This sight was completely out of his expectations. The old man's aura was weak, and he should have been able to defeat him easily. Yet, despite having just advanced to Origin Energy Tier 7, he was completely powerless before the other party. He had no idea what kind of technique the old man used to grab his wrist, but he was actually unable to exert the slightest bit of his strength and origin energy. Clang! The instant Wang Chong was grabbed by the old man, the sound of metal clashing echoed in the surroundings. "Release my young master. Old fogey, what are you trying to do? Hurry up and release the young master. Otherwise, don't blame us for getting nasty." Meng Long unsheathed his saber and led his guards to surround the old man. His face was incomparably steely. To think that they were still thinking of saving this old man a moment ago. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this old fellow actually laid his hands on their young master. Meng Long was shocked and infuriated. If he could, he would have sliced the old man into two. The crowd exclaimed in shock. This sudden sight left the passers-by dumbfounded. As though avoiding a plague, they hurriedly moved away. "Oof. If any of you dare to come over, prepare to collect your young master's corpse." Savagery flashed across the old man's face, and he tightened his grip. Wang Chong groaned in pain, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Old man, what are you doing?" Wang Chong cried out in pain. His voice was so soft that he didn't even have the strength to speak. "Oof. Young man, do you really think that I can't tell? Your men are all around here, and they have passed by at least 4 times. Do you think that you can fool my eyes? You must have been searching for something, right? Speak. Did that bastard send you here?" At the end of his words, the old man tightened his grip on Wang Chong, and a sinister and murderous aura burst forth from his eyes. In that instant, through the other party's eyes, Wang Chong could clearly sense the will of the other party. As long as he answered incorrectly, as long as he made the slightest mistake, the other party would kill him without any hesitation. Even if he was in the eyes of the crowd, even if he was in the capital, to this sort of person, killing another person was no different from killing another ant. It made no difference to him, and he had no qualms about it. This person is the evil emperor. Chapter 154. Wang Chong had been searching for the evil emperor and trying to confirm his identity. In the end, he finally found the evil emperor, but in a way that he did not expect. At this moment, Wang Chong was absolutely certain that this old man was the evil emperor that he had been searching for so long. The evil aura he exuded, the ruthlessness of treating human life like grass, and the so-called evil creature that he called his rebellious disciple. More importantly, there was no one who could subdue him so easily with a cultivation lower than his. Wang Chong did not even have time to react. The other party's experience, reaction speed, and awareness completely overwhelmed him. To be able to do this, the other party's cultivation had definitely reached a shocking level, even higher than his previous life. In Wang Chong's mind, the only one who could meet all these conditions was the mysterious, the evil emperor. However, while confirming the identity of the old man before him, Wang Chong also realized that he had unintentionally made a huge mistake. He had been searching for the evil emperor all this time, but he had neglected the fact that this person was a great demon who had killed people like scything flax. Finding this, the evil emperor, and obtaining the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art from him was definitely not as easy as he had imagined. There was a great deal of danger involved. People change. Wang Chong was completely sure that the future the evil emperor would be a kind person. He would even give up his own cultivation and life to help another person. However, this change could not be achieved in one go. Right now, the evil emperor had just experienced betrayal. The hostility and evil in his heart, as well as his paranoid personality, would only increase, not decrease. He had bumped into him at his most unstable, most vicious, and most unfavorable time. What was more troublesome was that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although he was injured and in dire straits, his wits, temperament, sharpness, and alertness were still there. In fact, he was far more powerful than he had imagined. He set up a trap at Zhouji Charcoal Wine Shop in the east of the city to search for the evil emperor, but in the end, it backfired and he saw through it. This was something Wang Chong had never expected. Now, if he didn't have a good reason to convince him, what awaited him was a dead end. The best divine art is indeed not so easy to obtain. This was the only thought left in Wang Chong's mind. The more powerful the martial arts, the harder it was to obtain. Even if he had the advantage of being a prophet, it was still the same. Wang Chong had to admit that he had underestimated the power of the evil emperor. The surroundings were quiet, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The faces of Meng Long and the others, as well as Shun Hai, who had just arrived, were steeled. Everyone had made up their minds that if the evil emperor dared to do anything to harm their young master, they would charge forward together and tear him to pieces. "Old man, you're mistaken." "I didn't," Wang Chong said calmly with a pale face. Ever since his reincarnation, this was the first time he felt the danger of his life hanging by a thread. The immense pressure coming from the other party was like a sword of Damocles hanging above his head, ready to descend at any moment. The evil emperor would eventually turn over a new leaf, but that was a matter of the future. At least for now, he was still the evil emperor. Wang Chong knew that whether or not he could escape from the clutches of the evil emperor would depend on what he said next. Are you still feigning ignorance in front of me? Looks like you're tired of living." The evil emperor sneered coldly as a cold, killing intent emanated from the depths of his eyes. "This lad still refuses to speak the truth. Does he really think that he can hide it from me?" The evil emperor sneered coldly as he tightened his grip. "Gotcha!" A crisp sound echoed from within Wang Chong's body. Even his bones had been injured. "Stop! Audacious! Get away from young master!" The crowd was shocked and infuriated. Their faces flushed red, and they wanted to make a move to deal with this old man together. Even so, Meng Long was infuriated. He was the one who informed Wang Chong of the news of this old man, and he was also the one who came here with Wang Chong. A moment ago, the crowd was still thinking of bringing him to Ji Zitong for treatment, but at the very next moment, something like this happened. "Old man, I think you're mistaken. I'm indeed looking for someone here, but the person I'm looking for isn't you." At this moment, Wang Chong had calmed down. The current evil emperor wasn't the benevolent evil emperor from the future. Instead, he was a vicious, cunning, suspicious, and treacherous evil demon. Wang Chong knew that he couldn't afford to let his luck get the better of him at this moment. "The people I'm looking for are the fishes from the pavilion of assassins. They once sent assassins to assassinate me, but I managed to get rid of them with the help of the Imperial Army. However, I've received news that there's a high chance that their men are hiding in the east of the city. You can easily find out about this if you ask around." Wang Chong replied calmly, pushing all the blame onto the pavilion of assassins. Wang Chong wasn't afraid that the evil emperor would see through him. Even though there were many people participating in this operation, most of them were ordered to look for suspicious individuals. Other than a few of his trusted aides, the others didn't know what was going on. Furthermore, I don't know who that bastard is. I'm from a clan of ministers and generals, so how can I possibly listen to the orders of others? As Wang Chong spoke, he took out a token of the Wang clan from his waist. It was a palm-sized bronze token with cloud patterns on it. In the center of the token was the emblem of a huge tiger head, and on the reverse was the emblem of the Wang clan. This was the token of the Dianxing clan of ministers and generals. This was Wang Chong's final resort. As expected, just a moment ago, the evil emperor was brimming with murderous intent. But in the next moment, when he saw the token of the Tang dynasty, the murderous intent in his eyes immediately dissipated by half. "You're actually the son of the Wang clan." Before he could see what was going on, Wang Chong's grip loosened. Before he could see what was going on, the Wang clan's token in his hand had fallen into the hands of the evil emperor. Looking at the token, then at the young man in his hand, the evil emperor's eyes were filled with complex emotions. The imperial court and the sects were two different worlds. If the child before him was really the son of the Wang clan of ministers and generals, then naturally, he wouldn't be in cahoots with that bastard. That kid didn't have the capability to order around the Tang dynasty's imperial court. However, whether it was true or not, he would have to test it out to know. A black shadow shot out from the evil emperor's hand. That black shadow moved as fast as lightning, drawing an arc in the air before flying back into his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shun Hai, Meng Long, and the others could clearly see that it was a copper coin. "What are you doing?" A guard stepped forward and bellowed. Then, The sound of cloth tearing could be heard. Dang, dang, dang. In the next moment, amidst exclamations of shock, a token fell from the waist of the guards. The evil emperor ignored the exclamations of the crowd. He reached out his hand, and a token flew into the air, landing in his hand. I was right. Upon seeing the token on the guard's waist, the sharp eyes of the demonic emperor old man finally softened. Since these people were the guards of the Wang clan of ministers and generals, it was impossible for them to be here for him. Perhaps he had really misunderstood this matter. Who? Wang Chong felt the pressure on his wrist lessening significantly, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that no one knew about his ability to foresee the future. Even the evil emperor didn't know that even though he didn't know that traitorous disciple of his, he was indeed here for him. He had finally passed this test. Elder, you seem to be quite injured. Let me bring you to recuperate. Wang Chong corrected himself. Ha ha ha. Recuperate? Hearing Wang Chong's words, the evil emperor let out a sorrowful laugh. That traitorous disciple colluded with outsiders to destroy my sea of qi, injuring 7 of my meridians, 23 of my acupoints, and even severely injuring my conception and governing meridians. Right now, I don't even have a tenth of my strength left. Moreover, it will become weaker and weaker. In less than 3 days, my power will completely dissipate. Unless I can obtain a Saint-tier recuperation pill, only then will I be able to preserve my foundation. It's a pity that only the royal family has such a pill. It isn't easy to obtain such a pill. But now it's too late. Traitorous disciple, I will never let you off. The evil emperor's mind was in turmoil. At the thought of his sorrow, he spurted a mouthful of blood essence. He was already injured to begin with, and on top of that, he had been fleeing for 1,000 li. As soon as he relaxed, all of his injuries flared up and he fainted. Kill him. Bastard. Protect the young master. Shen Hai, Meng Long, and the guards of the Wang family residence had been keeping a close eye on the situation. Upon seeing the evil emperor's injuries acting up, they charged forward and placed 12 swords on the neck of the evil emperor. Wait a moment. Wang Chong stopped the crowd in time. Young master, we can't let such a person live. We save him out of goodwill, but he nearly harmed you instead. It's better to kill this kind of person, Meng Long said furiously. The situation just a moment ago was dangerous. If something were to happen to him, he wouldn't know how he would explain it to the old master and madam. Don't worry, if he wanted to kill us, he would have done so long ago. Remember that copper coin? If it were to fly toward your neck, what would have happened? Wang Chong said. Upon hearing those words, the crowd felt a chill on their necks, and they subconsciously took a step back. That's right. With this person's cultivation, if he really wanted to kill them, he would be able to kill them as easily as killing chickens with that copper coin, and it would be effortless. Wang Chong ignored the crowd behind him, rubbing his numb wrists. Wang Chong turned his attention to the unconscious, the evil emperor. It was clear that the evil emperor had really acted up this time, and his injuries weren't light either. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to retaliate. However, this wasn't what Wang Chong was concerned about. Weird. Why are his injuries so severe? Wang Chong looked at the evil emperor on the ground in bewilderment. Based on what the demonic emperor old man had said, it would take at most 3 days for his energy to dissipate. If that was the case, how was he going to impart his cultivation to Zhou when in the future? How was he going to teach him martial arts? Wang Chong had a feeling that the evil emperor's injuries were much more severe than in his previous life. Wang Chong couldn't help but think of Zhou Wen. Could it be that by luring Zhou Wen away, he had changed the fate between Zhou Wen and the evil emperor, resulting in such a change? However, this wasn't the time to be thinking about this. The most pressing matter at hand was to save the evil emperor. Otherwise, the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art would truly become a lost art. Chapter 155. Shen Hai, Meng Long, quickly bring him to the carriage. Hurry up and send him to the charity hall. Wang Chong beckoned behind him. More and more people had gathered on the streets, but Wang Chong wasn't afraid of the crowd. But if the disciple of the evil emperor was still around, it wouldn't be a good thing. Wang Chong shot a glance at Shen Hai, and the latter understood his intentions and started cursing. Damn old beggar. I wonder where he came from. How dare he be so rude to the young master? Carry him up and teach him a lesson before sending him to the mass grave outside the city. A few of the Wang family's guards understood his intentions and immediately carried the evil emperor onto Wang Chong's carriage. The surrounding crowd was initially curious, but upon hearing that the other party was just a beggar throwing a tantrum, they immediately turned bored and dispersed. Even though there were a few more observant ones who noticed the evil emperor's actions and felt that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed, they couldn't hold back their emotions. Furthermore, there wasn't much at stake here, so they didn't probe too deeply into the matter. Soon, the carriage left the vicinity of Zhou Ji charcoal liquor. Silence reigned in the carriage. The evil emperor lay motionless on the blanket, his breathing weak. Wang Chong lowered his head to look at him with a complicated expression. The unattainable great yin-yang heaven creation art in his previous life actually allowed him to succeed. And now, the most mysterious evil emperor was lying just inches away from his feet. This was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. But even so, Wang Chong knew that the entire operation wasn't a success. The apocalypse is coming, and a top-notch expert like the evil emperor is indispensable. No matter what, I have to find a way to cure him. Wang Chong muttered to himself as his heart thumped. In his previous life, the evil emperor imparted all of his cultivation to Zhou. Zhou also accepted his gift and became a top expert in a single leap. However, Wang Chong believed that if he wanted to master the great yin-yang heaven and earth creation and become a top-notch expert, he wouldn't necessarily need to sacrifice the evil emperor. The best way was to protect both of them at the same time. Even though the evil emperor had lost his martial arts, his experience, insight, and knowledge were still far beyond that of an ordinary person. The great yin-yang heaven creation art was an unparalleled art, and only in his hands could it display its greatest power. Furthermore, even though the evil emperor had killed countless people and had committed countless atrocities, he had almost died in his hands. However, people change. After experiencing this life and death crisis, the future of the evil emperor would turn from evil to good, completely different from before. Just this alone was worth Wang Chong trying his best to save him. Not only did he have to save him, but he also had to find a way to protect his foundation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Chong quickly came to his senses. The Saint-grade healing pill. I wonder if this pill will work? With a thought, Wang Chong quickly took out a large healing pill from his robes. This pill was bought for him by Liu Zhang. Even though he didn't know if it was a Saint-grade healing pill, it was undeniably from the palace. Forget it. I'll treat a dead horse like a live one. Even though I don't know if it's a Saint-grade healing pill, at the very least, it's much better than the healing pills I can buy outside. With this thought in mind, Wang Chong squatted down, parted the lower jaw of the evil emperor, and stuffed a round healing pill into his mouth. The pill refined by the palace's alchemist melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In just a few moments, the entire pill melted into a liquid and flowed into the evil emperor's stomach. After a few breaths, a rosy hue surfaced on the evil emperor's face. His skin was originally pale and ashen, but at this moment, a tinge of redness could be seen on it. His originally indistinct and disorderly breathing also became thick and stable. Luckily, the 200,000 gold taels weren't spent in vain. Wang Chong bent down and stretched out his hand to feel the evil emperor's pulse. He heaved a sigh of relief. Back then, in order to join the so-called Dark Shadow and the Alchemist Alliance, he had spent more than 200,000 gold taels to buy the route. Now it was all worth it. These healing pills refined by the palace's alchemist were far more effective than Wang Chong had imagined. If not for these pills, the evil emperor's cultivation might really have dissipated. Shanghai, go to the Falling Jade Pavilion and look for Liu Zhang. Tell him that no matter what, he has to get me 3 of these healing pills. Otherwise, he can use my quota for this month as well. The stronger the effect, the better. Yes, Gongzi. Without another word, Shanghai turned around, pushed open the carriage door, and jumped out. His feet didn't even touch the ground as he sprinted towards the falling jade pavilion. Wait a moment. After Shenhai left, Wang Chong pondered for a moment before changing his mind. I'm not going to the charity hall. I'm going to the Purple Bamboo Garden. The Purple Bamboo Garden was a secret residence that Uncle Li Lin bought for Wang Chong. It had been a long time since he bought it, but Wang Chong felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to move out at such a young age, so he didn't move in. The evil emperor was severely injured and needed peace and quiet to recuperate. The Purple Bamboo Garden was quiet and secluded, making it the most suitable place for him. The carriage made a turn and headed towards the south of the city. It didn't take long before he saw a quiet courtyard surrounded by a lush bamboo forest. It looked especially elegant and stylish. At the entrance of the courtyard, there was a plaque hanging on the wall that said, Purple Bamboo Garden. The carriage passed by and soon entered the courtyard. The Purple Bamboo Garden was huge and everything was ready for use. Gardens, ponds, terraces, pavilions, cultivation grounds, side rooms. Every single part of the place gave off a grand feeling. However, there was no one in the courtyard. There weren't any maids, servants, or guard around. Wang Chong hadn't moved in yet, so there wasn't a single person around. Stand guard at the entrance while the rest of you stand guard in the courtyard. No one is to approach. Wang Chong commanded. Yes, Gongzi. The crowd responded and left. Wang Chong placed the evil emperor on the bed. About an hour later, Shenhai's forehead was beaded with sweat. Fulfilling his mission, he rushed over with 3 larger healing pills. Liu Zhizhang was indeed loyal. When he heard that it was Wang Chong who wanted it, he quickly brought 3 stronger healing pills over and gave them to Wang Chong in advance. He didn't even take the money. Another 3 top-notch healing pills from the palace were fed to the evil emperor. The evil emperor's breathing improved significantly, and the wound on his back started to scab. About 4 hours later, 5 strong fingers suddenly shot out from the bed and grabbed Wang Chong's neck. Let go! Let go! The room was in chaos. Seeing the unconscious evil emperor suddenly make a move, everyone was shocked and drew their swords. The atmosphere returned to the tense atmosphere of the street from before. Put down your swords. He's just reacting, Wang Chong indifferently said, his expression unperturbed. It was like the demonic emperor old man was not grabbing his neck. This evil emperor seems to be on guard, Wang Chong thought to himself. He was probably the only one in the room who knew that this was just the evil emperor's instinctive reaction. The stronger a person was, the more cautious they would be. The moment someone approached them, they would immediately retaliate. He was like that in his previous life, and a devil like the evil emperor was even more so. Kid, you're the one who saved me? On the bed, the evil emperor finally regained his senses and slowly released his fingers. The scenery in front of him was unfamiliar, and he wasn't sure where he was. But he recognized this kid. He was the young man who tried to save him on the street. Yes, Wang Chong smiled and didn't deny it. The room was silent. The evil emperor sat up on the bed and looked around. He quickly recognized that he was in one of the rooms. Is this your house? The evil emperor asked. No. Wang Chong smiled and shook his head. What a joke. Before confirming that the evil emperor had turned over a new leaf, he wouldn't dare to bring a devil like the evil emperor into his house. The demonic emperor old man closed his eyes, a look of recollection on his face, but he quickly realized a shocking fact. You heal my injuries? You actually have the royal family's saint-grade healing medicine? The demonic emperor old man was astonished. Although his reaction was slow, he quickly noticed it. After he woke up this time, the injuries in his body had actually healed by 70 to 80%. This time, he had expected that he would lose his cultivation. But now, the yuan qi in his body had stopped flowing and stabilized. This meant that his cultivation did not dissipate completely. Instead, a bit of his foundation was left. Senior, have you forgotten? I told you that I am the descendant of a general and a minister. Of course, I have the royal family's healing medicine. Wang Chong sat by the bed. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of slyness. The evil emperor was taken aback. Then, he realized that Wang Chong did say that. The royal family's saint-grade healing medicine was precious and hard to come by in the outside world. But as the descendant of a general and minister, it might not be that difficult. This is the will of the heavens. To think that I would be saved by a noble son. Perhaps this is the arrangement that the heavens have made for me. The evil emperor smiled bitterly. He looked up at the ceiling. His expression changed, and he didn't speak for a long time. Kid, are you willing to be my last disciple? As long as you agree to be my disciple, I will teach you everything I know. But in the future, I hope that you can promise me one thing. Wang. Hearing this, Wang Chang's heart thumped. No matter how slow he was, he understood what was going on when he heard these words. The thing that he had been waiting for the most had finally arrived. After the evil emperor was betrayed and plotted against, he felt that he wasn't strong enough to exact his revenge. Thus, he decided to take in his last disciple to deal with that traitor. The great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, this unparalleled technique, was finally showing a glimmer of hope to him. A great opportunity was beckoning to him. I'm willing. Wang Chong was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he knelt in front of the evil emperor. Ha ha, you saved my life. I will take you in as my disciple. This is the opportunity that we are destined to meet. I, Zhang Wenfu, swear that I will never take in anyone from the pugilistic world or the sex as my disciples. But you are not one of them. What name did you say? Wang Chong. Ha, good. Wang Chong, you are my, Zhang Wenfu's, last disciple. As long as you don't betray me, I will never betray you. Master, Wang Chong hurriedly called out. Ha ha. I, Zhang Wenfu, finally have another disciple. The evil emperor roared with laughter. He had thought that he would die for sure. Who would have thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? Right now, he was filled with hatred for those from the sections. Even if he were to die, he would never take in anyone from the sex as his disciple. But Wang Chong was different. He was a descendant of ministers and a member of the imperial court. He had nothing to do with the sections. In this life, he had never taken in a disciple from a noble family. But this matter was definitely worth a try. In the room, as he looked at the evil emperor, who was laughing without the slightest hint of scheming or defense, Wang Chong suddenly felt as if he had discovered another side of the evil emperor's personality. At this moment, a smile appeared on Wang Chong's face.